After 20 Years by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. After 20 Years. The policeman on the beat moved up the avenue impressively. The impressiveness was habitual and not for show, for spectators were few. The time was barely 10 o'clock at night, but chilly gusts of wind with a taste of rain in them had well nigh depeopled the streets. Trying doors as he went, twirling his club with many intricate and artful movements, turning now and then to cast his watchful eye adown the pacific thoroughfare, the officer, with his stalwart form and slight swagger, made a fine picture of a guardian of the peace. The vicinity was one that kept early hours. Now and then you might see the lights of a cigar store or of an all-night lunch counter, but the majority of the doors belonged to business places that had long since been closed. When about midway of a certain block, the policeman suddenly slowed his walk. In the doorway of a darkened hardware store a man leaned with an unlighted cigar in his mouth. As the policeman walked up to him, the man spoke up quickly. "It's all right, officer," he said reassuringly. "I'm just waiting for a friend. It's an appointment made 20 years ago. Sounds a little funny to you, doesn't it? Well, I'll explain if you'd like to make certain it's all straight. About that long ago, there used to be a restaurant where this store stands, Big Joe Brady's restaurant. Until 5 years ago," said the policeman. "It was torn down then." The man in the doorway struck a match and lit his cigar. The light showed a pale, square-jawed face with keen eyes and a little white scar near his right eyebrow. His scarf-pin was a large diamond, oddly set. 20 years ago tonight," said the man, "I dined here at Big Joe Brady's with Jimmy Wells, my best chum, and the finest chap in the world. He and I were raised here in New York, just like two brothers together. I was 18 and Jimmy was 20. The next morning I was to start for the West to make my fortune. You couldn't have dragged Jimmy out of New York. He thought it was the only place on earth. Well, we agreed that night that we would meet here again exactly 20 years from that date and time, no matter what our conditions might be, or from what distance we might have to come. We figured that in 20 years each of us ought to have our destiny worked out and our fortunes made, whatever they were going to be." "It sounds pretty interesting," said the policeman. "Rather a long time between meets, though, it seems to me. Haven't you heard from your friend since you left?" "Well, yes, for a time we corresponded," said the other, "but after a year or two we lost track of each other. You see, the West is a pretty big proposition, and I kept hustling around over it pretty lively. But I know Jimmy will meet me here if he's alive, for he always was the truest, staunchest old chap in the world. He'll never forget. I came 1,000 miles to stand in this store tonight, and it's worth it if my old partner turns up." The waiting man pulled out a handsome watch, the lids of it set with small diamonds. 3 minutes to 10, he announced. It was exactly 10 o'clock when we parted here at the restaurant door. "Did pretty well out West, didn't you?" asked the policeman. "You bet. I hope Jimmy has done half as well. He was a kind of plodder, though, good fellow as he was. I've had to compete with some of the sharpest wits going to get my pile. A man gets in a groove in New York. It takes the West to put a razor edge on him." The policeman twirled his club and took a step or two. "I'll be on my way. Hope your friend comes around all right. Going to call time on him sharp?" "I should say not," said the other. "I'll give him half an hour at least. If Jimmy is alive on Earth, he'll be here by that time. So long, officer." "Good night, sir," said the policeman, passing on along his beat, trying doors as he went. There was now a fine, cold drizzle falling, and the wind had risen from its uncertain puffs into a steady blow. The few foot passengers astir in that quarter hurried dismally and silently along, with coat collars turned high and pocketed hands. And in the door of the hardware store, the man who had come 1,000 miles to fill an appointment, uncertain almost to absurdity, with the friend of his youth, smoked his cigar and waited. About 20 minutes he waited, And then a tall man in a long overcoat, with collar turned up to his ears, hurried across from the opposite side of the street. He went directly to the waiting man. "Is that you, Bob?" he asked doubtfully. "Is that you, Jimmy Wells?" cried the man in the door. "Bless my heart!" exclaimed the new arrival, grasping both the other's hands with his own. "It's Bob, sure as fate. I was certain I'd find you here if you were still in existence. Well, 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 20 years is a long time. The old restaurant's gone, Bob. I wish it had lasted so we could have had another dinner there. How has the West treated you, old man? Bully, it has given me everything I asked it for. You've changed lots, Jimmy. I never thought you were so tall by 2 or 3 inches. Oh, I grew a bit after I was 20. Doing well in New York, Jimmy? Moderately. I have a position in one of the city departments. Come on, Bob. We'll go around to a place I know of and have a good long talk about old times." The two men started up the street, arm in arm. The man from the West, his egotism enlarged by success, was beginning to outline the history of his career. The other, submerged in his overcoat, listened with interest. At the corner stood a drugstore, brilliant with electric lights. When they came into this glare, each of them turned simultaneously to gaze upon the other's face. The man from the West stopped suddenly and released his arm. "You're not Jimmy Wells," he snapped. 20 years is a long time, but not long enough to change a man's nose from a Roman to a pug." "It sometimes changes a good man into a bad one," said the tall man. "You've been under arrest for 10 minutes, Silky Bob. Chicago thinks you may have dropped over our way and wires us she wants to have a chat with you. Going quietly, are you? That's sensible. Now, before we go on to the station, here's a note I was asked to hand you. You may read it here at the window. It's from Patrolman Wells." The man from the West unfolded the little piece of paper handed him. His hand was steady when he began to read, but it trembled a little by the time he had finished. The note was rather short. "Bob, I was at the appointed place on time. When you struck the match to light your cigar, I saw it was the face of the man wanted in Chicago. Somehow I couldn't do it myself, so I went around and got a plainclothesman to do the job. Jimmy." End of After 20 Years. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024.
The Alcalde of San Cristobal, or How the Rangers Obtained Their Supper, by S. Compton Smith, M.D. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Alcalde of San Cristobal, or How the Rangers Obtained Their Supper. We had been several days on a scout for guerrillas who, of late, had proved excessively annoying to our trains and express riders. We had fallen in with a party of them, and after a little skirmish, in which a number of them had been put beyond further chances of molesting us, were on our return to camp with a score or two of the choicest horses of the enemy, when night overtaking us near the little pueblo of San Cristobal on the San Juan, we determined to encamp in the place till the following morning. We were a party of rangers, accompanied by a few mounted infantry, and all of us were, for the time, under the command of an infantry major to whom the command had been given to gratify his desire for a scout into the chaparral with Texans, and to witness our mode of bush fighting. As we approached the village, we heard the firing of great guns, and on entering the capacious plaza, with which every Mexican town, be it ever so insignificant, is provided, we found it deserted. In fact, our approach had been detected by the lookouts, and the cowardly population had betaken themselves to the cover of the neighboring chaparral. At one side of the plaza we found a large picketed enclosure, a corral, and taking possession of it we dismounted and secured our horses within it, and made our usual arrangements for camping for the night. This completed, the major and myself were about to start on a reconnaissance of the pueblo, in search for the means of a supper for the party and provender for our animals. But at this moment, our attention was attracted by the appearance of a solitary figure that came strutting across the square, with an assumption of extraordinary dignity. His hands were crossed over his back under the long skirts of an old-fashioned swallow-tailed black coat, which doubtless had been aired only on official occasions for several generations, which, with an air of very great importance, he wore a bright oilskin sombrero cocked comically over his dexter ear. This individual, without condescending to notice anyone else, stepped defiantly up to the major, whose uniform pointed him out as the leader of the party, and in a tone of arrogance demanded, "¿Qué quiere, señores?" "What do you want, sirs?" Being the only person in the party that spoke Spanish, I had, during the scout, volunteered as interpreter, and I now replied to this uncourteous salutation by laconically informing him that we wished to see the alcalde of the village. "Por qué?" was the cool, and as I thought impertinent, rejoinder. We began to think the little man was coming the dignity rather too strong to suit our appreciation of Mexican character, so addressing him with an improvement on his supercilious manner, I ordered him to conduct me forthwith to the house of the alcalde, and enforced the command by laying my hand rather heavily upon his shoulder, and greatly to the surprise of the Mexican, and evidently to the great injury of his self-respect, turned him suddenly to the face about. "March," I said. "Adelante." The Mexican made a few hasty strides in the direction in which I had impelled him, and turning toward me with an expression of outraged dignity, exclaimed, "Yo mismo soy el alcalde! I myself am the alcalde!" "The devil you are," I replied. "I mistook your impertinence for that of a saucy priest. And now, senor, as you are the alcalde of this place, we want you to supply us with a fat ox for our men and corn for our horses, for which, to convince you that we are not like your own throat-cutting guerrillas, we are willing to pay you a fair compensation." "No hay, senores. No hay carne, no hay maíz." "There is neither meat or corn," replied the fellow with the usual Mexican way of the forefinger in close proximity to his ugly phiz. "Now look here, old chap," said I, "we want none of your lies. You have abundance of all we require, and now dispatch some of your skulking greasers after them, or you will experience the consequences of a non-compliance." "Digo," repeated the Mexican, "no hay carne, ni maíz, ni siquiera hombres. Todos son afuera, todos." "I tell you, there is neither corn, nor meat, nor even men. They're all gone, all." "Where are your men? Who fired that gun as we approached your place?" I demanded. "Quien sabe?" "Who knows?" We were now losing all patience with the obstinate Mexican, when one of the men, detaching a long-haired lariat from the pommel of his saddle, approached us with the rope in hand and addressed the major. "I reckon, sir, if you will let me try the Texan plan upon this fellow, we'll bring him to his milk. We know the nature of the brute, sir, and know just exactly how to manage him." "How will you do it?" inquired the officer. "The old chap is as stubborn as the Corkonian's pig." "I'd choke him a little with this here hair collar, sir," said the man as he approached and significantly shook the lariat in the face of the alcalde. "What?" exclaimed the major, as if shocked at the thought. "You wouldn't hang the Mexican, would you?" "No, no, sir, we wouldn't exactly hang him. We'd choke him a little, sir, that's all." I assured the officer I had seen the experiment frequently performed, and always with the happiest results. "Well then, Turner, you may proceed, but don't push the choking to extreme. Give him enough air to cry Picawi when he's done." "Never fear, Major," was the reply. "I'll do it up brown, but we'll get the rations, and yet leave breath enough in his carcass to stand another choking the next time we chance to honor his place with a visit." Matt Turner now approached the Mexican, and with mock politeness requested him to remove his broad-brimmed sombrero, but this the alcalde objected to, and it was removed for him by one of the boys, who were now crowding about to witness this novel trial by lariat. The rope, prepared with a running noose, was placed over the alcalde's head and drawn down lightly upon his throat. Then, gathering up about 2/3 of the free portion of it, the ranger led his victim to the gate of the corral, over the top of which was stretched a cross-piece of timber as a brace. Throwing the end of the rope over this, he called to some of the boys to catch it, and drawing it taut, to wait for the word to hoist. Up to this moment, the little alcalde seemed to look upon the whole affair as a good-natured joke. But when Matt gave the word, "Heave away, boys," and his assistants, with a cheery "Yo, heave, ho!" began to stretch on the lariat. His obstinacy and dignity suddenly deserted him, and eagerly clutching at the rope with both hands and stretching himself to his greatest height to release the strain upon his throat, he exclaimed, "Oh, señores, por el amor de Dios, misericordia, si tengo carne, hay bastante, bastante." "Oh, for the love of God, mercy, yes, I have meat, a plenty, plenty." "Say maíz, too, you black divil, or up you go," cried his merciless executioners. "Sí, y maíz también, bastante." "Yes, corn, too, plenty." "Let him down, boys, let him down. He relents, we've cured him," shouted Matt Turner, and turning to the Mexican, "Now, Mr. Alcalde, are you sure we can have the corn and meat?" The Alcalde, thus addressed in good English, was at a loss for a moment what answer to make, but at length, comprehending at a venture, hastened to reply, "Sí, señores, sí, con mucho gusto." "Yes, gentlemen, yes, with much pleasure." "But when? Cuando?" demanded Turner. "Aprisa, aprisa, inmediatamente, señores." "Quickly, quickly, immediately, gentlemen." By this time the plaza began to assume the appearance of life, and women were gathering from all parts of the town to intercede for their little magistrate. I assured them that we intended him no real harm, but were only forcing him to sell some supper to some hungry but harmless Americanos, who had honored their village with a passing visit. We only wanted meat for ourselves and corn for our horses and the privilege of sleeping in their plaza, and promised that we would leave them in the morning unharmed. The women at once expressed themselves satisfied, and admitting that our demands were just and reasonable, declared that those articles could be had, and that we should have them too. Matt Turner now whispered in my ear, "Doctor, negotiate with the good souls for a bushel or two of hot tortillas." "Well suggested, Matt," I replied, and turning to the now vanquished Alcalde, I asked that dignified personage, loud enough to be heard by the señoras, if he could also include in his contract a couple of hundred or so of these hunger-appeasing flapjacks. "Sí, sí, sí," at once exclaimed a score of musical voices, and the women, scattering in all directions to their kitchens, commenced the labors of the metate, and soon the clapping of busy hands, as they formed the thin cakes, announced that the process of preparing them had already begun. The alcalde suddenly became one of the most accommodating and complacent of hosts, now invited the major and a number of others to his house, which was on one side of the plaza. On entering the porch, and seeing us comfortably seated, he took down a horn which hung from one of the rafters, and with a few blasts, summoned from their hiding places a number of stout rancheros. These he dispatched to bring into the plaza the requisite supplies. One by one his family returned to the house and gathered about us to have a nearer view of Los Americanos. To them we were a rare show. We were the veritable man-eating barbarians of whom their priests had told them so much. Our gentlemanly host now called to his wife, a pleasant, good-natured-looking little body, and directed her to bring a bottle of Barras brandy and some glasses. And when the señor returned with the liquor, he poured out a glass to himself first, and passing the bottle to his guests, proposed our health, quote, hoping that the next time he should have the honor of our company it might be under more pleasant circumstances, end quote. "But the fact is, gentlemen," said he, "I received you according to special instruction from El General in Jefe, Governor Canales. I dared not do otherwise, but you have forced me to your own terms, as I can prove," continued he, smiling and making a significant motion to his throat. "Therefore I hope to escape unharmed." While this agreeable interview was passing, the rancheros had returned with a fine bullock, which they immediately butchered in our presence, and by the time the men had started their cooking, the tortillas, piping hot from the pans, were brought from the different houses, neatly enveloped in snowy napkins. In spite of the unpromising appearance of matters on our arrival, we succeeded in getting a good supper, as well as the means for an ample breakfast, and on leaving the worthy alcalde in the morning, the major gave him an order on our quartermaster in Monterey for the full amount of all we had obtained from him, besides adding to the amount a small bonus by way of compensation for the unceremonious liberties we had taken with his person. End of The Alcalde of San Cristobal, or How the Rangers Obtained Their Supper, read by Elsie Selwyn.
A Newspaper Story by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Newspaper Story. At 8 a.m., it lay on Giuseppe's newsstand, still damp from the presses. Giuseppe, with the cunning of his ilk, philandered on the opposite corner, leaving his patrons to help themselves, no doubt on a theory related to the hypothesis of the watched pot. This particular newspaper was, according to its custom and design, an educator, a guide, a monitor, a champion, and a household counselor, and vademecum. From its many excellencies might be selected 3 editorials. One was in simple and chaste but illuminating language directed to parents and teachers, deprecating corporal punishment for children. Another was an accusative and significant warning addressed to a notorious labor leader who was on the point of instigating his clients to a troublesome strike. The third was an eloquent demand that the police force be sustained and aided in everything that tended to increase its efficiency as public guardians and servants. Besides these more important chidings and requisitions upon the store of good citizenship was a wise prescription or form of procedure laid out by the editor of the Heart-to-Heart column in the specific case of a young man who had complained of the obduracy of his lady-love, teaching him how he might win her. Again, there was, on the beauty page, a complete answer to a young lady inquirer who desired admonition toward the securing of bright eyes, rosy cheeks, and a beautiful countenance. One other item requiring special cognizance was a brief personal running thus: Dear Jack, forgive me. You were right. Meet me corner Madison and Blank at 8:30 this morning. We leave at noon. Penitent. At 8 o'clock, a young man with a haggard look and the feverish gleam of unrest in his eye dropped a penny and picked up the top paper as he passed Giuseppe's stand. A sleepless night had left him a late riser. There was an office to be reached by 9, and a shave and a hasty cup of coffee to be crowded into the interval. He visited his barber shop and then hurried on his way. He pocketed his paper, meditating a belated perusal of it at the luncheon hour. At the next corner it fell from his pocket, carrying with it his pair of new gloves. 3 blocks he walked, missed the gloves, and turned back fuming. Just on the half-hour he reached the corner where lay the gloves and the paper, but he strangely ignored that which he had come to seek. He was holding 2 little hands as tightly as ever he could, and looking into 2 penitent brown eyes, while joy rioted in his heart. "Dear Jack," she said, "I knew you would be here on time." "I wonder what she means by that," he was saying to himself. "But it's all right. It's all right." A big wind puffed out of the west, picked up the paper from the sidewalk, opened it out, and sent it flying and whirling down a side street. Up that street was driving a skittish bay to a spider-wheel buggy, the young man who had written to the Heart-to-Heart editor for a recipe that he might win her, for whom he sighed. The wind, with a prankish flurry, flapped the flying newspaper against the face of the skittish bay. There was a lengthened streak of bay mingled with the red of running gear that stretched itself out for 4 blocks. Then a water hydrant played its part in the cosmogony. The buggy became matchwood as foreordained, and the driver rested very quietly where he had been flung on the asphalt in front of a certain brownstone mansion. They came out and had him inside very promptly, and there was one who made herself a pillow for his head and cared for no curious eyes, bending over and saying, "Oh, it was you all the time, Bobby. Couldn't you see it? And if you die, why, so must I, and—" But in all this wind, we must hurry to keep in touch with our paper. Policeman O'Brien arrested it as a character dangerous to traffic. Straightening its disheveled leaves with his big, slow fingers, he stood a few feet from the family entrance of the Shandon Bells Café. One headline he spelled out ponderously: "The papers to the front in a move to help the police." "But whisht!" The voice of Danny, the head bartender, through the crack of the door. "Here's a nip for you, Mike, old man." Behind the widespread, amicable columns of the press, Policeman O'Brien receives swiftly his nip of the real stuff. He moves away, stalwart, refreshed, fortified to his duties. Might not the editor-man view with pride the early, the spiritual, the literal fruit that had blessed his labors? Policeman O'Brien folded the paper and poked it playfully under the arm of a small boy that was passing. That boy was named Johnny, and he took the paper home with him. His sister was named Gladys, and she had written to the beauty editor of the paper asking for the practicable touchstone of beauty. That was 2 weeks ago, and she had ceased to look for an answer. Gladys was a pale girl with dull eyes and a discontented expression. She was dressing up to go to the avenue to get some braid. Beneath her skirt, she pinned 2 leaves of the paper Johnny had brought. When she walked, the rustling sound was an exact imitation of the real thing. On the street, she met the brown girl from the flat below and stopped to talk. The brown girl turned green. Only silk at $5 a yard could make the sound that she heard when Gladys moved. The brown girl, consumed by jealousy, said something spiteful and went her way with pinched lips. Gladys proceeded toward the avenue. Her eyes now sparkled like Jägerfontaines. A rosy bloom visited her cheeks. A triumphant, subtle, vivifying smile transfigured her face. She was beautiful. Could the beauty editor have seen her then? There was something in her answer in the paper, I believe, about cultivating kind feelings toward others in order to make plain features attractive. The labor leader against whom the paper's solemn and weighty editorial injunction was laid was the father of Gladys and Johnny. He picked up the remains of the journal from which Gladys had ravished a cosmetic of silken sounds. The editorial did not come under his eye, but instead it was greeted by one of those ingenious and specious puzzle problems that enthrall alike the simpleton and the sage. The labor leader tore off half of the page, provided himself with table, pencil, and paper, and glued himself to his puzzle. 3 hours later, after waiting vainly for him at the appointed place, other more conservative leaders declared and ruled in favor of arbitration, and the strike with its attendant dangers was averted. Subsequent editions of the paper referred, in colored inks, to the clarion tone of its successful denunciation of the labor leaders' intended designs. The remaining leaves of the active journal also went loyally to proving of its potency. When Johnny returned from school, he sought a secluded spot and removed the missing columns from the inside of his clothing, where they had been artfully distributed so as to successfully defend such areas as are generally attacked during scholastic castigations. Johnny attended a private school and had had trouble with his teacher. As has been said, there was an excellent editorial against corporal punishment in that morning's issue, and no doubt it had its effect. After this, can anyone doubt the power of the press? End of A Newspaper Story. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024. A Sacrifice Hit by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Sacrifice Hit. The editor of the Hearthstone magazine has his own ideas about the selection of manuscript for his publication. His theory is no secret. In fact, he will expound it to you willingly, sitting at his mahogany desk, smiling benignantly and tapping his knee gently with his gold-rimmed eyeglasses. The Hearthstone, he will say, does not employ a staff of readers. we obtain opinions of the manuscripts submitted to us directly from types of the various classes of our readers. That is the editor's theory, and this is the way he carries it out. When a batch of manuscripts is received, the editor stuffs every one of his pockets full of them and distributes them as he goes about during the day. The office employees, the hall porter, the janitor, the elevator man, messenger boys, the waiters at the cafe where the editor has luncheon, the man at the newsstand where he buys his evening paper, the grocer and milkman, the guard on the 5:30 Uptown elevated train, the ticket chopper at 60 Blankth Street, the cook and maid at his home. These are the readers who pass upon manuscripts sent in to the Hearthstone magazine. If his pockets are not entirely emptied by the time he reaches the bosom of his family, the remaining ones are handed over to his wife to read after the baby goes to sleep. A few days later, the editor gathers in the manuscripts during his regular rounds and considers the verdict of his assorted readers. This system of making up a magazine has been very successful, and the circulation, paced by the advertising rates, is making a wonderful record of speed. The Hearthstone Company also publishes books, and its imprint is to be found on several successful works, all recommended, says the editor, by the Hearthstone's army of volunteer readers. Now and then, according to talkative members of the editorial staff, the Hearthstone has allowed manuscripts to slip through its fingers on the advice of its heterogeneous readers that afterward proved to be famous sellers when brought out by other houses. For instance, the gossips say, the rise and fall of Silas Latham was unfavorably passed upon by the elevator man. The office boy unanimously rejected the boss. In the bishop's carriage was contemptuously looked upon by the streetcar conductor. The Deliverance was turned down by a clerk in the subscription department whose wife's mother had just begun a 2-month visit at his home. The Queen's Quair came back from the janitor with the comment, "So is the book." But nevertheless, the Hearthstone adheres to its theory and system, and it will never lack volunteer readers. For each one of the widely scattered staff, from the young lady stenographer in the editorial office to the man who shovels in coal, whose adverse decision lost to the Hearthstone Company the manuscript of The Underworld, has expectations of becoming editor of the magazine someday. This method of the Hearthstone was well known to Alan Slayton when he wrote his novelette entitled Love Is All. Slayton had hung about the editorial offices of all the magazines so persistently that he was acquainted with the inner workings of every one in Gotham. He knew not only that the editor of the Hearthstone handed his manuscripts around among different types of people for reading, but that the stories of sentimental love interest went to Miss Puffkin, the editor's stenographer. Another of the editor's peculiar customs was to conceal invariably the name of the writer from his readers of manuscripts so that a glittering name might not influence the sincerity of their reports. Slayton made Love Is All the effort of his life. He gave it 6 months of the best work of his heart and brain. It was a pure love story, fine, elevated, romantic, passionate, a prose poem that set the divine blessing of love, I am transposing from the manuscript, high above all earthly gifts and honors, and listed it in the catalogue of heaven's choicest rewards. Slayton's literary ambition was intense. He would have sacrificed all other worldly possessions to have gained fame in his chosen art. He would almost have cut off his right hand, or have offered himself to the knife of the appendicitis fancier to have realized his dream of seeing one of his efforts published in the Hearthstone. Slayton finished Love Is All and took it to the Hearthstone in person. The office of the magazine was in a large conglomerate building presided under by a janitor. As the writer stepped inside the door on his way to the elevator, a potato masher flew through the hall, wrecking Slayton's hat and smashing the glass of the door. Closely following in the wake of the utensil flew the janitor, a bulky, unwholesome man, suspenderless and sordid, panic-stricken and breathless. A frowsy, fat woman with flying hair followed the missile. The janitor's foot slipped on the tiled floor, and he fell in a heap with an exclamation of despair. The woman pounced upon him and seized his hair. The man bellowed lustily. Her vengeance wreaked, the virago rose and stalked triumphant as Minerva back to some cryptic domestic retreat at the rear. The janitor got to his feet, blown and humiliated. "This is married life," he said to Slayton, with a certain bruised humor. "That's the girl I used to lay awake of nights thinking about. Sorry about your hat, mister. Say, don't snitch to the tenants about this, will you? I don't want to lose me job." Slayton took the elevator to the end of the hall and went up to the offices of the Hearthstone. He left the manuscript of Love Is All with the editor, who agreed to give him an answer as to its availability at the end of a week. Slayton formulated his great winning scheme on his way down. It struck him with one brilliant flash, and he could not refrain from admiring his own genius in conceiving the idea. That very night he set about carrying it into execution. Miss Puffkin, the Hearthstone stenographer, boarded in the same house with the author. She was an oldish, thin, exclusive, languishing, sentimental maid, and Slayton had been introduced to her some time before. The writer's daring and self-sacrificing project was this. He knew that the editor of the Hearthstone relied strongly upon Miss Puffkin's judgment in the manuscript of romantic and sentimental fiction. Her taste represented the immense average of mediocre women who devour novels and stories of that type. The central idea and keynote of Love Is All was love at first sight, the enrapturing, irresistible, soul-thrilling feeling that compels a man or a woman to recognize his or her spirit mate as soon as heart speaks to heart. Suppose he should impress this divine truth upon Miss Puffkin personally? Would she not surely endorse her new and rapturous sensations by recommending highly to the editor of the Hearthstone the novelette Love Is All? Slayton thought so, and that night he took Miss Puffkin to the theater. The next night he made vehement love to her in the dim parlor of the boarding-house. He quoted freely from Love Is All, and he wound up with Miss Puffkin's head on his shoulder and visions of literary fame dancing in his head. But Slayton did not stop at love-making. This, he said to himself, was the turning point of his life, and, like a true sportsman, he went the limit. On Thursday night he and Miss Puffkin walked over to the big church in the middle of the block and were married. Brave Slayton! Chateaubriand died in a garret, Byron courted a widow, Keats starved to death, Poe mixed his drinks, De Quincey hit the pipe, Ade lived in Chicago, James kept on doing it, Dickens wore white socks, de Maupassant wore a straitjacket, Tom Watson became a populist, Jeremiah wept. All these authors did these things for the sake of literature. But thou didst cap them all. Thou marriedst a wife for to carve for thyself a niche in the temple of fame. On Friday morning, Mrs. Slayton said she would go over to the Hearthstone office, hand in one or two manuscripts that the editor had given her to read, and resign her position as stenographer. Was there anything that you particularly fancied in the stories you were going to turn in? Asked Slayton with a thumping heart. There was one, a novelette that I liked so much, said his wife. I haven't read anything in years that I thought was half as nice and true to life. That afternoon, Slayton hurried down to the Hearthstone office. He felt that his reward was close at hand. With a novelette in the Hearthstone, literary reputation would soon be his. The office boy met him at the railing in the outer office. It was not for unsuccessful authors to hold personal colloquy with the editor, except at rare intervals. Slayton, hugging himself internally, was nursing in his heart the exquisite hope of being able to crush the office boy with his forthcoming success. He inquired concerning his novelette. The office boy went into the sacred precincts and brought forth a large envelope, thick with more than the bulk of 1,000 checks. The boss told me to tell you he's sorry, said the boy, but your manuscript ain't available for the magazine. Slayton stood, dazed. Can you tell me, he stammered, whether or not Miss Miss Puffkin handed in a novelette this morning that she had been asked to read? Sure she did, answered the office boy wisely. I heard the old man say Miss Puffkin said it was a daisy. The name of it was Married for the Mazuma, or A Working Girl's Triumph. Say, you, said the office boy confidentially, your name's Slayton, ain't it? I guess I mixed cases on you without meaning to do it. The boss gave me some manuscript to hand around the other day, and I got the ones for Miss Puffkin and the janitor mixed. I guess it's all right, though. And then Slayton looked closer and saw on the cover of his manuscript, under the title, Love is All, the janitor's comment scribbled with a piece of charcoal. The blank, you say. End of A Sacrifice Hit, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024.
Buzzards Know by W.C. Tuttle. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. Buzzards Know by W.C. Tuttle. The Coachella Kid left a plain trail. After killing Deputy Jack Weldon with an iron cot leg, he stole a gun and ammunition, saddled one of the sheriff's horses, and headed straight for the desert. It all happened only a few minutes after the jury had been sent to deliberate on the guilt or innocence of the Coachella Kid, who was charged with first-degree murder. It was the first time the kid had ever been tried, his first time to face a judge and jury. Only luck had allowed him to travel his crooked trail this long. Several times he had escaped the clutches of the law by the narrowest of margins. Twice he had killed deputy sheriffs, but no one could prove it. The Coachella Kid was a cold-eyed killer, contemptuous of the law, and for 5 years he had nursed a bitter hate against Dave Fulton, the sheriff who had finally arrested him. The Coachella Kid was a small man, wiry as a bobcat, soft-spoken. He was not over 35 years of age. There was nothing conspicuous about him. He had been very quiet during his trial, until the sheriff, speaking from the witness stand, recited a brief resume of what he knew about the Coachella Kid's past. Then the kid got to his feet. "Me and him loved the same girl 5 years ago," he said, barely loud enough for the jury to hear. "He got her by lying to her about me. He's scared I'm going to make him pay for them lies, so he's trying to get me hung." Then the kid sat down and refused to talk any more. But the kid was free now, well mounted and armed. Men saw him ride through Yucca City, and they recognized the sheriff's black horse. 10 miles further on, he rode the length of Main Street at Signal Rock, where he was seen and recognized. It would have been easy for him to circle both towns. At Smoke Tree Ranch, he stopped to water his horse and fill an enormous canteen, which he had stolen from the sheriff's stable. There was only one cowboy at the ranch at the time, and he did not know the rider was an escaped prisoner until the sheriff arrived an hour later. The Coachella Kid did not hurry. He was heading for the worst spot in the desert, a section where rain never falls, where there are no water holes, where the blackened rocks are like uncooled lava. Heat waves shimmered and danced before him as he rode toward the vague line of broken hills. Mirages appeared across the stretch of dry lake beds. The Coachella Kid paid them no heed. Mile after mile he rode, scourged by thirst, but refusing to touch the precious fluid in his canteen. He knew the horse must die, but he wanted to reach those hills before taking to foot travel. He knew of a single waterhole, miles and miles beyond the hills, and he knew that one canteen of water would enable him to make the spot on foot. From there, another full canteen would take him to a ranch where he would be safe for a while. The Coachella Kid had a sinister purpose for making this trip. He knew Dave Fulton very well indeed. With his only deputy lying dead, Dave Fulton would ride alone, and Dave Fulton rarely failed to get his man. It would be a simple matter for the Kid to ambush and kill the sheriff, thus delaying any pursuit for several days. But the Kid wanted more satisfactory revenge. That night he made a dry camp in a clump of acatillo. After riding almost to the clump, he turned right on backtrack for some distance, swinging to the left in a wide circle, and came to the clump from almost the opposite direction. If the sheriff followed the Kid's horse tracks in the sand, he must first ride up close to the bandit's hiding place. The Kid left the weary horse saddled and tied. It was only a few more miles to the broken hills. The Kid had no food, but that did not worry him. Once across the hills with the sheriff disposed of, he would have a chance to kill a sage rabbit or something. He had eaten buzzards and rattlesnakes when hard pressed. But the sheriff did not come along that night because the sheriff, several miles behind, was saving his horse. Shortly after daylight, the Coachella Kid mounted his horse and rode on. The heat was almost unbearable now. The Kid realized he would be lucky to reach the hills. His eyes were swollen from the heat, his face burnt raw from the sun reflections on the sand. This was the land of 130 degrees in the shade, and no shade. The Kid had long since ceased to watch his back trail because the eye strain made his head throb. He drank sparingly of the warm water, cursed the sun and sand, and lashed the stumbling horse with a rope end. It seemed ages and ages before he reached the rocky hills where they angled up a small canyon. The heat was stifling. The horse was weaving drunkenly. The Kid dismounted. Unfastening the heavy canteen from the saddle, he booted the horse in the belly. "You're all through," he told the suffering animal. "Buzzards will get to feed for once in their lives, and An idea struck him suddenly. Whipping out his six-shooter, he shot the animal dead. The crack from the revolver echoed back from the rocks, and the Kid wondered whether anyone had heard it. With an old knife he had taken from the dead deputy, he cut a generous chunk of meat from the horse. It would be enough to feed him for several meals, and was better than taking a chance on rattlesnakes or buzzards. Then he swung the canteen over his shoulder and went on. The heat of the sand almost cooked his feet. As he searched for just the right place, he purposely staggered, making tracks like a drunken man, indicating to any possible pursuer that he was nearly at the point of collapse. Finally, he went through a narrow cut in the rocks, dropping his canteen in the shade, and sat down. Here was the spot where he would get even with Dave Fulton. He took a generous drink, recapped the canteen, and sat down again. Even in the shade, the heat was terrific. Not a breath of air stirred. He examined his six-shooter gingerly because it was so hot. The chunk of horse meat was already getting dry, like jerky. For 2 more hours, the Coachella Kid sat there, suffering acutely from the heat, wondering whether the sheriff had really followed him. Suppose he had not? Suppose he guessed why the Kid had gone away openly? The Kid cursed grimly. Suddenly, his keen ears detected a sound, the sound of boots in sand. He froze against the rock. He cocked the gun in his hand. A shadow struck across the narrow opening, and the crunch of footsteps came closer. It was Dave Fulton, hunched, watchful as a hunting cat. The kid blended well with the rocks, and perhaps the sheriff's eyes were a little blind from the glaring sunlight. He was carrying his six-shooter tightly in his right hand. Then the Coachella Kid, as deadly of aim as a striking rattler, fired the first shot. He fired it at the sheriff's gun hand, and the sheriff's gun flew from his numb fingers and clattered down among the rocks. As quickly as a flash, the sheriff dropped flat on his left side, twisting as he fell. His clawing left hand found the gun. The Coachella Kid managed to swing his head and shoulders behind a rock, while the sheriff, shooting with the wrong hand and from a bad position, fired 5 shots at what little he could see of the kid. None of them took effect, and when the kid knew the sheriff's gun was empty, he came from behind the rock. The sheriff looked at him through red-rimmed eyes, and the kid laughed insanely at him. He forced the sheriff to his feet and took away his belt and gun. Then he took the sheriff's nearly empty canteen and drank it dry, flinging it far off in the rocks. "You fell for my trap, didn't you, Dave?" he chuckled huskily. "I found the horse," replied the sheriff, "and then I seen your tracks. I thought you was about all in, kid." "Fooled you, eh?" jeered the kid. "Why?" asked the sheriff wearily. "Why? I's always said I'd get you someday, Fulton. You thought you'd send me to the gallows, eh? You was wishing me pretty hell, wasn't you? Well, I trapped you out here to give you a little taste of hell. I could have shot you, easy, but that ain't revenge. No living man can walk back to the Smoke Tree Ranch. That's the nearest water. The buzzards will finish you. Me, I'm going the other way. I got food, and I got water. You're thirsty right now." "Yeah, I'm thirsty," admitted the sheriff. "But why did you kill Jack Weldon?" "Why? You fool, I had to kill him to get away. They can't hang you any higher for killing 2 than they do for killing 1. Then you admit murdering Abe Hill?" "Admit it? Of course I admit it." The sheriff's split lip twisted in a curious smile. "I was pretty sure of it, but you never can tell about a jury." "What about the jury?" asked the Coachella Kid hoarsely. "They found you not guilty. The foreman told me they just reached a decision when we learned you had killed Weldon and made your escape." The kid's face twisted queerly, and he lipped his cracked and bleeding lips with his dry tongue. "Not guilty?" he whispered. "Not guilty? I'll be damned." He backed up a few steps, staring at the sheriff. "Not guilty? Why, he didn't have to kill Weldon. He could have been free if he had waited a few minutes." A black shadow passed over the glaring white sand, and he glanced up at a huge buzzard, moving about on motionless wings. He shifted his burning eyes to the sheriff and laughed queerly, a sound like the crumpling of paper. "You can't tell about a jury," he said. "You just can't tell about—" "Your canteen's leaking," said the sheriff huskily. The Coachella Kid started to look, jerked back his cocked gun to cover the sheriff. He was wise in the ways of gunmen and their tricks. "No, you don't," he whispered. "I'm no damn fool." "Look at it," urged the sheriff. The Coachella Kid snarled wickedly as he backed toward the canteen. His heel struck it, and it rang emptily. As quick as a flash, the kid half turned and swept it from the sand, but it was in that flash that the sheriff stepped behind a rock, leaving the kid standing there, dangling his empty, bullet-riddled canteen in his left hand. With a withering curse, the kid ran erratically to the tall rock, searching with burning eyes for the sheriff, who was somewhere out there in the glare. He flung the useless canteen from him and leaned helplessly against the rock. No use to follow the sheriff. He was crazy if he thought he could make that faraway water hole. 30 minutes later, far off the slope of the hill, the sheriff shuffled up to a jumble of lava rocks, from under which he dug a large canteen of water. He drank sparingly in the shade, and splashed some of it over his head. I can make it back to my horse by dark, he assured himself, and by morning I can be pretty close to Smoke Tree. It's hell on a fellow's head and feet, but this old desert ain't hard to beat, if you've got water. He took another small drink, corked the canteen carefully, and got to his feet. I reckon them buzzards has done lit somewheres, he muttered, after scanning the sky above the hills. You can sure fool a jury, but the buzzards know. The end of The Buzzards Know by W.C. Tuttle.
Hearts and Hands by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Hearts and Hands. At Denver, there was an influx of passengers into the coaches on the eastbound B&M Express. In one coach, there sat a very pretty young woman dressed in elegant taste and surrounded by all the luxurious comforts of an experienced traveler. Among the newcomers were two young men, one of handsome presence, with a bold, frank countenance and manner, the other a ruffled, glum-faced person, heavily built and roughly dressed. The two were handcuffed together. As they passed down the aisle of the coach, the only vacant seat offered was the reversed one facing the attractive young woman. Here the linked couple seated themselves. The young woman's glance fell upon them with a distant, swift disinterest. Then, with a lovely smile brightening her countenance, and a tender pink tinging her rounded cheeks, she held out a little gray-gloved hand. When she spoke, her voice, full, sweet, and deliberate, proclaimed that its owner was accustomed to speak and be heard. "Well, Mr. Easton, if you will make me speak first, I suppose I must. Don't you ever recognize old friends when you meet them in the West?" The younger man roused himself sharply at the sound of her voice, seemed to struggle with a slight embarrassment, which he threw off instantly, and then clasped her fingers with his left hand. "It's Miss Fairchild," he said with a smile. "I'll ask you to excuse the other hand. It's otherwise engaged just at present." He slightly raised his right hand, bound at the wrist by the shining bracelet, to the left one of his companion. The glad look in the girl's eyes slowly changed to a bewildered horror. The glow faded from her cheeks. Her lips parted in a vague, relaxing distress. Easton, with a little laugh as if amused, was about to speak again when the other forestalled him. The glum-faced man had been watching the girl's countenance with veiled glances from his keen, shrewd eyes. "You'll excuse me for speaking, miss, but I see you're acquainted with the marshal here. If you'll ask him to speak a word for me when we get to the pen, he'll do it, and it'll make things easier for me there. He's taking me to Leavenworth Prison. It's 7 years for counterfeiting." "Oh," said the girl with a deep breath and returning color. "So that is what you are doing out here? A marshal?" "My dear Miss Fairchild," said Easton calmly, "I had to do something. Money has a way of taking wings unto itself, and you know it takes money to keep step with our crowd in Washington. I saw this opening in the West, and, well, a marshalship isn't quite as high a position as that of ambassador, but—" "The ambassador," said the girl warmly, "doesn't call any more. He needn't ever have done so. You ought to know that. And so now you are one of these dashing Western heroes, and you ride and shoot and go into all kinds of dangers. That's different from the Washington life. You've been missed from the old crowd. The girl's eyes, fascinated, went back, widening a little, to rest upon the glittering handcuffs. "Don't you worry about them, miss," said the other man. "All marshals handcuff themselves to their prisoners to keep them from getting away. Mr. Easton knows his business." "Will we see you again soon in Washington?" asked the girl. "Not soon, I think," said Easton. "My butterfly days are over, I fear." "I love the West," said the girl irrelevantly. Her eyes were shining softly. She looked away, out the car window. She began to speak truly and simply, without the gloss of style and manner. "Mamma and I spent the summer in Denver. She went home a week ago because Father was slightly ill. I could live and be happy in the West. I think the air here agrees with me. Money isn't everything, but people always misunderstand things and remain stupid." "Say, Mr. Marshal," growled the glum-faced man, "this isn't quite fair. I'm needing a drink, and I haven't had a smoke all day. Haven't you talked long enough? Take me in the smoker now, won't you? I'm half dead for a pipe." The bound travelers rose to their feet, Easton with the same slow smile on his face. "I can't deny a petition for tobacco," he said lightly. "It's the one friend of the unfortunate. Goodbye, Miss Fairchild. Duty calls, you know." He held out his hand for a farewell. "It's too bad you are not going east," she said, reclothing herself with manner and style. "But you must go on to Leavenworth, I suppose." "Yes," said Easton, "I must go on to Leavenworth." The two men sidled down the aisle into the smoker. Two passengers in a seat nearby had heard most of the conversation. Said one of them, "That Marshal's a good sort of chap. Some of these Western fellows are all right." "Pretty young to hold an office like that, isn't he?" asked the other. "Young?" exclaimed the first speaker. "Why, oh, didn't you catch on? Say, did you ever know an officer to handcuff a prisoner to his right hand?" End of Hearts and Hands, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024.
How the Redoubt Was Taken by Prosper Mérimée. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How the Redoubt Was Taken. A friend of mine, a soldier, who died in Greece of fever some years since, described to me one day his first engagement. His story so impressed me that I wrote it down from memory. It was as follows. I joined my regiment on September 4th. It was evening. I found the colonel in the camp. He received me rather brusquely, but having read the general's introductory letter, he changed his manner and addressed me courteously. By him I was presented to my captain, who had just come in from reconnoitering. This captain, whose acquaintance I had scarcely time to make, was a tall, dark man of harsh, repelling aspect. He had been a private soldier, and had won his cross and epaulettes upon the field of battle. His voice, which was hoarse and feeble, contrasted strangely with his gigantic stature. This voice of his he owed, as I was told, to a bullet which had passed completely through his body at the Battle of Jena. On learning that I had just come from college at Fontainebleau, he remarked, with a wry face, "My lieutenant died last night." I understood what he implied. It is for you to take his place, and you are good for nothing. A sharp retort was on my tongue, but I restrained it. The moon was rising behind the redoubt of Cheverino, which stood 2 cannon shots from our encampment. The moon was large and red, as is common at her rising, but that night she seemed to me of extraordinary size. For an instant the redoubt stood out coal-black against the glittering disk. It resembled the cone of a volcano at the moment of eruption. An old soldier, at whose side I found myself, observed the color of the moon. "She is very red," he said. It is a sign that it will cost us dear to win this wonderful redoubt. I was superstitious, and this piece of augury, coming at that moment, troubled me. I sought my couch, but could not sleep. I rose and walked about a while, watching the long line of fires upon the heights beyond the village of Ceverino. When the sharp night air had thoroughly refreshed my blood, I went back to the fire. I rolled my mantle round me, and I shut my eyes, trusting not to open them till daybreak. But sleep refused to visit me. Insensibly my thoughts grew doleful. I told myself that I had not a friend among the 100,000 men who filled that plain. If I were wounded, I should be placed in hospital, in the hands of ignorant and careless surgeons. I called to mind what I had heard of operations. My heart beat violently, and I mechanically arranged, as a kind of rude cuirass, my handkerchief and pocket-book upon my breast. Then, overpowered with weariness, my eyes closed drowsily, only to open the next instant with a start at some new thought of horror. Fatigue, however, at last gained the day. When the drums beat at daybreak, I was fast asleep. We were drawn up in ranks, the roll was called, then we stacked our arms, and everything announced that we should pass another uneventful day. But about 3 o'clock an aide-de-camp arrived with orders. We were commanded to take arms. Our sharpshooters marched into the plain. We followed slowly, and in 20 minutes we saw the outposts of the Russians falling back and entering the redoubt. We had a battery of artillery on our right, another on our left, but both some distance in advance of us. They opened a sharp fire upon the enemy, who returned it briskly, and the redoubt of Ceverino was soon concealed by volumes of thick smoke. Our regiment was almost covered from the Russians' fire by a piece of rising ground. Their bullets, which besides were rarely aimed at us, for they preferred to fire upon our cannoneers, whistled over us, or at worst knocked up a shower of earth and stones. Just as the order to advance was given, the captain looked at me intently. I stroked my sprouting moustache with an air of unconcern. In truth, I was not frightened, and only dreaded lest I might be thought so. These passing bullets aided my heroic coolness, while my self-respect assured me that the danger was a real one, since I was veritably under fire. I was delighted at my self-possession, and already looked forward to the pleasure of describing in Parisian drawing-rooms the capture of the redoubt of Ceverino. The colonel passed before our company. "Well," he said to me, "you are going to see warm work in your first action." I gave a martial smile and brushed my cuff, on which a bullet, which had struck the earth at 30 paces distant, had cast a little dust. It appeared that the Russians had discovered that their bullets did no harm, for they replaced them by a fire of shells, which began to reach us in the hollows where we lay. One of these, in its explosion, knocked off my shako and killed a man beside me. "I congratulate you," said the captain, as I picked up my shako. "You are safe now for the day." I knew the military superstition which believes that the axiom non bis in idem is as applicable to the battlefield as to the courts of justice. I replaced my shako with a swagger. "That's a rude way to make one raise one's hat," I said as lightly as I could, and this wretched piece of wit was, in the circumstances, received as excellent. "I compliment you," said the captain. "You will command a company tonight, for I shall not survive the day. Every time I have been wounded, the officer below me has been touched by some spent ball, and," he added in a lower tone, "all the names began with P." I laughed skeptically. Most people would have done the same, but most would also have been struck, as I was, by these prophetic words. But, conscript though I was, I felt that I could trust my thoughts to no one, and that it was my duty to seem always calm and bold. At the end of half an hour the Russian fire had sensibly diminished. We left our cover to advance on the redoubt. Our regiment was composed of 3 battalions. The second had to take the enemy in flank. The 2 others formed a storming party. I was in the third. On issuing from behind the cover, we were received by several volleys, which did but little harm. The whistling of the balls amazed me. But after all, I thought, a battle is less terrible than I expected. We advanced at a smart run, our musketeers in front. All at once the Russians uttered 3 hurrahs, 3 distinct hurrahs, and then stood silent without firing. "I don't like that silence," said the captain. "It bodes no good." I began to think our people were too eager. I could not help comparing, mentally, their shouts and clamor with the striking silence of the enemy. We quickly reached the foot of the redoubt. The palisades were broken and the earthworks shattered by our balls. With a roar of "Vive l'Empereur!" our soldiers rushed across the ruins. I raised my eyes. Never shall I forget the sight which met my view. The smoke had mostly lifted and remained suspended, like a canopy, at 20 feet above the redoubt. Through a bluish mist could be perceived, behind the shattered parapet, the Russian grenadiers, with rifles lifted, as motionless as statues. I can see them still, the left eye of every soldier glaring at us, the right hidden by his lifted gun. In an embrasure, at a few feet distant, a man with a fuse stood by a cannon. I shuddered. I believed that my last hour had come. "Now for the dance to open," cried the captain. These were the last words I heard him speak. There came from the redoubts a roll of drums. I saw the muzzles lowered. I shut my eyes. I heard a most appalling crash of sound, to which succeeded groans and cries. Then I looked up, amazed to find myself still living. The redoubt was once more wrapped in smoke. I was surrounded by the dead and wounded. The captain was extended at my feet. A ball had carried off his head, and I was covered with his blood. Of all the company, only 6 men, except myself, remained erect. This carnage was succeeded by a kind of stupor. The next instant the colonel, with his hat on his sword's point, had scaled the parapet with a cry of "Vive l'Empereur!" The survivors followed him. All that succeeded is to me a kind of dream. We rushed into the redoubt, I know not how. We fought hand to hand in the midst of smoke so thick that no man could perceive his enemy. I found my sabre dripping blood. I heard a shout of "Victory!" and, in the clearing smoke, I saw the earthworks piled with the dead and dying. The cannons were covered with a heap of corpses. About 200 men in the French uniforms were standing, without order, loading their muskets or wiping their bayonets. 11 Russian prisoners were with them. The colonel was lying, bathed in blood, upon a broken cannon. A group of soldiers crowded round him. I approached them. "Who is the oldest, Captain?" he was asking of a sergeant. The sergeant shrugged his shoulders most expressively. "Who is the oldest lieutenant?" "This gentleman who came last night," replied the sergeant calmly. The colonel smiled bitterly. "Come, sir," he said to me. "You are now chief in command. Fortify the gorge of the redoubt at once with wagons, for the enemy is out in force, but General C is coming to support you." "Colonel," I asked him, "are you badly wounded?" "Psh, my dear fellow, the redoubt is taken." End of How the Redoubt Was Taken. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024. The League of the Old Men by Jack London. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The League of the Old Men. At the barracks a man was being tried for his life. He was an old man, a native from the Whitefish River, which empties into the Yukon below Lake Labarge. All Dawson was wrought up over the affair, and likewise the Yukon dwellers for 1,000 miles up and down. It has been the custom of the land-robbing and sea-robbing Anglo-Saxon to give the law to conquered peoples, and ofttimes this law is harsh. but in the case of Ember, the law for once seemed inadequate and weak. In the mathematical nature of things, equity did not reside in the punishment to be accorded him. The punishment was a foregone conclusion. There could be no doubt of that, and though it was capital, Ember had but one life, while the tale against him was one of scores. In fact, the blood of so many was upon his hands that the killings attributed to him did not permit of precise enumeration. Smoking a pipe by the trailside or lounging around the stove, men made rough estimates of the numbers that had perished at his hand. They had been whites, all of them, these poor murdered people, and they had been slain singly, in pairs, and in parties. And so purposeless and wanton had been these killings that they had long been a mystery to the mounted police, even in the time of the captains, and later, when the Creeks realized, and a governor came from the Dominion to make the land pay for its prosperity. But more mysterious still was the coming of Ember to Dawson to give himself up. It was in the late spring, when the Yukon was growling and writhing under its ice, that the old Indian climbed painfully up the bank from the river trail and stood blinking on the main street. Men who had witnessed his advent noted that he was weak and tottery, and that he staggered over to a heap of cabin logs and sat down. He sat there a full day, staring straight before him at the unceasing tide of white men that flooded past. Many a head jerked curiously to the side to meet his stare, and more than one remark was dropped anent the old Siwash with so strange a look upon his face. No end of men remembered afterward that they had been struck by his extraordinary figure, and forever afterward prided themselves upon their swift discernment of the unusual. But it remained for Dickinson, little Dickinson, to be the hero of the occasion. Little Dickinson had come into the land with great dreams and a pocket full of cash, but with the cash the dreams vanished, and to earn his passage back to the States he had accepted a clerical position with the brokerage firm of Holbrook and Mason. Across the street from the office of Holbrook and Mason was the heap of cabin logs upon which Ember sat. Dickinson looked out of the window at him before he went to lunch, and when he came back from lunch he looked out of the window, and the old Siwash was still there. Dickinson continued to look out of the window, and he, too, forever afterward, prided himself upon his swiftness of discernment. He was a romantic little chap, and he likened the immobile old heathen, the genius of the Siwash race, gazing calm-eyed upon the hosts of the invading Saxon. The hours swept along, but Ember did not vary his posture, did not by a hair's breadth move a muscle, and Dickinson remembered the man who once sat upright on a sled in the main street where men passed to and fro. They thought the man was resting, but later, when they touched him, they found him stiff and cold, frozen to death in the midst of the busy street. To undouble him, that he might fit into a coffin, they had been forced to lug him to a fire and thaw him out a bit. Dickinson shivered at the recollection. Later on, Dickinson went out on the sidewalk to smoke a cigar and cool off, and a little later Emily Travis happened along. Emily Travis was dainty and delicate and rare, and whether in London or Klondike, she gowned herself as befitted the daughter of a millionaire mining engineer. Little Dickinson deposited his cigar on an outside window ledge where he could find it again, and lifted his hat. They chatted for 10 minutes or so, when Emily Travis, glancing past Dickinson's shoulder, gave a startled little scream. Dickinson turned about to see, and was startled too. Ember had crossed the street and was standing there, a gaunt and hungry-looking shadow, his gaze riveted upon the girl. "What do you want?" little Dickinson demanded, tremulously plucky. Ember grunted and stalked up to Emily Travis. He looked her over keenly and carefully, every square inch of her. Especially did he appear interested in her silky brown hair and in the color of her cheek, faintly sprayed and soft, like the downy bloom of a butterfly wing. He walked around her, surveying her with the calculating eye of a man who studies the lines upon which a horse or a boat is builded. In the course of his circuit, The pink shell of her ear came between his eye and the westering sun, and he stopped to contemplate its rosy transparency. Then he returned to her face and looked long and intently into her blue eyes. He grunted and laid a hand on her arm, midway between the shoulder and elbow. With his other hand he lifted her forearm and doubled it back. Disgust and wonder showed in his face, and he dropped her arm with a contemptuous grunt. Then he muttered a few guttural syllables, turned his back upon her, and addressed himself to Dickinson. Dickinson could not understand his speech, and Emily Travis laughed. Ember turned from one to the other, frowning, but both shook their heads. He was about to go away when she called out, "Oh, Jimmy, come here." Jimmy came from the other side of the street. He was a big, hulking Indian clad in approved white man style, with an Eldorado King sombrero on his head. He talked with Ember haltingly, with throaty spasms. Jimmy was a Sitkan, possessed of no more than a passing knowledge of the interior dialects. "Him whitefish man," he said to Emily Travis. "Me savez talk no very much. Him want to look see chief white man." "The governor?" suggested Dickinson. Jimmy talked some more with the whitefish man, and his face went grave and puzzled. "I think want Captain Alexander," he explained. "Him say kill white man, white woman, white boy, plenty kill white people. Him want to die." "Insane, I guess," said Dickinson. "What you call dat?" queried Jimmy. Dickinson thrust a finger figuratively inside his head and imparted a rotary motion thereto. Maybe so," said Jimmy, returning to Ember, who still demanded the chief man of the white men. A mounted policeman, unmounted for Klondike service, joined the group and heard Ember's wish repeated. He was a stalwart young fellow, broad-shouldered, deep-chested, legs cleanly built and stretched widely apart, and tall though Ember was, he towered above him by half a head. His eyes were cool and gray and steady, and he carried himself with the peculiar confidence of power that is bred of blood and tradition. His splendid masculinity was emphasized by his excessive boyishness. He was a mere lad, and his smooth cheek promised a blush as willingly as the cheek of a maid. Ember was drawn to him at once. The fire leaped into his eyes at sight of a saber slash that scarred his cheek. He ran a withered hand down the young fellow's leg and caressed the swelling thew. He smote the broad chest with his knuckles, and pressed and prodded the thick muscle pads that covered the shoulders like a cuirass. The group had been added to by curious passers-by, husky miners, mountaineers, and frontiersmen, sons of the long-legged and broad-shouldered generations. Ember glanced from one to another. Then he spoke aloud in the whitefish tongue. "What did he say?" asked Dickinson. "Him say all the same one man, that policeman," Jimmy interpreted. Little Dickinson was little, and would have missed Travis. He felt sorry for having asked the question. The policeman was sorry for him and stepped into the breach. "I fancy there may be something in his story. I'll take him up to the captain for examination. Tell him to come along with me, Jimmy." Jimmy indulged in more throaty spasms, and Ember grunted and looked satisfied. "But ask him what he said, Jimmy, and what he meant when he took hold of my arm." So spoke Emily Travis, and Jimmy put the question and received the answer. "Him say you no afraid," said Jimmy. Emily Travis looked pleased. "Him say you no skookum, no strong, all the same very soft like little baby. Him break you in 2 hands, to little pieces. Him take much funny, very strange, how you can be mother of men so big, so strong, like that policeman." Emily Travers kept her eyes up and unfaltering, but her cheeks were sprayed with scarlet. Little Dickinson blushed and was quite embarrassed. The policeman's face blazed with his boy's blood. "Come along, you," he said gruffly, setting his shoulder to the crowd and forcing a way. Thus it was that Ember found his way to the barracks, where he made full and voluntary confession, and from the precincts of which he never emerged. Imber looked very tired. The fatigue of hopelessness and age was in his face. His shoulders drooped depressingly, and his eyes were lackluster. His mop of hair should have been white, but sun and weather beat had burned and bitten it so that it hung limp and lifeless and colorless. He took no interest in what went on around him. The courtroom was jammed with the men of the creeks and trails, and there was an ominous note in the rumble and grumble of their low-pitched voices, which came to his ears like the growl of the sea from deep caverns. He sat close by a window, and his apathetic eyes rested now and again on the dreary scene without. The sky was overcast, and a grey drizzle was falling. It was flood time on the Yukon. The ice was gone, and the river was up in the town. Back and forth on the main street, in canoes and poling boats, passed the people that never rested. Often he saw these boats turn aside from the street and enter the flooded square that marked the barracks parade ground. Sometimes they disappeared beneath him, and he heard them jar against the house logs, and their occupants scramble in through the window. After that came the slush of water against men's legs as they waded across the lower room and mounted the stairs. Then they appeared in the doorway, with doffed hats and dripping sea boots, and added themselves to the waiting crowd. And while they centered their looks on him, and in grim anticipation enjoyed the penalty he was to pay, Imber looked at them, and mused on their ways, and on their law that never slept, but went on unceasing, in good times and bad, in flood and famine, through trouble and terror and death, and which would go on unceasing, it seemed to him, to the end of time. A man rapped sharply on a table, and the conversation droned away into silence. Imber looked at the man. He seemed one in authority, yet Imber divined the square-browed man who sat by a desk farther back to be the one chief over them all and over the man who had rapped. Another man by the same table uprose and began to read aloud from many fine sheets of paper. At the top of each sheet he cleared his throat. At the bottom moistened his fingers. Imber did not understand his speech, but the others did, and he knew that it made them angry. Sometimes it made them very angry, and once a man cursed him in single syllables, stinging and tense, till a man at the table rapped him to silence. For an interminable period the man read. His monotonous, sing-song utterance lured Imber to dreaming, and he was dreaming deeply when the man ceased. A man spoke to him in his own whitefish tongue, and he roused up, without surprise, to look upon the face of his sister's son, a young man who had wandered away years agone to make his dwelling with the whites. "Thou dost not remember me," he said by way of greeting. "Nay," Imber answered, "thou art Halken, who went away. Thy mother be dead." "She was an old woman," said Halken. But Imber did not hear, and Halken, with hand upon his shoulder, roused him again. "I shall speak to thee what the man has spoken, which is the tale of the troubles thou hast done, and which thou hast told, O fool, to the Captain Alexander. And thou shalt understand, and say if it be true talk or talk not true. It is so commanded." Halken had fallen among the mission folk and been taught by them to read and write. In his hands he held the many fine sheets from which the man had read aloud, and which had been taken down by a clerk when Imber first made confession, through the mouth of Jimmy, to Captain Alexander. Halken began to read. Imber listened for a space, when a wonderment rose up in his face, and he broke in abruptly. "That be my talk, Halken, yet from thy lips it comes when thy ears have not heard." Halken smirked with self-appreciation. His hair was parted in the middle. "Nay, from the paper it comes, O Imber. Never have my ears heard. From the paper it comes, through my eyes, into my head, and out of my mouth to thee. Thus it comes." "Thus it comes? It be there in the paper?" Imber's voice sank in whisperful awe as he crackled the sheets, twixt thumb and finger, and stared at the character he scrawled thereon. "It be a great medicine, Halken, and thou art a worker of wonders." "It be nothing, it be nothing," the young man responded carelessly and pridefully. He read at hazard from the document. "In that year, before the break of the ice, came an old man, and a boy who was lame of 1 foot. These also did I kill, and the old man made much noise." "It be true?" Imber interrupted breathlessly. "He made much noise, and would not die for a long time. But how dost thou know, Halcon? The chief man of the white men told thee, mayhap. No one beheld me, and him alone have I told." Halcon shook his head with impatience. "Have I not told thee it be there in the paper, O fool?" Imber stared hard at the line-scrawled surface, as the hunter looks upon the snow and says, "Here but yesterday there passed a rabbit, and here by the willow scrub it stood and listened, and heard, and was afraid. And here it turned upon its trail, and here it went with great swiftness, leaping wide, and here, with greater swiftness and wider leapings, came a lynx, and here, where the claws cut deep into the snow, the lynx made a very great leap, and here it struck, with the rabbit under and rolling belly up, and here leads off the trail of the lynx alone, and there is no more rabbit, as the hunter looks upon the markings of the snow and says thus and so and here. Dost thou, too, look upon the paper and say thus and so and here be the things old Imber hath done?" "Even so," said Halcon, "and now do thou listen, and keep thy woman's tongue between thy teeth till thou art called upon for speech." Thereafter, and for a long time, Halcon read to him the confession, and Imber remained musing and silent. At the end he said, "It be my talk, and true talk, but I am grown old, Halcon, and forgotten things come back to me which were well for the head man there to know. First, there was the man who came over the ice mountains, with cunning traps made of iron, who sought the beaver of the white fish. Him I slew. And there were 3 men seeking gold on the whitefish long ago. Them also I slew, and left them to the wolverines. And at the 5 Fingers there was a man with a raft and much meat." At the moments when Imber paused to remember, Halcon translated and a clerk reduced to writing. The courtroom listened stolidly to each unadorned little tragedy, till Imber told of a red-haired man whose eyes were crossed, and whom he had killed with a remarkably long shot. "Hell!" said a man in the forefront of the onlookers. He said it soulfully and sorrowfully. He was red-haired. "Hell!" he repeated. "That was my brother Bill." And at regular intervals throughout the session his solemn "Hell!" was heard in the courtroom, nor did his comrades check him, nor did the man at the table rap him to order. Imber's head drooped once more, and his eyes went dull, as though a film rose up and covered them from the world. And he dreamed as only age can dream upon the colossal futility of youth. Later, Halcon roused him again, saying, "Stand up, O Imber. It be commanded that thou tellest why you did these troubles, and slew these people, and at the end journeyed here seeking the law." Imber rose feebly to his feet and swayed back and forth. He began to speak in a low and faintly rumbling voice, but Halcon interrupted him. "This old man, he is damn crazy," he said in English to the square-browed man. "His talk is foolish and like that of a child." "We will hear his talk, which is like that of a child," said the square-browed man, "and we will hear it word for word, as he speaks it. Do you understand?" Halcon understood, and Imber's eyes flashed, for he had witnessed the play between his sister's son and the man in authority. And then began the story, the epic of a bronze patriot, which might well itself be wrought into bronze for the generations unborn. The crowd fell strangely silent, and the square-browed judge leaned head on hand and pondered his soul and the soul of his race. Only was heard the deep tones of Imber, rhythmically alternating with the shrill voice of the interpreter, and now and again, like the bell of the Lord, the wondering and meditative hell of the red-haired man. I am Ember of the Whitefish people. So ran the interpretation of Alcalde, whose inherent barbarism gripped hold of him, and who lost his mission culture and veneered civilization as he caught the savage ring and rhythm of old Ember's tale. My father was Otspauk, a strong man. The land was warm with sunshine and gladness when I was a boy. The people did not hunger after strange things, nor hearken to new voices, and the ways of their fathers were their ways. The women found favor in the eyes of the young men, and the young men looked upon them with content. Babes hung at the breasts of the women, and they were heavy-hipped with increase of the tribe. Men were men in those days. In peace and plenty, and in war and famine, they were men. At that time there was more fish in the water than now, and more meat in the forest. Our dogs were wolves, warm with thick hides and hard to the frost and storm. And as with our dogs, so with us. We were likewise hard to the frost and storm. And when the Pellish came into our land, we slew them and were slain. For we were men, we whitefish, and our fathers' fathers had fought against the Pellish, and determined the bounds of the land. As I say, with our dogs, so with us. And one day came the first white man. He dragged himself so, on hand and knee, in the snow, and his skin was stretched tight, and his bones were sharp underneath. Never was such a man, we thought, and we wondered of what strange tribe he was, and of its land. And he was weak, most weak, like a little child, so that we gave him a place by the fire, and warm furs to lie upon, and we gave him food as little children are given food. And with him was a dog, large as 3 of our dogs, and very weak. The hair of this dog was short, and not warm, and the tail was frozen so that the end fell off. And this strange dog we fed, and bedded by the fire, and fought from it our dogs, which else would have killed him. And what of the moose meat and the sun-dried salmon? The man and dog took strength to themselves. And what of the strength? They became big and unafraid. And the man spoke loud words and laughed at the old men and young men, and looked boldly upon the maidens. And the dog fought with our dogs, and for all of his short hair and softness slew 3 of them in one day. When we asked the man concerning his people, he said, I have many brothers, and laughed in a way that was not good. And when he was in his full strength, he went away, and with him went Noda, daughter to the chief. First, after that, was one of our bitches brought to pup, and never was there such a breed of dogs, big-headed, thick-jawed, and short-haired, and helpless. Well do I remember my father Otspauk, a strong man. His face was black with anger at such helplessness, and he took a stone, so, and there was no more helplessness. And 2 summers after that came Noda back to us with a man-child in the hollow of her arm. And that was the beginning. Came a second white man, with short-haired dogs, which he left behind him when he went, and with him went 6 of our strongest dogs, for which, in trade, he had given Kusoti, my mother's brother, a wonderful pistol that fired with great swiftness 6 times. And Kusoti was very big, what of the pistol, and laughed at our bows and arrows. Women's things, he called them, and went forth against the bald-faced grizzly, with the pistol in his hand. Now it be known that it is not good to hunt the bald face with a pistol, but how were we to know? And how was Kusoti to know? So he went against the bald face, very brave, and fired the pistol with great swiftness 6 times. And the bald face but grunted, and broke in his breast like it were an egg, and like honey from a bee's nest dripped the brains of Kusoti upon the ground. He was a good hunter, and there was no one to bring meat to his squaw and children. and we were bitter, and we said, that which for the white man is well is for us not well. And this be true. There be so many white men and fat, but their ways have made us few and lean. Came the third white man, with great wealth of all manner of wonderful foods and things, and 20 of our strongest dogs he took from us in trade. Also what of presents and great promises. 10 of our young hunters did he take with him on a journey which fared no man knew where. It is said they died in the snow of the ice mountains, where man has never been, or in the hills of silence, which are beyond the edge of the earth. Be that as it may, dogs and young hunters were seen never again by the whitefish people. And more white men came with the years, and ever, with pay and presents, they led the young men away with them, and sometimes the young men came back with strange tales of dangers and toils in the lands beyond the Pellice, and sometimes they did not come back. And we said, if they be unafraid of life, these white men, it is because they have many lives. But we be few by the whitefish, and the young men shall go away no more. But the young men did go away, and the young women went also, and we were very wroth. It be true, we ate flour and salt pork, and drank tea, which was a great delight. Only when we could not get tea, it was very bad, and we became short of speech and quick of anger. So we grew to hunger for the things the white men brought in trade. Trade, trade. All the time it was trade. One winter we sold our meat for clocks that would not go, and watches with broken guts, and files worn smooth, and pistols without cartridges and worthless. And then came famine, and we were without meat, and 20 died ere the break of spring. Now we are grown weak, we said, and the Pellice will fall upon us, and our bounds be overthrown. But as it fared with us, so had it fared with the Pellice, and they were too weak to come against us. My father Otsbach, a strong man, was now old and very wise, and he spoke to the chief, saying, Behold, our dogs be worthless. No longer are they thick-furred and strong, and they die in the frost and harness. Let us go into the village and kill them, saving only the wolf ones, and let us tie out in the night that they may mate with the wild wolves of the forest. Thus shall we have dogs warm and strong again. And his word was hearkened to, and we whitefish became known for our dogs, which were the best in the land. But known we were not for ourselves. The best of our young men and women had gone away with the white men to wander on trail and river to far places. And the young women came back old and broken, as Noda had come, or they came not at all. And the young men came back to sit by our fires for a time, full of ill speech and rough ways, drinking evil drinks and gambling through long nights and days, with a great unrest always in their hearts, till the call of the white men came to them, and they went away again to the unknown places. And they were without honor and respect, jeering the old-time customs and laughing in the faces of chief and shamans. As I say, we were become a weak breed, we whitefish. We sold our warm skins and furs for tobacco and whiskey and thin cotton things that left us shivering in the cold. And the coughing sickness came upon us, and men and women coughed and sweated through the long nights, and the hunters on trail spat blood upon the snow. And now one, and now another, bled swiftly from the mouth and died. And the women bore few children, and those they bore were weak and given to sickness. And other sicknesses came to us from the white men, the like of which we had never known and could not understand. Smallpox, likewise measles, have I heard these sicknesses named, and we died of them, as die the salmon in the still eddies, when in the fall their eggs are spawned, and there is no longer need for them to live. And yet, and here be the strangeness of it, the white men come as the breath of death. All their ways lead to death. Their nostrils are filled with it, and yet they do not die. There's the whiskey and tobacco and short-haired dogs. There's the many sicknesses, the smallpox and measles, the coughing and mouth bleeding. There's the white skin and softness to the frost and storm. And there's the pistols that shoot 6 times very swift and are worthless. And yet they grow fat on their many ills, and prosper, and lay a heavy hand over all the world, and tread mightily upon its peoples. And their women, too, are soft as little babes, most breakable and never broken, the mothers of men. And out of all this softness and sickness and weakness comes strength and power and authority. They be gods or devils, as the case may be. I do not know. What do I know? I, old member of the white fish. Only do I know that they are past understanding, these white men, far wanderers and fighters over the earth that they be. As I say, the meat in the forest became less and less. It be true, the white man's gun is most excellent, and kills a long way off. But of what worth the gun, when there is no meat to kill? When I was a boy on the whitefish, there was moose on every hill, and each year came the caribou uncountable. But now the hunter may take the trail 10 days, and not one moose gladden his eyes, while the caribou uncountable come no more at all. Small worth the gun, I say, killing a long way off when there be nothing to kill. And I, Imber, pondered upon these things, watching the while the whitefish and the pellice and all the tribes of the land perishing as perished the meat of the forest. Long I pondered. I talked with these shamans and the old men who were wise. I went apart that the sounds of the village might not disturb me, and I ate no meat, so that my belly should not press upon me and make me slow of eye and ear. I sat long and sleepless in the forest, wide-eyed for the sign, my ears patient and keen for the word that was to come. And I wandered alone in the blackness of night to the river bank, where was wind moaning and sobbing of water, and where I sought wisdom from the ghosts of old shamans in the trees and dead and gone. And in the end, as in a vision, came to me the short-haired and detestable dogs, and the way seemed plain. By the wisdom of Otzbach, my father and a strong man, had the blood of our own wolf dogs been kept clean, wherefore had they remained warm of hide and strong in the harness. So I returned to my village and made oration to the men. This be a tribe, these white men, I said, a very large tribe, and doubtless there is no longer meat in their land, and they are come among us to make a new land for themselves. But they weaken us, and we die. They are a very hungry folk. Already has our meat gone from us, and it were well, if we would live, that we deal by them as we have dealt by their dogs. And further oration I made, counselling fight. And the men of the whitefish listened, and some said one thing, and some another, and some spoke of other and worthless things, and no man made brave talk of deeds and war. But while the young men were weak as water and afraid, I watched that the old men sat silent, and that in their eyes fires came and went. And later, when the village slept and no one knew, I drew the old men away into the forest and made more talk. And now we were agreed, and we remembered the good young days, and the free land, and the times of plenty, and the gladness and sunshine. And we called ourselves brothers, and swore great secrecy, and a mighty oath to cleanse the land of the evil breed that had come upon it. It be plain we were fools, but how were we to know, we old men of the white fish? And to hearten the others, I did the first deed. I kept guard upon the Yukon till the first canoe came down. In it were 2 white men, and when I stood upright upon the bank and raised my hand, they changed their course and drove in to me. And as the man in the bow lifted his head, so that he might know wherefore I wanted him, my arrow sang through the air straight to his throat, and he knew. The second man, who held paddle in the stern, had his rifle half to his shoulder when the first of my 3 spear casts smote him. These be the first, I said, when the old men had gathered to me. Later we will bind together all the old men of all the tribes, and after that the young men who remain strong, and the work will become easy. And then the 2 dead white men we cast into the river, and of the canoe, which was a very good canoe, we made a fire, and a fire also of the things within the canoe. But first we looked at the things, and they were pouches of leather which we cut open with our knives. And inside these pouches were many papers, like that from which thou hast read, O Halcon, with markings on them which we marveled at and could not understand. Now I am become wise, and I know them for the speech of men as thou hast told me. A whisper and buzz went around the courtroom when Halcon finished interpreting the affair of the canoe, and one man's voice spoke up. That was the lost 91 mail, Peter James and Delaney bringing it in, and last spoken at Le Barge by Matthews going out. The clerk scratched steadily away, and another paragraph was added to the history of the North. There be little more, Imber went on slowly. It be there on the paper, the things we did. We were old men, and we did not understand. Even I, Imber, do not now understand. Secretly we slew, and continued to slay, for with our years we were crafty, and we had learned the swiftness of going without haste. When white men came among us with black looks and rough words, and took away 6 of the young men with irons binding them helpless, we knew we must slay wider and farther. And one by one we old men departed up river and went down to the unknown lands. It was a brave thing. Old we were, and unafraid, but the fear of far places is a terrible fear to men who are old. So we slew, without haste, and craftily. On the Chilcoot and in the Delta we slew, from the passes to the sea, wherever the white men camped or broke their trails. It be true, they died, but it was without worth. Ever did they come over the mountains, ever did they grow and grow, while we, being old, became less and less. I remember, by the Caribou Crossing, the camp of a white man. He was a very little white man, and 3 of the old men came upon him in his sleep, and the next day I came upon the 4 of them. The white man alone still breathed, and there was breath in him to curse me once, and well, before he died. And so it went, now one old man, and now another. Sometimes the word reached us long after of how they died, and sometimes it did not reach us, and the old men of the other tribes were weak and afraid, and would not join with us. As I say, one by one, till I alone was left. I am Imber, of the Whitefish people. My father was Otspelk, a strong man. There are no whitefish now. Of the old men I am the last. The young men and young women are gone away, some to live with the Pellis, some with the salmons, and more with the white men. I am very old and very tired, and it being vain fighting the law, as thou sayest, Halcon, I am come seeking the law. O Imber, thou art indeed a fool, said Halcon. But Imber was dreaming. The square-browed judge likewise dreamed, and all his race rose up before him in a mighty phantasmagoria, his steel-shod, mail-clad race, the lawgiver and world-maker among the families of men. He saw it dawn red flickering across the dark forests and sullen seas. He saw it blaze, bloody and red, to full and triumphant noon, and down the shaded slope he saw the blood-red sands dropping into night, and through it all he observed the law, pitiless and potent, ever unswerving and ever ordaining, greater than the motes of men who fulfilled it or were crushed by it. even as it was greater than he, his heart speaking for softness. And of the League of the Old Man by Jack London. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
Leavois, The Train to Mariposa by Stephen Leacock. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by valroth. Leavois, The Train to Mariposa. It leaves the city every day about 5 o'clock in the evening, the train to Mariposa. Strange that you did not know of it, though you come from the little town, or did, long years ago. Odd that you never knew in all these years that the train was there every afternoon, puffing up steam in the city station, and that you might have boarded it any day and gone home. No, not home. Of course, you couldn't call it home now. Home means that red brick sandstone house of yours in the costlier part of the city. Home means, in a way, this mausoleum club where you sometimes talk with me of the times you had as a boy in Mariposa. But of course, home would hardly be the word you would apply to the little town unless, perhaps, late at night, when you'd been sitting reading in a quiet corner somewhere such a book as the present one. Naturally, you don't know of the Mariposa train now. Years ago, when you first came to the city as a boy with your way to make, you knew of it well enough, only too well. The price of a ticket counted in those days, and though you knew of the train, you couldn't take it. But sometimes from sheer homesickness you used to wander to the station on a Friday afternoon after your work, and watch the Mariposa people getting on the train and wish that you could go too. Why, you knew that train at one time better, I suppose, than any other single thing in the city, and loved it, too, for the little town and the sunshine that it ran to. Do you remember how when you first began to make money, you used to plan that just as soon as you were rich, really rich, you'd go back home again to the little town and build a great big house with a fine veranda? No stint about it, the best that money could buy, planed lumber, every square foot of it, and a fine picket fence in the front of it. It was to be one of the grandest and finest houses that thought could conceive, much finer in true reality than that vast palace of sandstone with the porte cochere and the sweeping conservatories that you afterwards built in the costlier part of the city. But if you have half forgotten Mariposa, and long since lost the way to it, you are only like the greater part of the men here in this mausoleum club in the city. Would you believe it that practically every one of them came from Mariposa once upon a time, and that there isn't one of them that doesn't sometimes dream in the dull quiet of the long evening here in the club that someday he will go back to see the place? They all do, only they're half ashamed to own it. Ask your neighbor there at the next table whether the partridge that they sometimes serve to you here can be compared for a moment to the birds that he and you, or he and someone else, used to shoot as boys in the spruce thickets along the lake. Ask him if he ever tasted duck that could for a moment be compared to the black ducks in the rice marsh along the Ossawippi. And as for fish and fishing, no, don't ask him about that. For if he ever starts telling you of the chub they used to catch below the mill dam, and the green bass that used to lie in the water shadow of the rocks beside the Indians' island, not even the long, dull evening in this club would be long enough for the telling of it. But no wonder they don't know about the 5 o'clock train for Mariposa. Very few people know about it. Hundreds of them know that there is a train that goes out at 5 o'clock, but they mistake it. Ever so many of them think it's just a suburban train. Lots of people that take it every day think it's only the train to the golf grounds. But the joke is that after it passes out of the city and the suburbs and the golf grounds, it turns itself little by little into the Mariposa train, thundering and pounding toward the north with hemlock sparks pouring out of it into the darkness from the funnel of it. Of course, you can't tell it just at first. All those people that are crowding into it with golf clubs and wearing knickerbockers and flat caps would deceive anybody. That crowd of suburban people going home on commutation tickets and sometimes standing thick in the aisles, those are, of course, not Mariposa people. But look round a little bit, and you'll find them easily enough. Here and there in the crowd, those people with the clothes that are perfectly all right and yet look odd in some way. The women in the peculiar hats and the, what do you say, last year's fashions? Yes, of course, that must be it. Anyway, those are the Mariposa people all right enough. That man with the $2 Panama and the glaring spectacles is one of the greatest judges that ever adorned the bench of Missinaba County. That clerical gentleman with the wide black hat who was explaining to the man with him the marvelous mechanism of the new air brake, one of the most conspicuous illustrations of the design structure of the physical universe. Surely you have seen him before. Mariposa people, oh yes, there are any number of them on a train every day. But of course you hardly recognize them while the train is still passing through the suburbs and the Gulf District and the outlying parts of the city area. But wait a little, and you will see that when the city is well behind you, bit by bit the train changes its character. The electric locomotive that took you through the city tunnels is off now, and the old wood engine is hitched on in its place. I suppose very probably you haven't seen one of those wood engines since you were a boy 40 years ago. The old engine with a wide top like a hat on its funnel, and with sparks enough to light up a suit for damages once in every mile. Do you see, too, that the trim little cars that came out of the city on the electric suburban express are being discarded now at the way stations, one by one, and in their place is the old familiar car with the stuff cushions in red plush. How gorgeous it once seemed, and with a box stove set up in one end of it. The stove is burning furiously at its sticks this autumn evening, for the air is in chill as you get clear away from the city and are rising up to the higher ground of the country of the pines and the lakes. Look from the window as you go. The city is far behind now, and right and left of you there are trim farms with elms and maples near them, and with tall windmills beside the barns that you can still see in the gathering dusk. There is a dull red light from the windows of the farmstead. It must be comfortable there after the roar and clatter of the city, and only think of the still quiet of it. As you sit back half daydreaming in the car, you keep wondering why it is that you never came up before in all these years. Ever so many times you planned that just as soon as the rush and strain of business eased up a little, you would take the train and go back to the little town to see what it was like now, and if things had changed much since your day. But each time when your holidays came, somehow you changed your mind and went down to Narragansett or Negahucket or Nega something, and left over the visit to Mariposa for another time. It is almost night now. You can still see the trees and the fences and the farmsteads, but they are fading fast in the twilight. They have lengthened out the train by this time with a string of flat cars and freight cars between where we are sitting and the engine. But at every crossway we can hear the long muffled roar of the whistle, dying to a melancholy wail that echoes into the woods. The woods, I say, for the farms are thinning out and the track plunges here and there into great stretches of bush. Tall tamarack and red scrub willow, and with a tangled undergrowth of bush that has defied for 2 generations all attempts to clear it into the form of fields. Why, look, that great space that seems to open out into the half-dark of the falling evening. Why, surely yes, Lake Ossawippi, the big lake as they used to call it, from which the river runs down to the smaller lake, Lake Wissanotti, where the town of Mariposa has lain waiting for you there for 30 years. This is Lake Wissanotti surely enough. You would know it anywhere by the broad, still black water with hardly a ripple, and with the grip of the coming frost already on it. Such a great sheet of blackness it looks as the train thunders along the side, swinging the curve of the embankment at a breakneck speed as it rounds the corner of the lake. How fast the train goes this autumn night! You have traveled, I know you have, in the Empire State Express and the new Limited and the Maritime Express that holds the record for 600 whirling miles from Paris to Marseille. But what are they to this mad career, This breakneck speed, this thundering roar of the Mariposa local driving hard to its home. Don't tell me that this speed is only 25 miles an hour. I don't care what it is. I tell you, and you can prove it for yourself if you will, that train of mingled flat cars and coaches that goes tearing into the night, its engine whistle shrieking out its warning into the silent woods and echoing over the dull, still lake, is the fastest train in the whole world. Yes, and the best too. The most comfortable, the most reliable, the most luxurious, and the speediest train that ever turned a wheel. And the most genial, most sociable too. See how the passengers all turn and talk to one another now as they get nearer and nearer to the little town? That dull reserve that seemed to hold the passengers in the electric Suburban has clean vanished and gone. They are talking, listen, of the harvest and the late election, and of how the local member is mentioned for the cabinet and all the old familiar topics of the sort. Already the conductor has changed his glazed hat for an ordinary round Christie, and you can hear the passengers calling him and the brakesman Bill and Sam, as if they were all one family. What is it now, 9:30? Then we must be nearing the town. This big bush that we are passing through, you remember it surely as the great swamp just this side of the bridge over the Ossawippi. There is the bridge itself, and the long roar of the train as it rushes sounding over the trestle work that rises above the marsh. Hear the clatter as we pass the semaphores and switch lights. We must be close in now. What? It feels nervous and strange to be coming here again after all these years. It must indeed. No, don't bother to look at the reflection of your face on the window pane shadowed by the night outside. Nobody could tell you now after all these years. Your face has changed in these long years of money-getting in the city. Perhaps if you had come back now and again, just at odd times, it wouldn't have been so. There, you hear it? The long whistle of the locomotive. 1, 2, 3. You feel the sharp slackening of the train as it swings round the curve of the last embankment that brings it to the Mariposa station. See, too, as we round the curve, the row of the flashing lights, the bright windows of the depot. How vivid and plain it all is, just as it used to be 30 years ago. There is the string of the hotel buses drawn up all ready for the train, as the train rounds in and stops hissing and panting at the platform. You can hear above all other sounds the cry of the brakesman and the porters, "Mariposa! Mariposa!" And as we listen, the cry grows fainter and fainter in our ears, and we are sitting here again in the leather chairs of the Mausoleum Club, talking of the little town in the sunshine that once we knew. End of La Voix, The Train to Mariposa by Stephen Leacock.
The Obdurate Father, or the Death of the Disowned, by Bella F. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Obdurate Father, or the Death of the Disowned. It is a lovely summer morning. The sun has not arisen yet, but the red clouds, tinged with gold in the east, warn me of its approach. The fresh air wafts the perfume of the flowers in at my window, and just above my head, from a stately oak, a lark warbles her song. The morning is very beautiful, yet I am sad. I miss a familiar face that I have been accustomed to see among the shrubs and flowers in front of the little vine-covered cottage over the way every morning for years. And I know that I shall see Mary B.'s sweet pale face among them no more, that she will not bring the sweetest flowers of spring for my hair, nor call me her poet sister again, as she has been wont to do, for her blue eyes are closed, and her slender form is robed for the grave. This is why I am sad. Oh, Mary, outcast as you were from your father's house, and scorned by those who should have been your dearest friends, I feel that even now angels are welcoming you to their blessed abode, and that dear one for whom you gave up all on earth is praising God for your deliverance. She was a disobedient, undeserving girl, the world says. But alas, the world did not know her. She was undeserving and disobedient, because she scorned the wealthy, conceited fop that her father wished her to marry, and gave her hand to one whose only inheritance was a soul that did not stoop to wrong, and a pair of willing hands with which to support his bride. She lived very happily with her husband over 2 years, when an accident rendered him a helpless cripple, with death staring him in the face at all times. It was then Mary showed the true nobleness of her mind, by working night and day, and eating only the coarsest food herself, that she might be able to provide luxuries for him. He had passed a year of acute suffering when the angel Azrael looked down in pity, freed the weary soul from its loathsome prison, and bore it to sunny pastures on high. It was a bitter blow for Mary, but she bore up bravely and resolved to spend the few days which were allotted to her in doing good, and nobly did she keep that resolve. To the sick and the erring, the poor and afflicted, her gentle presence ever brought a ray of sunshine. Truly she was doing God's work. About a year before her death, an erring but repentant brother, whose sands of life were almost run, sought his sister's cot to die. He had been discarded by his father in early manhood for a crime he had committed that cast a blight upon his fair fame. Long years he wandered abroad, leading a miserable life of exile. Then he returned weary and dying to his childhood's home, and was spurned from his father's door. Disappointed and grieved, he sought his sister, one glance of whose pale, spiritual face convinced him that she was traveling the same road with himself, which must terminate in a few months at the grave. She received him very kindly, and attended him while he lived, with a care worthy of such a sister. I would often look at them and wonder which would go first. It seemed to me that both must totter into the grave at the same time, yet Mary never complained, never gave up, until her brother's death, which happened on a beautiful day in June. The last rays of the setting sun threw a soft, mellow light in at the window, that reflected its radiance on the dying man's face. "Mary," he said in a tone so much lower and sweeter than it was wont to be that it startled me, "I am almost home." "I am glad," she said, "for I shall soon follow you. My brother, if you meet my Edward in the spirit land, tell him I am coming soon." "I will. Kiss me, sister. God bless you. Farewell." She bent her head and covered his brow with kisses, and when she raised it again, I saw that he was dead. Mary did not mourn, did not even shed a tear, but she failed steadily, until last night, when she died. A few hours previous to her death, she sent for her father, but he refused to grant her dying request, and thus embittered her latest moments. Yet she sleepeth very sweetly, for she hath no sorrow now, and of sin I see no shadow on her pale but lovely brow. Still no sister's lips shall press her, nor her father shed a tear, and no group of lonely mourners shall attend her sable bier. By all those who should have loved her, she will surely be forgot, and a stranger's hand shall lay her in some wild and lonely spot. There the long grass grows above her, and the flowers untrained and wild, while our Christian parents point her as a warning to each child. But when God shall claim his treasures on that awful judgment day, will he take the wealthy father, or the daughter o'er the way? End of The Obdurate Father, or the Death of the Disowned. Read by Elsie Selwyn.
Shoes by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony St. Pierre. Shoes. John de Graffenreid Atwood ate of the lotus, root, stem, and flower. The tropics gobbled him up. He plunged enthusiastically into his work, which was to try to forget Rosine. Now, they who dine on the lotus rarely consume it plain. There is a sauce au diable that goes with it, and the distillers are the chefs who prepare it. And on Johnny's menu card it read brandy. With a bottle between them, he and Billy Keogh would sit on the porch of the little consulate at night and roar out great indecorous songs until the natives, slipping hastily past, would shrug a shoulder and mutter things to themselves about the Americanos Diabolos. One day Johnny's mozo brought the mail and dumped it on the table. Johnny leaned from his hammock and fingered the 4 or 5 letters dejectedly. Keogh was sitting on the edge of the table, chopping lazily with a paper knife at the legs of a centipede that was crawling among the stationery. Johnny was in that phase of lotus eating when all the world tastes bitter in one's mouth. "Same old thing," he complained. "Fool people writing for information about the country. They want to know all about raising fruit and how to make a fortune without work. Half of 'em don't even send stamps for a reply. They think a consul hasn't anything to do but write letters. Slit those envelopes for me, old man, and see what they want. I'm feeling too rocky to move." Keogh, acclimated beyond all possibility of ill humor, drew his chair to the table with smiling compliance on his rose-pink countenance and began to slit open the letters. 4 of them were from citizens in various parts of the United States who seemed to regard the consul at Coralio as a cyclopedia of information. They asked long lists of questions, numerically arranged, about the climate, products, possibilities, laws, business chances, and statistics of the country in which the consul had the honor of representing his own government. "Write 'em, please, Billy," said that inert official. "Just a line referring them to the latest consular report. Tell 'em the State Department will be delighted to furnish the literary gems. Sign my name. Don't let your pen scratch, Billy. It'll keep me awake." "Don't snore," said Keogh amiably, "and I'll do your work for you. You need a corps of assistants anyhow. Don't see how you ever get a report out. Wake up a minute. Here's one more letter. It's from your own town, too. Dalesburg." "That's so," murmured Johnny, showing a mild and obligatory interest. "What's it about?" "Postmaster writes," explained Keogh. "Says a citizen of the town wants some facts and advice from you. Says the citizen has an idea in his head of coming down where you are and opening a shoe store. Wants to know if you think the business would pay. Says he's heard of the boom along this coast and wants to get in on the ground floor." In spite of the heat and his bad temper, Johnny's hammock swayed with his laughter. Keogh laughed too, and the pet monkey on the top shelf of the bookcase chattered in shrill sympathy with the ironical reception of the letter from Dalesburg. "Great bunions!" exclaimed the consul. "Shoe store. What'll they ask about next, I wonder? Overcoat factory, I reckon. Say, Billy, of our 3,000 citizens, how many do you suppose ever had on a pair of shoes?" Keogh reflected judicially. "Let's see. There's you and me, and—" "Not me," said Johnny promptly and incorrectly, holding up a foot encased in a disreputable deerskin zapato. "I haven't been a victim to shoes in months. But you've got 'em, though," went on Keogh. "And there's Goodwin and Blanchard and Getty and old Lutz and Doc Gregg and that Italian that's agent for the Banana Company. And there's old Delgado. No, he wears sandals. And, oh yes, there's Madama Ortiz. What keeps the hotel? She had on a pair of red kid slippers at the baile the other night. And Miss Passa, her daughter, that went to school in the States. She brought back some civilized notions in the way of footgear. And there's the Commandante's sister that dresses up her feet on feast days. And Mrs. Getty, who wears a 2 with a Castilian instep. And that's about all the ladies. Let's see. Don't some of the soldiers at the quartel? No, that's so. They're allowed shoes only when on the march. In barracks they turn their little toesies out to grass." "About right," agreed the consul. "Not over 20 out of the 3,000 ever felt leather on their walking arrangements. Oh yes, Coralio is just the town for an enterprising shoe store that doesn't want to part with its goods. Wonder if old Patterson is trying to jolly me. He always was full of things he called jokes. Write him a letter, Billy. I'll dictate it. We'll jolly him back a few." Keogh dipped his pen and wrote at Johnny's dictation. With many pauses, filled in with smoke and sundry travellings of the bottle and glasses, the following reply to the Dalesburg communication was perpetrated. Mr. Obadiah Patterson, Dalesburg, Alabama. Dear Sir, In reply to your favor of July 2nd, I have the honor to inform you that, according to my opinion, there is no place on the habitable globe that presents to the eye stronger evidence of the need of a first-class shoe store than does the town of Coralio. There are 3,000 inhabitants in the place, and not a single shoe store. The situation speaks for itself. This coast is rapidly becoming the goal of enterprising businessmen, but the shoe business is one that has been sadly overlooked or neglected. In fact, there are a considerable number of our citizens actually without shoes at present. Besides the want above mentioned, there is also a crying need for a brewery, a college of higher mathematics, a coal yard, and a clean and intellectual Punch and Judy show. I have the honor to be, sir, your obedient servant, John de Graffenreid Atwood, U.S. Consul at Coralio. P.S. Hello, Uncle Obadiah. How's the old burg racking along? What would the government do without you and me? Look out for a green-headed parrot and a bunch of bananas soon, from your old friend, Johnny. I throw in that postscript, explained the consul, so Uncle Obadiah won't take offense at the official tone of the letter. Now, Billy, you get that correspondence fixed up and send Pancho to the post office with it. The Ariadne takes the mail out tomorrow if they make up that load of fruit today. The night program in Coralio never varied. The recreations of the people were soporific and flat. They wandered about, barefoot and aimless, speaking lowly, and smoking cigar or cigarette. Looking down on the dimly lighted ways, one seemed to see a threading maze of brunette ghosts tangled with a procession of insane fireflies. In some houses, the thrumming of lugubrious guitars added to the depression of the triste night. Giant tree frogs rattled in the foliage as loudly as the end man's bones in a minstrel troupe. By 9 o'clock, the streets were almost deserted. Nor at the consulate was there often a change of bill. Keogh would come there nightly, for Coralio's one cool place was the little seaward porch of that official residence. The brandy would be kept moving, and before midnight, sentiment would begin to stir in the heart of the self-exiled consul. Then he would relate to Keogh the story of his ended romance. Each night, Keogh would listen patiently to the tale and be ready with untiring sympathy. "But don't you think for a minute," thus Johnny would always conclude his woeful narrative, "that I'm grieving about that girl, Billy. I've forgotten her. She never enters my mind. If she were to enter that door right now, my pulse wouldn't gain a beat. That's all over long ago." "Don't I know it?" Keogh would answer. "Of course you've forgotten her. Proper thing to do. Wasn't quite okay of her to listen to the knocks that, Dink Pawson kept giving you. Pink Dawson." A world of contempt would be in Johnny's tones. Poor white trash, that's what he was. Had 500 acres of farming land, though, and that counted. Maybe I'll have a chance to get back at him someday. The Dawsons weren't anybody. Everybody in Alabama knows the Atwoods. Say, Billy, did you know my mother was a de Graffenreid? "Why, no," Keogh would say. "Is that so?" He had heard it some 300 times. Fact. The de Graffenreids of Hancock County. "But I never think of that girl any more, do I, Billy?" "Not for a minute, my boy," would be the last sounds heard by the conqueror of Cupid. At this point, Johnny would fall into a gentle slumber, and Keogh would saunter out to his own shack under the calabash tree at the edge of the plaza. In a day or two, the letter from the Dalesburg postmaster and its answer had been forgotten by the Coralio exiles. But on the 26th day of July, the fruit of the reply appeared upon the tree of events. The Andador, a fruit steamer that visited Coralio regularly, drew into the offing and anchored. The beach was lined with spectators, while the quarantine doctor and the custom-house crew rowed out to attend to their duties. An hour later, Billy Keogh lounged into the consulate, clean and cool in his linen clothes, and grinning like a pleased shark. "Guess what?" he said to Johnny, lounging in his hammock. "Too hot to guess," said Johnny lazily. "Your shoe-store man's come," said Keogh, rolling the sweet morsel on his tongue, "with a stock of goods big enough to supply the continent as far down as Terra del Fuego. They're carting his cases over to the custom house now. 6 barges full they brought ashore, and have paddled back for the rest. Oh, ye saints in glory, won't there be regalements in the air when he gets onto the jog and has an interview with Mr. Consul? It'll be worth 9 years in the tropics just to witness that one joyful moment. Keo loved to take his mirth easily. He selected a clean place on the matting and lay upon the floor. The walls shook with his enjoyment. Johnny turned half over and blinked. "Don't tell me," he said, "that anybody was fool enough to take that letter seriously." $4,000 stock of goods, gasped Keo in ecstasy. Talk about coals to Newcastle. Why didn't he take a shipload of palm leaf fans to Spitzenberg while he was about it? Saw the old codger on the beach. He ought to have been there when he put on his specs and squinted at the 500 or so barefooted citizens standing around. "Are you telling the truth, Billy?" asked the consul weakly. "Am I? You ought to see the bunco gentleman's daughter he brought along. Looks, she makes the brickdust señoritas here look like tar babies." "Go on," said Johnny, "if you can stop that asinine giggling. I hate to see a grown man make a laughing hyena of himself." "Name is Hemstetter," went on Keo. "He's a— Hello, what's the matter now?" Johnny's moccasined feet struck the floor with a thud as he wriggled out of his hammock. "Get up, you idiot," he said sternly, "or I'll brain you with this inkstand. That's Rosine and her father. Gad, what a driveling idiot old Patterson is. Get up here, Billy Keo, and help me. What the devil are we going to do? Has all the world gone crazy?" Keo rose and dusted himself. He managed to regain a decorous demeanor. "Situation has got to be met, Johnny," he said, with some success at seriousness. "I didn't think about its being your girl until you spoke. First thing to do is to get them comfortable quarters. You go down and face the music, and I'll trot out to Goodwin's and see if Mrs. Goodwin won't take them in. They've got the decentest house in town." "Bless you, Billy," said the consul. "I knew you wouldn't desert me. The world's bound to come to an end, but maybe we can stave it off for a day or two." Keo hoisted his umbrella and set out for Goodwin's house. Johnny put on his coat and hat. He picked up the brandy bottle, but set it down again without drinking, and marched bravely down to the beach. In the shade of the custom house walls, he found Mr. Hemstetter and Rosine surrounded by a mass of gaping citizens. The customs officers were ducking and scraping, while the captain of the Andador interpreted the business of the new arrivals. Rosine looked healthy and very much alive. She was gazing at the strange scenes around her with amused interest. There was a faint blush upon her round cheek as she greeted her old admirer. Mr. Hemstetter shook hands with Johnny in a very friendly way. He was an oldish, impractical man, one of that numerous class of erratic businessmen who are forever dissatisfied and seeking a change. "I am very glad to see you, John. May I call you John?" he said. "Let me thank you for your prompt answer to our postmaster's letter of inquiry. He volunteered to write to you on my behalf. I was looking about for something different in the way of a business in which the profits would be greater. I had noticed in the papers that this coast was receiving much attention from investors. I am extremely grateful for your advice to come. I sold out everything that I possess and invested the proceeds in as fine a stock of shoes as could be bought in the north. You have a picturesque town here, John. I hope business will be as good as your letter justifies me in expecting." Johnny's agony was abbreviated by the arrival of Keo, who hurried up with the news that Mrs. Goodwin would be much pleased to place rooms at the disposal of Mr. Hemstetter and his daughter. So there Mr. Hemstetter and Rosine were at once conducted and left to recuperate from the fatigue of the voyage, while Johnny went down to see that the cases of shoes were safely stored in the customs warehouse, pending their examination by the officials. Keo, grinning like a shark, skirmished about to find Goodwin to instruct him not to expose Mr. Hemstetter to the true state of Coralio as a shoe market until Johnny had been given a chance to redeem the situation, if such a thing were possible. That night, the consul and Keo held a desperate consultation on the breezy porch of the consulate. "Send him back home," began Keogh, reading Johnny's thoughts. "I would," said Johnny after a little silence, "but I've been lying to you, Billy." "All right about that," said Keogh affably. "I've told you hundreds of times," said Johnny slowly, "that I had forgotten that girl, haven't I?" "About 375, admitted the Monument of Patience. "I lied," repeated the consul. "Every time. I never forgot her for 1 minute. I was an obstinate ass for running away just because she said no once, and I was too proud a fool to go back. I talked with Rosine a few minutes this evening up at Goodwin's. I found out one thing. You remember that farmer fellow who was always after her?" "Dink Parson?" asked Keogh. "Pink Dawson. Well, he wasn't a hill of beans to her. She says she didn't believe a word of the things he told her about me. But I'm sewed up now, Billy. That tomfool letter we sent ruined whatever chance I had left. She'll despise me when she finds out that her old father has been made the victim of a joke that a decent schoolboy wouldn't have been guilty of. Shoes. Why, he couldn't sell 20 pairs of shoes in Coralio if he kept store here for 20 years. You put a pair of shoes on one of these Caribs or Spanish brown boys, and what'd he do? Stand on his head and squeal until he'd kicked 'em off. None of 'em ever wore shoes, and they never will. If I send 'em back home, I'll have to tell the whole story. And what'll she think of me? I want that girl worse than ever, Billy. And now, when she's in reach, I've lost her forever because I tried to be funny when the thermometer was at 102. "Keep cheerful," said the optimistic Keogh, "and let him open the store. I've been busy myself this afternoon. We can stir up a temporary boom in the footgear anyhow. I'll buy 6 pairs when the door's open. I've been around and seen all the fellers and explained a catastrophe. They'll all buy shoes like they was centipedes. Frank Goodwin will take cases of 'em. The Gettys want about 11 pairs between 'em. Clancy is going to invest a savings of weeks, and even old Doc Gregg wants 3 pairs of alligator hide slippers if they've got any 10s. Blanchard got a look at Miss Hemstetter, and he's a Frenchman. No less than a dozen pairs will do for him." "A dozen customers," said Johnny, "for a $4,000 stock of shoes? It won't work. There's a big problem here to figure out. You go home, Billy, and leave me alone. I've got to work at it all by myself. Take that bottle of 3-Star along with you. No, sir, not another ounce of booze for the United States Consul. I'll sit here tonight and pull out the think stop. If there's a soft place on this proposition anywhere, I'll land on it. If there isn't, there'll be another wreck to the credit of the gorgeous tropics." Keogh left, feeling that he could be of no use. Johnny laid a handful of cigars on a table and stretched himself in a steamer chair. When the sudden daylight broke, silvering the harbor ripples, he was still sitting there. Then he got up, whistling a little tune, and took his bath. At 9 o'clock he walked down to the dingy little cable office and hung for half an hour over a blank. The result of his application was the following message, which he signed and had transmitted at a cost of $33. To Pinkney Dawson, Dalesburg, Alabama. Draft for $100 comes to you next mail. Ship me immediately 500 pounds stiff, dry cockleburs. New use here in arts. Market price 20 cents pound. Further orders likely. Rush. End of Shoes. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024. Sweet Homes and Their Romance by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Sweet Homes and Their Romance. Few young couples in the big city of Bluff began their married existence with greater promise of happiness than did Mr. and Mrs. Claude Turpin. They felt no especial animosity toward each other. They were comfortably established in a handsome apartment house that had a name and accommodations like those of a sleeping car. They were living as expensively as the couple on the next floor above, who had twice their income. and their marriage had occurred on a wager, a ferry boat and first acquaintance, thus securing a sensational newspaper notice with their names attached to pictures of the Queen of Romania and Monsieur Santos Dumont. Turpin's income was $200 per month. On payday, after calculating the amounts due for rent, installments on furniture and piano, gas, and bills owed to the florist, confectioner, milliner, tailor, wine merchant, and cab company, the Turpins would find that they still had $200 left to spend. How to do this is one of the secrets of metropolitan life. The domestic life of the Turpins was a beautiful picture to see, but you couldn't gaze upon it as you could an oleograph of Don't Wake Grandma or Brooklyn by Midnight. You had to blink when you looked at it, and you heard a fizzing sound, just like the machine with a scope at the end of it. Yes, there wasn't much repose about the picture of the Turpins' domestic life. It was something like spearing salmon in the Columbia River, or Japanese artillery in action. Every day was just like another, as the days are in New York. In the morning, Turpin would take bromoseltzer, his pocket change from under the clock, his hat, no breakfast, and his departure for the office. At noon, Mrs. Turpin would get out of bed and humor, put on a kimono, airs, and the water to boil for coffee. Turpin lunched downtown. He came home at 6 to dress for dinner. They always dined out. They strayed from the chop house to chop sueydom, from terrace to table d'hôte, from ratskeller to roadhouse, from cafe to casino, from Maria's to the Martha Washington. Such is domestic life in the great city. Your vine is the mistletoe, your fig tree bears dates, your household gods are Mercury and John Howard Payne. For the wedding march, you now hear only Come with the Gypsy Bride. You rarely dine at the same place twice in succession. You tire of the food. And besides, you want to give them time for the question of that souvenir silver sugar bowl to blow over. The Turpins were therefore happy. They made many warm and delightful friends, some of whom they remembered the next day. Their home life was an ideal one, according to the rules and regulations of the Book of Bluff. There came a time when it dawned upon Turpin that his wife was getting away with too much money, and if you belong to the near swell class of the big city, your income is $200 per month, and you find at the end of the month, after looking over the bills for current expenses, that you yourself have spent $150, you very naturally wonder what has become of the other $50. So you suspect your wife. And perhaps you give her a hint that something needs explanation. "I say, Vivian," said Turpin one afternoon when they were enjoying in rapt silence the peace and quiet of their cozy apartment, "you've been creating a hiatus big enough for a dog to crawl through in this month's honorarium. You haven't been paying your dressmaker anything on account, have you?" There was a moment's silence. No sounds could be heard except the breathing of the fox terrier and the subdued, monotonous sizzling of Vivian's fulvous locks against the insensate curling irons. Claude Turpin, sitting upon a pillow that he had thoughtfully placed upon the convolutions of the apartment sofa, narrowly watched the radiant, lovely face of his wife. "Claudie, dear," she said, touching her finger to her ruby tongue and testing the unresponsive curling irons, "you do me an injustice. Madame Toinette has not seen a cent of mine since the day you paid your tailor $10 on account." Turpin's suspicions were allayed for the time, but one day soon there came an anonymous letter to him that read, "Watch your wife. She is blowing in your money secretly. I was a sufferer just as you are. The place is number 345 Blank Street. A word to the wise," etc. A man who knows. Turpin took this letter to the captain of police of the precinct that he lived in. "My precinct is as clean as a hound's tooth," said the captain. The lid's shut down as close there as it is over the eye of a Williamsburg girl when she's kissed at a party. But if you think there's anything queer at the address, I'll go there with ye." On the next afternoon at 3, Turpin and the captain crept softly up the stairs of number 345 Blank Street. A dozen plainclothesmen, dressed in full police uniforms so as to allay suspicion, waited in the hall below. At the top of the stairs was a door which was found to be locked. The captain took a key from his pocket and unlocked it. The two men entered. They found themselves in a large room occupied by 20 or 25 elegantly clothed ladies. Racing charts hung against the walls. A ticker clicked in one corner. With a telephone receiver to his ear, a man was calling out the various positions of the horses in a very exciting race. The occupants of the room looked up at the intruders, but, as if reassured by the sight of the captain's uniform, they reverted their attention to the man at the telephone. "You see," said the captain to Turpin, "the value of an anonymous letter. No high-minded and self-respecting gentleman should consider one worthy of notice. Is your wife among this assembly, Mr. Turpin?" "She is not," said Turpin. "And if she was," continued the captain, "would she be within the reach of the tongue of slander? These ladies constitute a Browning Society. They meet to discuss the meaning of the great poet. The telephone is connected with Boston, whence the parent society transmits frequently its interpretations of the poems. Be ashamed of your suspicions, Mr. Turpin." "Go soak your shield," said Turpin. "Vivian knows how to take care of herself in a pool room. She's not dropping anything on the ponies. There must be something queer going on here." "Nothing but Browning," said the captain. "Hear that?" "Thanatopsis by a nose," drawled the man at the telephone. "That's not Browning, that's Longfellow," said Turpin, who sometimes read books. "Back to the pasture!" exclaimed the captain. "Longfellow made the pacing to wagon record of 7:53 way back in 1868. "I believe there's something queer about this joint," repeated Turpin. "I don't see it," said the captain. "I know it looks like a pool room, all right," persisted Turpin, "but that's all a blind. Vivian has been dropping a lot of coin somewhere. I believe there's some underhanded work going on here." A number of racing sheets were tacked close together, covering a large space on one of the walls. Turpin, suspicious, tore several of them down. A door, previously hidden, was revealed. Turpin placed an ear to the crack and listened intently. He heard the soft hum of many voices, low and guarded laughter, and a sharp, metallic clicking and scraping, as if from a multitude of tiny but busy objects. "My God, it is as I feared," whispered Turpin to himself. "Summon your men at once," he called to the captain. "She is in there, I know." At the blowing of the captain's whistle, the uniformed plainclothesmen rushed up the stairs into the pool-room. When they saw the betting paraphernalia distributed around, they halted, surprised and puzzled to know why they had been summoned. But the captain pointed to the locked door and bade them break it down. In a few moments they demolished it with the axes they carried. Into the other room sprang Claude Turpin, with the captain at his heels. The scene was one that lingered long in Turpin's mind. Nearly a score of women expensively and fashionably clothed, many beautiful and of refined appearance, had been seated at little marble-topped tables. When the police burst open the door, they shrieked and ran here and there like gaily plumed birds that had been disturbed in a tropical grove. Some became hysterical. One or two fainted. Several knelt at the feet of the officers and besought them for mercy on account of their families and social position. A man who had been seated behind a desk had seized a roll of currency as large as the ankle of a Paradise Roof Gardens chorus girl and jumped out of the window. Half a dozen attendants huddled at one end of the room, breathless from fear. Upon the tables remained the damning and incontrovertible evidences of the guilt of the habitués of that sinister room, dish after dish heaped high with ice cream and surrounded by stacks of empty ones, scraped to the last spoonful. "Ladies," said the captain to his weeping circle of prisoners, I'll not hold any of yous. Some of yous I recognize as having fine houses and good standing in the community, with hard-working husbands and children at home. But I'll read ye a bit of a lecture before ye go. In the next room there's a 20-to-1 shot just dropped in under the wire 3 lengths ahead of the field. Is this the way ye waste your husband's money instead of helping earn it? Home with yous. The lid's on the ice cream freezer in this precinct. Claude Turpin's wife was among the patrons of the raided room. He led her to their apartment in stern silence. There she wept so remorsefully and besought his forgiveness so pleadingly that he forgot his just anger, and soon he gathered his penitent, golden-haired Vivian in his arms and forgave her. "Darling," she murmured half-sobbingly, as the moonlight drifted through the open window, glorifying her sweet, upturned face. "I know I done wrong. I will never touch ice cream again. I forgot you were not a millionaire. I used to go there every day. But today I felt some strange, sad presentiment of evil, and I was not myself. I ate only 11 saucers. Say no more," said Claude gently as he fondly caressed her waving curls. "And are you sure that you fully forgive me?" asked Vivian, gazing at him entreatingly with dewy eyes of heavenly blue. "Almost sure, little one," answered Claude, stooping and lightly touching her snowy forehead with his lips. "I'll let you know later on. I've got a month's salary down on vanilla to win the 3-year-old steeplechase tomorrow, and if the ice cream hunch is to the good, you are it again. See?" End of Sweet Homes and Their Romance. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024.
The Bet by Anton Chekhov. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. It was a dark autumn night. The old banker was pacing from corner to corner of his study, recalling to his mind the party he gave in the autumn 15 years ago. There were many clever people at the party, and much interesting conversation. They talked, among other things, of capital punishment. The guests, among them not a few scholars and journalists, for the most part disapproved of capital punishment. They found it obsolete as a means of punishment, unfitted to a Christian state and immoral. Some of them thought that capital punishment should be replaced universally by life imprisonment. "I don't agree with you," said the host. "I myself have experienced neither capital punishment nor life imprisonment. But if one may judge a priori, then, in my opinion, capital punishment is more moral and more humane than imprisonment. Execution kills instantly. Life imprisonment kills by degrees. Who is the more humane executioner? One who kills you in a few seconds, or the one who draws the life out of you incessantly for years?" "They are both equally immoral," remarked one of the guests, "because their purpose is the same, to take away life. The state is not God. It has no right to take away that which it cannot give back, it should so desire." Among the company was a lawyer, a young man of about 25. On being asked his opinion, he said, "Capital punishment and life imprisonment are equally immoral. But if I were offered the choice between them, I would certainly choose the second. It's better to live somehow than not to live at all." There ensued a lively discussion. The banker, who was then younger and more nervous, suddenly lost his temper, banged his fist on the table, and turning to the young lawyer, cried out, "It's a lie. I bet you 2,000,000 you wouldn't stick it out in a cell even for 5 years." "If that's serious," replied the lawyer, "then I'll bet I stay not 5 but 15. 15? Done!" cried the banker. "Gentlemen, I stake 2 millions. "Agreed. You stake 2 millions, I my freedom," said the lawyer. So this wild, ridiculous bet came to pass. The banker, who at that time had too many millions to count, spoiled and capricious, was beside himself with rapture. During supper, he said to the lawyer jokingly, "Come to your senses, young man, before it's too late. 2 millions are nothing to me, but you stand to lose 3 or 4 of the best years of your life. I say 3 or 4, because you'll never stick it out any longer. Don't forget, either, you unhappy man, that voluntary is much heavier than enforced imprisonment. The idea that you have the right to free yourself at any moment will poison the whole of your life in the cell. I pity you." And now the banker paced from corner to corner, recalled all this, and asked himself, "Why did I make this bet? What the good? The lawyer loses 15 years of his life, and I throw away 2 millions. Will it convince people that capital punishment is worse or better than imprisonment for life? No, no, all stuff and rubbish. On my part, it was the caprice of a well-fed man. On the lawyer's, pure greed of gold." He recollected further what happened after the evening party. It was decided that the lawyer must undergo his imprisonment under the strictest observation in a garden wing of the banker's house. It was agreed that during the period he would be deprived of the right to cross the threshold, to see living people, to hear human voices, and to receive letters and newspapers. He was permitted to have a musical instrument, to read books, to write letters, to drink wine and smoke tobacco. By the agreement, he could communicate, but only in silence and with the outside world through a little window specially constructed for this purpose. Everything necessary, books, music, wine, he could receive in any quantity by sending a note through the window. The agreement provided for all the minutest details, which made the confinement strictly solitary, and it obliged the lawyer to remain exactly 15 years from 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1870, to 12 o'clock of November 14th, 1885. The least attempt on his part to violate the conditions, to escape if only for 2 minutes before the time, freed the banker from the obligation to pay him the 2 millions. During the first year of imprisonment, the lawyer, as far as it was possible to judge from his short notes, suffered terribly from loneliness and boredom. From his wing day and night came the sound of the piano. He rejected wine and tobacco. "Wine," he wrote, "excites desire, and desires are chief foes of a prisoner. Besides, nothing is more boring than to drink good wine alone, and tobacco spoils the air in the room." During the first year, the lawyer was sent books of a lighter character, novels with a complicated love interest, stories of crime and fantasy, comedies, and so on. In the second year, the piano was heard no longer, and the lawyer asked only for classics. In the 5th year, music was heard again, and the prisoner asked for wine. Those who watched him said that during the whole of that year he was only eating, drinking, and lying on his bed. He yawned often and talked angrily to himself. Books he did not read. Sometimes at night he would sit down to write. He would write for a long time and tear it all up in the morning. More than once he was heard to weep. In the second half of the 6th year, the prisoner began zealously to study languages, philosophy, and history. He fell on these subjects so hungrily that the banker hardly had time to get books enough for him. In the space of 4 years, about 600 volumes were brought at his request. It was while that passion lasted that the banker received the following letter from the prisoner. "My dear jailer, I am writing these lines in 6 languages. Show them to experts. Let them read them. If they do not find one single mistake, I beg you to give orders to have a gun fired off in the garden. By the noise, I shall know that my efforts have not been in vain. The geniuses of all ages and countries speak in different languages, but in them all burns the same flame. Oh, if you knew my heavenly happiness now that I can understand them." Prisoner's desire was fulfilled. 2 shots were fired in the garden by the banker's order. Later on, after the 10th year, the lawyer sat immobile before his table and read only the New Testament. The banker found it strange that a man who in 4 years had mastered 600 erudite volumes should have spent nearly a year in reading one book, easy to understand and by no means thick. The New Testament was then replaced by the history of religions and theology. During the last 2 years of his confinement, the prisoner read an extraordinary amount, quite haphazard. Now he would apply himself to the natural sciences, then would read Byron or Shakespeare. Notes used to come from him in which he asked to be sent the same time a book on chemistry, a textbook of medicine, a novel, and some treatise on philosophy or theology. He read as though he were swimming in a sea among the broken pieces of wreckage, and in his desire to save his life was eagerly grasping one piece after another. 2. The banker recalled all this and thought, tomorrow at 12 o'clock he receives his freedom. Under the agreement, I shall have to pay him 2 millions. If I pay, it's all over with me. I am ruined forever. 15 years before, he had too many millions to count, and now he was afraid to ask himself which he had made more of, money or debts. Gambling on the stock exchange, risky speculation, and the recklessness of which he could not rid himself even in old age, had gradually brought his business to decay, and the fearless, self-confident, proud man of business had become an ordinary banker, trembling at every rise and fall of the market. That cursed bet, murmured the old man, clutching his head in despair. Why didn't the man die? He's only 40 years old. He will take away my last farthing. Marry, enjoy life, gamble on the exchange, and I will look on like an envious beggar and hear the same words from him every day. I'm obliged to you for the happiness of my life. Let me help you. No, it's too much. The only escape from bankruptcy and disgrace is that the man should die. The clock had just struck 3. The banker was listening. In the house everyone was asleep, and one could hear only the frozen trees whining outside the windows. Trying to make no sound, he took out of his safe the key of the door which had not been opened for 15 years, put on his overcoat, and went out of the house. The garden was dark and cold. It was raining. A keen damp and wind hovered howling over the garden and gave the trees no rest. Though he strained his eyes, the banker could see neither the ground, nor the white statues, nor the garden wing, nor the trees. Approaching the place where the garden wing stood, he called the watchman twice. There was no answer. Evidently, the watchman had taken shelter from the bad weather and was now asleep somewhere in the kitchen or the greenhouse. If I have the courage to fulfill my intention, thought the old man, the suspicion will fall on the watchman first of all. In the darkness he groped for the stairs and the door and entered the hall of the garden wing, then poked his way into a narrow passage and struck a match. Not a soul was there. Someone's bed, with no bedclothes on it, stood there, and an iron stove was dark in the corner. The seals on the door that led to the prisoner's room were unbroken. When the match went out, the old man, trembling from agitation, peeped into the little window. In the prisoner's room, a candle was burning dim. The prisoner himself sat by the table, only his back, the hair on his head, and his hands were visible. On the table, the 2 chairs, the carpet by the table, open books were strewn. 5 minutes passed, and the prisoner never once stirred. 15 years' confinement had taught him to sit motionless. The banker tapped on the window with his finger, but the prisoner gave no movement in reply. Then the banker cautiously tore the seals from the door and put the key into the lock. The rusty lock gave a hoarse groan, and the door creaked. The banker expected instantly to hear a cry of surprise and the sound of steps. 3 minutes passed, and it was quiet behind the door as it had been before. He made up his mind to enter. Before the table sat a man. Unlike an ordinary human being, it was a skeleton, with tight-drawn skin, with a woman's long curly hair, and a shaggy beard. The color of his face was yellow, of an earthly shade. The cheeks were sunken, the back long and narrow, and the hand upon which he leaned his hairy head was so lean and skinny that it was painful to look upon. The hair was already silvering with gray, and no one who glanced at the senile emaciation of the face would have believed that he was only 40 years old. On the table, before his bended head, lay a sheet of paper on which something was written in a tiny hand. "Poor devil," thought the banker. "He's asleep and probably seeing millions in his dreams. I have only to take and throw this half-dead thing on the bed, smother him a moment with the pillow, and the most careful examination will find no trace of unnatural death. But first, let us read what he has written here." The banker took the sheet from the table and read, "Tomorrow at 12 o'clock midnight, I shall obtain my freedom and the right to mix with people. But before I leave this room and see the sun, I think it necessary to say a few words to you. On my own clear conscience and before God who sees me, I declare to you that I despise freedom, life, health, and all that your books call the blessing of the world. For 15 years I have diligently studied earthly life. True, I saw neither the earth nor the people, but in your books I drank fragrant wine, sang songs, hunted deer and wild boar in the forests, loved women, and beautiful women, like clouds ethereal, created by the magic of your poet's genius, visited me by night and whispered me wonderful tales, which made my head drunken. In your books I climbed the summits of Elburz and Mont Blanc, and saw from thence how the sun rose in the morning, and in the evening overflowed the sky, the ocean and the mountain ridges with a purple gold. I saw from hence how above me lightnings glimmered cleaving the clouds. I saw green forests, fields, rivers, lakes, cities. I heard sirens singing, and the playing of the pipes of Pan. I touched the wings of beautiful devils who came flying to me to speak of God. In your books I cast myself into bottomless abyss, worked miracles, burned cities to the ground, preached new religion, conquered whole countries. Your books gave me wisdom. All that unweary human thought created in the centuries is compressed into a little lump in my skull. I know that I am more clever than you all, and I despise your books, despise all worldly blessings and wisdom. Everything is void, frail, visionary, and delusive like a mirage. Though you be proud and wise and beautiful, yet will death wipe you from the face of the earth like the mice underground, and your prosperity, your history, and your immortality of men of genius will be as frozen slag, burnt down together with the terrestrial globe. You are mad and gone the wrong way. You take lie for truth and ugliness for beauty. You would marvel if by certain conditions there should suddenly grow an apple and orange trees, instead of fruit, frogs, and lizards. And if roses should begin to breathe the odor of sweating horse, so do I marvel at you. You have bartered heaven for earth. I do not want to understand you, that I may show you indeed my contempt for that by which you live. I waive the 2 millions of which I once dreamed as of paradise, and which I now despise. That I may deprive myself of my right to them, I shall come out from here 5 minutes before the stipulated term, and thus shall violate the agreement." When he had read, the banker put the sheet on the table, kissed the head of the strange man, and began to weep. He went out of the wing. Never at any other time, not even after his terrible losses on the exchange, had he felt such contempt for himself as now. Coming home, he lay down on his bed, but agitation and tears kept him long from sleep. The next morning the poor watchman came running to him and told him that they had seen the man who lived in the wing climbing through the window into the garden. He had gone to the gate and disappeared. Together with his servants, the banker went instantly to the wing and established the escape of the prisoner. To avoid unnecessary rumors, he took the paper with the renunciation of the table and, on his return, locked it in his safe. The End of the Bet. Read to you by Katherine Seholster.
The Roads We Take by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Roads We Take. 20 miles west of Tucson, the Sunset Express stopped at a tank to take on water. Besides the aqueous addition, the engine of that famous flyer acquired some other things that were not good for it. While the fireman was lowering the feeding hose, Bob Tidball, Shark Dodson, and a quarter-bred Creek Indian called John Big Dog climbed on the engine and showed the engineer 3 round orifices in pieces of ordnance that they carried. These orifices so impressed the engineer with their possibilities that he raised both hands in a gesture such as accompanies the ejaculation, "Do tell!" At the crisp command of Shark Dodson, who was leader of the attacking force, the engineer descended to the ground and uncoupled the engine and tender. Then John Big Dog, perched upon the coal, sportively held 2 guns upon the engine driver and the fireman, and suggested that they run the engine 50 yards away and there wait further orders. Shark Dodson and Bob Tidball, scorning to put such low-grade ore as the passengers through the mill, struck out for the rich pocket of the express car. They found the messenger serene in the belief that the Sunset Express was taking on nothing more stimulating and dangerous than aqua pura. While Bob was knocking this idea out of his head with the butt end of his 6-shooter, Shark Dodson was already dousing the express car safe with dynamite. The safe exploded to the tune of $30,000, all gold and currency. The passengers thrust their heads casually out of the windows to look for the thundercloud. The conductor jerked at the bell rope, which sagged down loose and unresisting at his tug. Shark Dodson and Bob Tidball, with their booty in a stout canvas bag, tumbled out of the express car and ran awkwardly in their high-heeled boots to the engine. The engineer, sullenly angry but wise, ran the engine, according to orders, rapidly away from the inert train. But before this was accomplished, the express messenger, recovered from Bob Tidball's persuader to neutrality, jumped out of his car with a Winchester rifle and took a trick in the game. Mr. John Big Dog, sitting on the coal tender, unwittingly made a wrong lead by giving an imitation of a target, and the messenger trumped him. With a ball exactly between his shoulder blades, the Creek Chevalier of Industry rolled off to the ground, thus increasing the share of his comrades in the loot by 1/6 each. 2 miles from the tank, the engineer was ordered to stop. The robbers waved a defiant adieu and plunged down the steep slope into the thick woods that lined the track. 5 minutes of crashing through a thicket of chaparral brought them to open woods where 3 horses were tied to low-hanging branches. One was waiting for John Big Dog, who would never ride by night or day again. This animal the robbers divested of saddle and bridle and set free. They mounted the other 2 with the bag across one pommel and rode fast and with discretion through the forest and up a primeval, lonely gorge. Here the animal that bore Bob Tidball slipped on a mossy boulder and broke a foreleg. They shot him through the head at once and sat down to hold a council of flight. Made secure for the present by the tortuous trail they had traveled, the question of time was no longer so big. Many miles and hours lay between them and the spryest posse that could follow. Shark Dodson's horse, with trailing rope and dropped bridle, panted and cropped thankfully of the grass along the stream in the gorge. Bob Tidball opened the sack, drew out double handfuls of the neat packages of currency and the 1 sack of gold, and chuckled with the glee of a child. "Say, you old double-decked pirate," he called joyfully to Dodson, "you said we could do it. You got a head for financing that knocks the horns off anything in Arizona." "What are we going to do about a hoss for you, Bob? We ain't got long to wait here. They'll be on our trail before daylight in the morning." "Oh, I guess that cayuse of yourn will carry double for a while," answered the sanguine Bob. "We'll annex the first animal we come across. By jingoes, we made a haul, didn't we? According to the marks on this money, there's $30,000 to $15,000 apiece. It's short of what I expected, said Shark Dodson, kicking softly at the packages with the toe of his boot. And then he looked pensively at the wet sides of his tired horse. Old Bolivar's mighty nigh played out, he said slowly. I wish that sorrel of yours hadn't got hurt. So do I, said Bob heartily, but it can't be helped. Bolivar's got plenty of bottom. He'll get us both far enough to get fresh mounts. Dang it, Shark, I can't help thinking how funny it is that an Easterner like you can come out here and give us Western fellows cards and spades in the desperado business. What part of the East was you from, anyway? New York State, said Shark Dodson, sitting down on a boulder and chewing a twig. I was born on a farm in Ulster County. I ran away from home when I was 17. It was an accident, my coming west. I was walking along the road with my clothes in a bundle, making for New York City. I had an idea of going there and making lots of money. I always felt like I could do it. I came to a place one evening where the road forked and I didn't know which fork to take. I studied about it for half an hour, and then I took the left hand. That night I ran into the camp of a Wild West show that was traveling among the little towns, and I went west with it. I've often wondered if I wouldn't have turned out different if I'd took the other road. Oh, I reckon you'd have ended up about the same, said Bob Tidball, cheerfully philosophical. It ain't the roads we take, it's what's inside of us that makes us turn out the way we do. Shark Dodson got up and leaned against a tree. I'd a good deal rather that sorrel of yourn hadn't hurt himself, Bob, he said again, almost pathetically. Same here, agreed Bob. He was sure a first-rate kind of crowbait. But Bolivar, he'll pull us through all right. Reckon we'd better be moving on, hadn't we, Shark? I'll bag this boodle again, and we'll hit the trail for higher timber. Bob Tidball replaced the spoil in the bag and tied the mouth of it shut tightly with a cord. When he looked up, the most prominent object he saw was the muzzle of Shark Dodson's .45 held upon him without a waver. Stop your funnin', said Bob with a grin. We gotta be hitting the breeze. Sit still, said Shark. You ain't gonna hit no breeze, Bob. I hate to tell you, but there ain't any chance but for one of us. Bolivar, he's plenty tired, and he can't carry double. We've been pards, me and you, Shark Dodson, for 3 year, Bob said quietly. We've risked our lives together, time and again. I've always give you a square deal, and I thought you was a man. I've heard some queer stories about you shooting 1 or 2 men in a peculiar way, but I never believed 'em. Now, if you're just having a little fun with me, Shark, put your gun up and we'll get on Bolivar and vamoose. If you mean to shoot, shoot, you black-hearted son of a tarantula. Shark Dodson's face bore a deeply sorrowful look. You don't know how bad I feel, he sighed, about that sorrel of yourn breaking his leg, Bob. The expression on Dodson's face changed in an instant to one of cold ferocity mingled with inexorable cupidity. The soul of the man showed itself for a moment like an evil face in the window of a reputable house. Truly, Bob Tidball was never to hit the breeze again. The deadly .45 of the false friend cracked and filled the gorge with a roar that the walls hurled back with indignant echoes, and Bolivar, unconscious accomplice, swiftly bore away the last of the holders-up of the Sunset Express, not put to the stress of carrying double. But as Shark Dodson galloped away, the woods seemed to fade from his view. The revolver in his right hand turned to the curved arm of a mahogany chair. His saddle was strangely upholstered, and he opened his eyes and saw his feet, not in stirrups, but resting quietly on the edge of a quartered oak desk. I am telling you that Dodson, of the firm Dodson and Decker, Wall Street brokers, opened his eyes. Peabody, the confidential clerk, was standing by his chair, hesitating to speak. There was a confused hum of wheels below, and the sedative buzz of an electric fan. "Ahem, Peabody," said Dodson, blinking. "I must have fallen asleep. I had a most remarkable dream." "What is it, Peabody?" Mr. Williams, sir, of Tracy & Williams, is outside. He has come to settle his deal in XYZ. The market caught him short, sir, if you remember. Yes, I remember. What is XYZ quoted at today, Peabody? 185, sir. Then that's his price. Excuse me, said Peabody rather nervously, for speaking of it, but I've been talking to Williams. He's an old friend of yours, Mr. Dodson, and you practically have a corner in XYZ. I thought you might... That is, I thought you might not remember that he sold you the stock at 98. If he settles at the market price, it will take every cent he has in the world, and his home, too, to deliver the shares. The expression on Dodson's face changed in an instant to one of cold ferocity mingled with inexorable cupidity. The soul of the man showed itself for a moment like an evil face in the window of a reputable house. He will settle at 185, said Dodson. Bolivar cannot carry double. End of The Roads We Take. Read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024.
The Scab by Donald Francis McGrew. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Scab. The streets of Duluth are no place for thin-blooded people in the fall of the year, and especially those narrow thoroughfares along the waterfront. They reek of labor agencies and are overshadowed by nearby monstrous ore bins. In the evenings, the rays from the windows of the many saloons give forth but little light and warmth. However, I had been told that in one of them I might find Barney O'Shaughnessy, labor agent of parts, and possessed of a huge thirst. So I hurried down one of the unkempt streets and pushed open the door of the first saloon. My entrance, you might say, was propitious. That is, if you are a lover of the art la boxe, staged in the manner of a battle royal. As I opened the door, sounds of an argument reached my ears. I had been told that many steam shovel men were wont to rub elbows here, men who are prone to grow both loquacious and pugnacious. The reports were fully verified. Just as I turned the screen, I saw several men, evidently mechanics, rush a lone man at the bar, a young man, a 6-footer, whose chief claims to notice were a cheerful grin, a shock of red hair, and a pair of wide, nervous shoulders. They fell on him fore and aft, front and flank, expressing the most arduous of intentions, blotting him from view like a storm smother. However, their supremacy was but momentary. Of all the casual, well, glad to meet you gladiators I have ever seen, that redhead took the bunting. It was like removing nickels from a blind man. The assaulting army stopped, tripped one another, disintegrated, and did rigadoons on their ears, leaving triumphant he of the grin and the lightning fists. He looked round the room, still grinning sarcastically. "Well," he said, "anyone else want to get their feet wet?" Evidently waiters were not numerous now, and his eyes fell on me. "Do you think the rawhider is a scab?" he demanded of me. My answer was both instantaneous and tactful. "I don't know the gentleman," I said. "Have a drink?" And in the interests of peace I included the room. Those on the floor picked themselves up, while the deft and impartial individual behind the bar whisked several foaming tankards into sight. "We never knew you was a friend to this guy, the rawhider," one of the men explained in a conciliatory tone, "else we wouldn't have chewed the rag about him. Ain't you a Union man?" "I am that," declared the conqueror heartily, "and a good one. International Brotherhood of Steam Shovel and Dredgemen. That's what I belong to. About me being a friend of this rawhider, now, Pardon me, I interrupted. Who is this rawhider? He is a shovel-runner friend from Chai. Name's Callahan. French descent, but Irish by looks. They call him the rawhider because he can drop back and forth through the pit as fast as the next one. See? And he generally does it. As for me being a friend of the rawhiders, some would say I wasn't, and some wouldn't. But you guys listen to me. You as wasn't up there ain't no call to label him a scab. No, sir. He ain't no scab, nor he ain't no hero either, like the trust papers called him. He's just a shovel engineer that did his duty by his employers and bust a strike that wasn't right. The Red Warrior paused, inhaled the appreciative silence, buried his nose in the tankard, and went on. No, sir, he wasn't no scab. You fellows listen to me while I warble. In the first place, this rawhider, shovel runner by profession and game by nature, he's up in Hibbing hunting a job. The same sad state of affairs being traceable to the failure of Jones Brothers at Coleraine. That's because they tried to buck the Iron Range with two old fogey supers who think they can dig this range overburdened without shooting. So the rawhider sashays up to the office of one Silvery Mike Monahan, the same who, for the benefit of our Boston friend here, I'll explain holds down the office of Secretary to Local Number 76, International Brotherhood of Steam, Shovel, and Dredgemen, and all the lions and accoutrements and graft pertaining thereto. Now this Mike's a character. Biggish man he was, but small. A medium-sized man, about 200 pounds. He has a Chicago alderman's smell to him, and the same way of wearing a cigar, and no artist can paint any soul into that catfish physog. He ain't got none. Says our hero, how's chances to gel out, Mr. Monahan? No good, says Mr. Monahan. We have all we can do placing our local members. You fellows from the Grand Lodge ought to look to Chai and Tom Dolan. But I hear there's a crew needed at the Kinney Mine for that contractor, Foot, argues the rawhider. You ain't got no crews in, so what's the matter of me taking it? Well, says Silvery Mike then, quite judicious he was, and at the same time ready to slide on the other side of the fence. Well, it might be fixed. Getting out from under brick houses ain't no lost art to a bachelor of perceptions. Our subject, he pulls out a 10-spot of the realm, the last in his kick. Will this fix it? He asks, sweet and ingratiating. Silvery Mike, he reaches for that 10, but that's as far as he gets. Our hero reverses. Any time, he says, that I have to kick into a jellyfish like you for a job, me that's paid my dues since I tallowed on the drainage, well, I guess not. Mr. Monahan, it's us to the floor. Friends, it was scandalous. I mean the way Mr. M. Monahan fades from the scenery. Our Lochinvar never had a chance. You'll never get no job on this range now unless you scab, yells Silvery through the keyhole of the closet door. Won't I? Was the prestigious retort. Take it from your uncle. I'll hike up there and nab that job today. But friends, things don't look as rosy as that bluff when the rawhider gets down on the street. No, the Oliver mines are full up, and the Mahoning, and all the big contractors, Winston Deere, Drake and Stratton, John Butler. 2, there's a good chance that he'll be eating snowballs on a tie pass special if he squanders part of that 10 going to Buell. Maybe Monahan has dug up a crew, or someone else has copped, and there'd be our little gosling about 4 months' walk from God's country, which is Chai, and nothing in the exchequer but hopes and, oh, hell. So he's hiking toward the Great Northern Depot, his feet getting slower, when something happens. There's a noise stirs up close by. It's in a jewelry shop. A prospective shindy being always interesting to the party of the first part, he strolls in, thinking maybe he'll buy a falderall, maybe, or a bon mot. There's a young fellow in there, getting his from the squint-eyed jeweler. I tell you, squeaks the last-named animal, I don't care who you are. Them's my sentiments, cash or nothing. You can't take my watch unless you pay cash. But I offered you my check, says the young fellow like a man who ain't used to having his papers sniffed at. But he don't budge that jeweler. Makes no difference, he says. That check's on the Buell Bank, and you say you're not acquainted here. My word, the customer exclaims, this is damnably exasperating, and he frisks himself again to see if he can't rake up enough loose change to make up what he owes. You can see he wants that watch pretty bad. Friends, you never can tell by looking at a barn door whether there's a mule inside or a horse. But this fellow, he's thoroughbred. A big lad he was, with mackinaw, high-top shoes, corduroys, and a cap with automobile goggles. Dirty he was, but clean. Stubble of beard on his face, but clean-shaven. You've seen that kind of guy. So our hero, being a man of insight, he sees this. He acts by impulse, and he says to the jeweler, how much does this man owe? $7, says the jeweler, just that quick, you know, like he's the most insulted man in the world. Well, then our Samaritan, he produces the 10-case note. Take it out of this, he says, and quit the jewelry business. You need someone round here to polish the ivory. But I say, the young fellow breaks in, I can't allow this. You don't know me. Your face is good, was the answer. You could give me the check. I've got friends around here will endorse it. What's the name? My name, says Mr. Thoroughbred, is Ronald T. Foote. Fellow citizens, you could have knocked our friend Callahan over. Yes, it was him, Foote, the young contractor who wants the crew. He'd never been in Hibbing, nor met Monahan, doing business by mail or over the phone, so that little favor saved him some little inconvenience presenting credentials to the secretary. He had rushed into Hibbing for some small castings. To make it short, I ask you, did the rawhider get that job? Answer, he did. That's how he and his crane man come to be in the big buzz wagon that evening heading for Buell, with the boss every now and then pressing a nickel dingus that chimed out, "Marry you?" It don't do Silvery Mike any good to kick. If you raise any hell, says the rawhider to him over the phone, I'll put Tom Dolan wise to you, and your name's Pironius Mud. Which quiets M. Silvery Monahan for the time being. The next night the crew is out on the big buck, slamming away. 2 weeks later, when T. Foote sees what kind of an organist R. Callahan is on that little toy, R.C. is on the day shift at $175 per month. The extra 50 being slipped to him on the Q.T., understand, because the scale all over the range is 125 and a bonus of 40 per at the end of the season to engineers, and Foote don't want to get in bad with the Kinney people, who are only paying their crews standard and don't want to go higher. I motioned the bartender, and the narrator paused long enough to hide his face in the foam. Friends, he continued with a sigh, that was a steam shovel. She was as spanking a 95-ton Panama Bucyrus as ever come out of Milwaukee. Set way down in a 40-foot lift, she was, with 160 feet of bank shoving up to the sky on the next bench to the south. And night times she coughed her sparks clear to the top. 6 dips a minute she could make, if you made her, and fill the bucket. Say, boys, she was a baby doll. Well, things went pretty smooth for a time. Maybe you've seen the Kinney mine. They figured the ore lay in a long, narrow strip, so they went straight down instead of working in circles, like the Mahoning. Result, a long hole 200 feet deep, 1/8 of a mile wide, 3/4 of a mile long at the top, and 1/4 mile long at bottom. There's 2 approaches at either end, about 1/4 mile long for the ore tracks and the dump tracks, both standard gauge. Well, this Kinney outfit hit the ore. They found after a bit there was about as much taconite in spots as there was ore. It was a case of strip wider. They didn't want to take one of their 2 shovels out of the ore during the rush summer season to do the stripping, so they let it to Foot, with a reserve clause saying that he kicks back with a big daily forfeit if he don't clear the bases by a certain day in November. That was the big burr under his saddle. Foot, he was worrying quite a bit about that forfeit, 'cause it seems he ain't due to make any too much on this job anyway, him being new to the range and having taken the job at a pretty low figure. Cave-ins from that big back on the second lift had laid him out quite a little, not to speak of guys who'd only taken jobs on his machine to make a stake. But pretty soon after our subject appears, things commence to tune up better. With a well-shot 40-foot bank and standard gauge dumps under you all the time and a 95 buck with their tail in the air, well, I claim a shovel man ought to go some, and that shovel runner did. He hit the ball. So, as I say, things got to looking pretty good when Zingo, Silvery Monahan, throwed in from right and put the whole side out at the plate. Bang! It was a peach heave. What did that bay-windowed grafter do but call a general strike on the range? Yes, sir. For the benefit of our New York friend here, I'll elucidate. As I told you, the standard on the range was $125 per month with a bonus of $40 payable at the end of the season for shovel engineers and $90 and $30 for crane men. The trust set that standard and everybody follows suit on the Masaba. Now that scale is higher than the union standard throughout the country, $125 and $90 flat. The boys ought to have been satisfied. But what did Silvery Mike do but get them to kick for that bonus every month? And when the trust bucked, he called a strike. Were they fools for walking out? You get me. You can't buck that trust in the long run. Furthermore, they'd been perfectly fair and above board. The thing would never have happened if Tom Dolan, General Secretary in Chicago, had known of it before it was too late. He didn't, though. The boys did the same fool stunt when they tried to buck the United States government on the Panama Canal without consulting him, or that strike would never have happened. Tom Dolan is the headiest, squarest piece of machinery handling union men today, and if anyone says he ain't, I'll bust his conch. That's the way the rawhider explains his view of the lay of things to his boss, Foot. Well, says Foot, sighing, the 2 Kinney crews and my night crew are going, and us about ready to dig out and back up too on this cut. What do you intend to do? Why, me for you, says our hero. And me too, his crane man chimes in. It isn't just because I'm paying you higher wages, intimates Foot. Nah, says the rawhider, it's principle and other things. I won't get you in bad with the Kinney people by telling you raised wages. With that, they struck hands, growing maybe a little sentimental around the dong beater, so to speak. That young Foot was the original candy. However, it was different sorts of sentiments which the rawhider expresses to Silvery Monahan when he calls up. I hear you ain't a-going out, says Monahan. I ain't, says the rawhider. Are you getting your bonus every month? Monahan demands. That's none of your damn business, was the retort. You scab, yells Monahan. I'll have you blackballed. You'll lay golden eggs, says our hero. When you eat regular, I'll stay on the job. That's the way our shovelman Finnegan's to Monahan. Take it from me, though, you never can tell by lamping a cloud whether there's rain there or merely a tornado. Foot and his shovel runner figured they'd put a silver career on theirs by promoting the day crane man to the job running nights. But Monahan, he promulgates a new think. You see, he'd tied up the trust pretty well for the time being. They had to put clerks and straw bosses on their steam shovels, and you know about how much they batted, 176 minus. Besides that, Monahan had talked all the Finns and Austrians into hitting for $2.50 instead of 2 bones a day. So the trust was forced to look to independent companies like the Kinney for ore. The Kinney had hired a couple of pretty good non-union crews to take the place of their shovel men who had struck, and Monahan knew that if Foote kept the stripping ahead of them, the Kinney was going to make a good bid to help the trust hang on. That is, in company with the rest of the independent companies. Consequently, the morning Foote's crew dug out, and the Finns were busy blocking and tamping the track to back up on, and Monahan takes an embellishing swing at the pill and burns it clear over the center field fence. He does that. What does he do but come up to the Kinney that morning and talk our Finns into hoisting the banner of anarchy and hydrophobia for undying principles and $2.50, the same being some of the rhetoric Mr. Monahan mulched to the pie-eyed Finns. Do they fall for it? Inference? They hit the ground ahead of time. Finns and independence is brothers, and what Italians Foote has is easily persuaded to join. Being only about 10 in number, them Italians takes the line of least resistance, urged by British government tactics and Finn brickbats. Well, now, wasn't it some dirty tie-up? You win. It was. They say a guy named Mark Antony moved the Frenchies to tears once when they was going to electrocute Henry VIII, but he couldn't have moved any ore from that pit. Not even spirits was moving, except those of rebellion and John Barleycorn. It like to broke Foote up. He was grey around the gills. I'm willing to compromise on $2.25, he says to Monahan, but I can't go higher. It'll break me. $2.50 or nothing, for you and the Kinney both, says Silvery. So there they were. Maybe, says Foote to the rawhider, I can dig up enough Italian labor at Hibbing tomorrow to go on with this work. The Kinney's figuring to ship some in if they can get 'em, too. But it's a long chance, and he sighs. There's no strike clause in his contract, and he's due for the Grand Toboggan if things don't brighten up real quick. One thing, says the rawhider, there's nothing to prevent us backing up this afternoon. She's out on the track and all ready. No sooner said than done. Right after dinner, our hero and his crane man, with the tallow and Foote, they go up to the buck, knock out the clamps, loosen the jacks, and get ready to move back. Just a moment, I broke in here. How did you expect to propel it? He of the red crown stared at me. Oh, I forgot. He grinned then. You're from Bar Harbor, or maybe Bryn Mawr, them things. The governor of North Carolina. I hastened to interrupt here, and my aide-de-camp with the apron came into prominence once more. Keno, said the narrator. Now I'll resume. A steam shovel, Mr. Harvard, is moved not by instinct, but by steam. There's hoisting engines to hoist the bucket, and swinging engines to swing the boom, and crane engines to thrust the sticks, to which the bucket is fastened. To move a mill, you have propelling chains running over sheaves on the truck axles to sheaves on a propelling shaft underneath the car body. This is thrown in and out of communication with the hoisting engines by means of a clutch. And when you're digging, this clutch is put. And when you want to move, you throw it in. I see. I nodded profoundly. Yes, said Red. I learned that out of a book. But to resume. They loosened the jacks. Hold on, I'd better explain what them is, too. Jacks is big steel casting braces on either side of a machine, in which some thoughtful man with a college education figures they'd better put big jack screws to keep the machine from tipping over when the boom swings. These are screwed down tight when you're digging, and loosened up to allow you to move. Yes, that guy was a thoughtful man. Now, don't get impatient, you shovel stiffs. Colleges ain't educated up to shovels yet, but maybe if someone was to ask you what repartee is, you'd think it was some kind of a flower. It ain't. It's something to eat. To resume, our hero of this bunch starts to back up, going down the west hill from clamp to clamp without any mishap. Up to this time no Finns had appeared, but when the rawhider opens up to walk her along the level stretch, them Finns show up along the bank, You can see the chief assets in their repertory is scows and medium-sized boulders. Friends, that don't look so good. There's houses over them shovels, but them fins is numerous and bilious. Some one of 'em's liable to sift the dornick through the window and make a 3-cushion carom off your nut. But nothing like that happens. Instead, Mr. Monaghan, he comes walking into the pit by himself. I won't be responsible for what them fins might do if you try to dig, he tells Foot. We're just backing up, says Foot. Well, if that's all, says Silvery, I guess I can hold 'em back. And he starts as though to go away, and changes his mind. Could I get up and talk with that engineer of yours? He asks. Sure, Foot tells him. You see, Foot's got confidence in his runner. All this time, remember, they're rolling back, with Foot, the tallow, and the crane man walking alongside to watch the joints in the flanges. So when Monaghan gets on, they're starting up the east grade. Silvery deposits himself at the head end, alongside of where our subject is at the levers front of the bulkhead on the right-hand side. He's so oily and intimate he don't even want to stand on the running board and talk through the window. No, he comes inside, so's no one can hear him. Callahan, he says, you're making a big chump of yourself. The boys'll have you blackballed for this. Swell chance, says Callahan. I'm getting standard wages, $1.25 and 40 bonus. You're not getting standard wages, Monaghan declares. The new scale on the range is $1.65 a month. That's what you say, is the retort. Now don't be uppish, Silvery comes back. If you'll just stop and reflect, you'll see that you're dead wrong. You ain't doing justice to your union oath, nor yourself, nor your fellow men that's being held down in slavery by the enemy of the masses. Huh, reflect. If M. Monaghan had known just what R. Callahan was reflecting on then, he would have got right off that shovel and gone away and died. But M. Callahan don't let on. He keeps his eyes on the teetering boom, jogging the swinging lever now and then to take the weight off this or that side, and he keeps frowning while the machine keeps backing, frowning like he's reflecting, you know. And finally he says, sparring for time, well, how is it I ain't doing justice to my fellow members? I ain't afraid of getting my bonus. Look here, Monaghan says, you're one of the keynotes of this strike. I got this place tied up temporarily, though he may call on the governor and get militia to keep the fins away from men he brings in. But with all the men in the world, what's he going to do without a shovel runner? All the Scab crews are lined up now, with the exception of those already working. He'll have to make one. If you come in with us, he can't keep his stripping ahead of the ore shovels, and, well, do you see the result? The rawhide did. An honest employer busted over a bonehead strike, and a chance, maybe, for M. Monaghan to gouge employers for hush money to arbitrate. That's what the rawhide sees. But he sees something else, too. He sees he's walking that 95 up the grade without the crane man to help him with the bucket, which is held up by blocks in the shipper shaft pinions above the track. He sees he's getting along up near the top, and that he's moving over a mighty good solid track. And he sees also inward visions that are both outrageous and delicious. So he keeps frowning as the machine keeps chugging back. And then, just as she rolls onto the last easy grade, and the men on the ground quit putting clamps on the rail, that being an apparently useless precaution now, well, then Mr. Callahan looks at Mr. Monaghan, and he says, real low, how much of the velvet is there in it for me if you hold Foot up to arbitrate? Silvery, he draws a quick breath, but he shows his hand. 20%, he says, real quick. Pause, to let the situation soak in, as it were. Friends, can you see it? They're near the top. Ahead of that buck is about a mile of track which drops down straight into that pit and up the other side. It was good track, too, as shovel tracks go, for it had been laid piece by piece and tamped and fairly well ballasted,
by an experienced track gang that laid it right along behind the shovel as she dug. Besides, it had been settled by the shovel backing over it. Otherwise, our hero might not have taken a chance. But there were no curves in it either, which he likewise noticed. Backing up a hill that way, you generally have a tie dragging along in front of your trucks to catch you if you start slipping a little. Well, back of the machine a little knob shows up at which the rawhider lets her stall. He tried to take the slack ahead and can't, because the tie gets him. So he calls down to Foot, "Please take that tie away, I want the slack." Then he turns to Monahan. "Make it 40%, he says to him. "You hog, do you want the earth?" Silvery grunts, but friends, he never gets no answer. Them fellows had stepped clear with the tie, and as the rawhider throws over the reverse lever into the forward motion, he slips, maybe by accident, and his hand hits the hoisting throttle. Jerusalem Jones! There never was a man fell out of a shot tower quicker than that buck started for the bottom of that pit. Query, did she roll? Oh, mama, she rolled. In 4 turns she's making 30, and in 8 about 76. And Mr. Monahan, caught inside without a chance to jump, he comes along. Was he scared? Step right up to the end of the class, Scranton. Mr. Monahan sprouts 37 gray hairs the first jump, and a case of DTs. He had reason to. He'd been a shovel runner. Well, he knew them 95s. They ain't any wider than the smaller shovels, account of the standard gauge, and their booms is twice as heavy. A little jog to the right or left, especially going the way they were, and there they'd be bouncing themselves off the scenery and the shovel on top of 'em like a mass play. Also, if she jumps the track, which is a good one, but not meant for a limited, there ain't much left for those aboard her but high mass and bouquets. You shovel stiffs know that all a runner can do in a case like that is to hang on to the swinging lever, trying to keep her from tipping, and pray to the good Lord she stays on the track. So there they were. Our hero froze to the swinging lever, Monahan clutching his shoulder, and that rockin', roaring, grinding avalanche hurling itself toward glory in a handbasket. Our conjurer paused here, leaving me hung in midair and picturing marred hillsides, mangled bodies, and a pile of scattered scrap iron. But he must have read my thoughts. "No, Boston," he resumed, putting down his glass. "It don't end that way. I'll admit that's what oughta happened, maybe, to a guy that takes them kind of chances with his employer's property and one worthless life in the interests of a square deal versus M. Monahan, grafter. But I guess they wasn't due to execute any acrobatic marvels over the landscape. What did happen was this, and it happened PDQ plus, faster than I can tell it. With the machine a-rockin' and the bank a-whistling by, that screeching tornado reached the bottom level stretch before Mr. Blue Funk let go the clamps on Silvery's jaws. Then, with a dying man's squeal, he yells, "For God's sake, stop her! Drop the bucket! Reverse her! Do anything! Only stop her!" Friends, it was delicious. The buck was then making 195 an hour or thereabouts. However, there's that level stretch, and Monahan knows here's a good chance to ease her up and stop the parade on the West Hill. That's what he figures the rawhider will try to do, as maybe it ain't percolated into his cranium yet that this is a cold deck. But right away he sees, for our hero, he cuts loose a sardonic grin, scared as he is, and he reaches for the hoisting throttle, which, of course, he's closed, and he yells out above all that roar, "Send back the fins at 225, or I'll open her up again." A sigh of appreciation ran up and down the line of listeners, and this time the bartender needed no prompting. "Well," concluded the narrator with a seraphic smile, "that's the way Mr. Callahan put the hooks into Monahan. He arbitrated so thorough I had to help him off the machine when I got her stopped. A miserable shaken wreck. What? You ain't guessed it was me? Surest thing you know. The newspapers has a spiel of how the machine gets away and I saves her, and the 2 lives by sticking at me post of duty and keeping her from upsetting. You fellows saw what the paper said. They called me a scab hero, but I ain't. I'm Red Callahan, the raw hider. Windy at times, but game by nature. And I ain't no scab, and I ain't no hero, but, by God, I'm a man.
End of The Scab, read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
The Whirligig of Life by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Whirligig of Life. Justice of the Peace Benajah Widdup sat at the door of his office smoking his elder stem pipe. Halfway to the zenith, the Cumberland Range rose blue-gray in the afternoon haze. A speckled hen swaggered down the main street of the settlement, cackling foolishly. Up the road came a sound of creaking axles, and then a slow cloud of dust, and then a bull cart bearing Rancy Bilbro and his wife. The cart stopped at the justice's door, and the two climbed down. Rancy was a narrow 6 feet of sallow brown skin and yellow hair. The imperturbability of the mountains hung upon him like a suit of armor. The woman was calicoed, angled, snuff-brushed, and weary with unknown desires. Through it all gleamed a faint protest of cheated youth, unconscious of its loss. The justice of the peace slipped his feet into his shoes for the sake of dignity, and moved to let them enter. "We all," said the woman in a voice like the wind blowing through pine boughs, "wants a divorce." She looked at Rancy to see if he noted any flaw or ambiguity or evasion or partiality or self-partisanship in her statement of their business. "A divorce," repeated Rancy with a solemn nod. "We all can't get along together nohow. It's lonesome enough for to live in the mountains when a man and a woman cares for one another, but when she's a spittin' like a wildcat or a sullenin' like a hoot owl in a cabin, a man ain't got no call to live with her. When he's a no-count varmint," said the woman, "without any special warmth, a traipsin' along of scalawags and moonshiners, and layin' on his back, pissin' at the corn whiskey, and a pesterin' folks with a pack of hungry, triflin' hounds to feed. When she keeps a-throwin' skillet lids," came Rancy's antiphony, "and slings boilin' water on the best coon dog in the Cumberlands, and sets herself against cookin' a man's victuals, and keeps him awake o' nights accusin' him of a sight o' doin's. When he's always a-fightin' the revenues, and gets a hard name in the mountains for a mean man, who's going to be able for to sleep o' nights?" The justice of the peace stirred deliberately to his duties. He placed his one chair and a wooden stool for his petitioners. He opened his book of statutes on the table and scanned the index. Presently he wiped his spectacles and shifted his inkstand. "The laws and the statutes," he said, "are silent on the subject of divorce as for the jurisdiction of this court are concerned. But, according to equity and the Constitution and the Golden Rule, it's a bad bargain that can't run both ways. If a justice of the peace can marry a couple, it's plain that he's bound to be able to divorce 'em. This here office will issue a decree of divorce and abide by the decision of the Supreme Court to hold it good." Rancy Bilbro drew a small tobacco bag from his trousers pocket. Out of this he shook upon the table a $5 note. "Sold a barskin and 2 foxes for that," he remarked. "It's all the money we got. The regular price of a divorce in this court," said the justice, "is $5. He stuffed the bill into the pocket of his homespun vest with a deceptive air of indifference. With much bodily toil and mental travail, he wrote the decree upon half a sheet of foolscap and then copied it upon the other. Rancy Bilbro and his wife listened to his reading of the document that was to give them freedom. "Know all men by these presents that Rancy Bilbro and his wife, Ariella Bilbro, this day personally appeared before me and promises that hereinafter they will neither love, honor, nor obey each other, neither for better nor worse, being of sound mind and body, and accept summons for divorce according to the peace and dignity of the state." Herein fail not, so help you God. Benajah Widdop, Justice of the Peace in and for the County of Piedmont, State of Tennessee. The justice was about to hand one of the documents to Rancy. The voice of Ariella delayed the transfer. Both men looked at her. Their dull masculinity was confronted by something sudden and unexpected in the woman. "Judge, don't you give him that 'ere paper yit. 'Tain't all settled nohow. I gotta have my rights first. I gotta have my alimony. 'Tain't no kind of way to do for a man to divorce his wife without having a cent for her to do with. I'm layin' off to be going up to Brother Ed's up on Hogback Mountain. I'm bound for to have a pair of shoes and some snuff and things besides. If Rance can afford a divorce, let him pay me alimony." Rancy Bilbro was stricken to dumb perplexity. There had been no previous hint of alimony. Women were always bringing up startling and unlooked-for issues. Justice Benajah Widdop felt that the point demanded judicial decision. The authorities were also silent on the subject of alimony. But the women's feet were bare. The trail to Hogback Mountain was steep and flinty. "Ariella Bilbro," he asked in official tones, "how much did you allow would be good and sufficient alimony in the case before the court?" "I allowed," she answered, "for the shoes and all, to say $5. That ain't much for alimony, but I reckon it'll get me up to Brother Ed's." "The amount," said the justice, "ain't not unreasonable. Rancy Bilbro, you are ordered by the court to pay the plaintiff the sum of $5 before the decree of divorce are issued." "Ain't no more money," breathed Rancy heavily. "I done paid you all had." "Otherwise," said the justice, looking severely over his spectacles, "you are in contempt of court." "I reckon if you give me till tomorrow," pleaded the husband, "I mout be able to rake or scrape it up somewhars. I never looked for to be a-paying no alimony." "The case air adjourned," said Benajah Widdop, "till tomorrow, when you all will present yourselves and obey the order of the court, following of which the decrees of divorce will be delivered." He sat down in the door and began to loosen a shoestring. "We mout as well go down to Uncle Ziah's," decided Rancy, "and spend a night." He climbed into the cart on one side, and Ariella climbed in on the other. Obeying the flap of his rope, the little red bull slowly came around on a tack, and the cart crawled away in the nimbus arising from its wheels. Justice of the Peace Benajah Widdop smoked his elder stem pipe. Late in the afternoon he got his weekly paper and read it until the twilight dimmed its lines. Then he lit the tallow candle on his table and read until the moon rose, marking the time for supper. He lived in the double log cabin on the slope near the girdled poplar. Going home to supper, he crossed a little branch darkened by a laurel thicket. The dark figure of a man stepped from the laurels and pointed a rifle at his breast. His hat was pulled down low, and something covered most of his face. "I want your money," said the figure, "without any talk. I'm getting nervous and my fingers are wobbling on this here trigger." "I only got $5, said the justice, producing it from his vest pocket. "Roll it up," came the order, "and stick it in the end of this here gun barrel." The bill was crisp and new. Even fingers that were clumsy and trembling found little difficulty in making a spill of it and inserting it, this with less ease, into the muzzle of the rifle. "Now I reckon you can be going along," said the robber. The justice lingered not on his way. The next day came the little red bull, drawing the cart to the office door. Justice Benajah Widdop had his shoes on, for he was expecting the visit. In his presence, Rancy Bilbro handed to his wife a $5 bill. The official's eye sharply viewed it. It seemed to curl up as though it had been rolled and inserted into the end of a gun barrel. But the justice refrained from comment. It is true that other bills might be inclined to curl. He handed each one a decree of divorce. Each stood awkwardly silent, slowly folding the guarantee of freedom. The woman cast a shy glance full of constraint at Rancy. "I reckon you'll be going back up to the cabin," she said, "along with the bull cart. There's bread in the tin box setting on the shelf. I put the bacon in the boiling pot to keep the hounds from getting it. Don't forget to wind the clock tonight." "You're going to your brother Ed's?" asked Rancy, with fine unconcern. "I was allowed to get along up thar for a night. I ain't saying as they'll pester theirselves any to make me welcome, but I hain't nowhere else for to go. It's a right smart ways, and I reckon I better be going. I'll be a saying good-bye, Rance. That is, if you care for to say so." "I don't know as anybody's a hound dog," said Rancy in a martyr's voice, "for not to want to say good-bye, 'less you so anxious to get away that you don't want me to say it." Ariella was silent. She folded the $5 bill and her decree carefully and placed them in the bosom of her dress. Benajah Widdop watched the money disappear with mournful eyes behind his spectacles. And then, with his next words, he achieved rank, as his thoughts ran, with either the great crowd of the world's sympathizers or the little crowd of its great financiers. "Be kind of lonesome in the old cabin tonight, Rance," he said. Rancy Bilbro stared out at the Cumberlands, clear blue now in the sunlight. He did not look at Ariella. "I allow it might be lonesome," he said, "but when folks gets mad and wants a divorce, you can't make folks stay." "There's others wanted a divorce," said Ariella, speaking to the wooden stool. "Besides, nobody don't want nobody to stay. Nobody never said they didn't." "Nobody never said they did. I reckon I better start on now to Brother Ed's. Nobody can't wind that old clock. Want me to go back along with you in the cart and wind it for you, Rance?" The mountaineer's countenance was proof against emotion, but he reached out a big hand and enclosed Ariella's thin brown one. Her soul peeped out once through her impassive face, hallowing it. "Them hounds shan't pester you no more," said Rancy. "I reckon I've been mean and low down. You wind that clock, Ariella." "My heart hits in that cabin, Rance," she whispered, "'long with you. I ain't a-going to get mad no more. Let's be starting, Rance, so we can get home by sundown." Justice of the Peace Benajah Widdop interposed as they started for the door, forgetting his presence. "In the name of the state of Tennessee," he said, "I forbid you all to be defying of its laws and statutes. This court is more than willing and full of joy to see the clouds of discord and misunderstanding rolling away from two loving hearts, but it is the duty of the court to preserve the morals and integrity of the state. The court reminds you that you are no longer man and wife, but are divorced by regular decree, and as such are not entitled to the benefits and pertinences of the matrimonial estate." Ariella caught Rancy's arm. Did those words mean that she must lose him now, when they had just learned the lesson of life? "But the court is prepared," went on the justice, "for to remove the disabilities set up by the decree of divorce. The court are on hand to perform the solemn ceremony of marriage, thus fixing things up and enabling the parties in the case to resume the honorable and elevating state of matrimony which they desires. The fee for performing said ceremony will be, in this case, to wit, $5. Ariella caught the gleam of promise in his words. Swiftly her hand went to her bosom. Freely as an alighting dove, the bill fluttered to the justice's table. Her sallow cheek colored as she stood hand in hand with Rancy and listened to the reuniting words. Rancy helped her into the cart and climbed in beside her. The little red bull turned once more, and they set out, hand-clasped, for the mountains. Justice of the Peace Benajah Widdop sat in his door and took off his shoes. Once again he fingered the bill tucked down in his vest pocket. Once again he smoked his elder-stem pipe. Once again the speckled hen swaggered down the main street of the settlement, cackling foolishly. End of The Whirligig of Life, read by Anthony St. Pierre, Toronto, June 2024.
The Thin Match by Henry S. Whitehead. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Quartertone. The Thin Match by Henry S. Whitehead. She began her life as a match along with several 100 million near relatives of the great family of Pitchpine in the factory of the Emerald Match Company of Scranton, New Jersey. She had not realized her inferiority until she was shut up tightly in the close quarters of what was to be for a long time her home. Fate placed her in that particular kind of box which was labeled as a product of Finland, average contents 60 sticks. There was also printed information on the box label, couched in some Scandinavian language for anyone who might be able to read it. Life in a family, even one averaging 60 members, is a decidedly different matter from being one item in a phalanx, a horde of hundreds of millions, all exactly alike. Just here was where the Thin Match's troubles began. She was different. In her ease, it was not a mere slip of the machine. It was natural depravity. She had grown a trifle too close to the bark in the original tree. Along one of her slim sides there was a brown streak, which set her off from the others like a touch of the tar brush. Then she was thin, altogether too thin for a respectable match. Exact conformity to type is expected among matches. Her inconsiderable cubic area was rather less than half what it should have been, and besides all this, her head had a decided and unmistakable hitch to one side. Her box, along with 14 gross of precisely similar boxes, was shipped to a Nashville jobber, and she learned next to nothing of this world's experiences until her box, with 23 others, was placed one sunny morning in a cent-in-the-slot machine on a cigar counter in Chattanooga. Here she got her first intimation that she was different. It was very close quarters, would be, of course, until the box found a purchaser and her boxmates began to go out one by one to fulfill their destiny. She began to receive cool jostles, cold shoulders from the other matches, her particular near neighbors. Here, too, she had some experience of coal smoke, rather premature, but inevitable in Chattanooga. One memorable day there came the familiar snick of an inserted cent and the rasp of the lever, and her box dropped out and went into the pocket of a young man who had bought it to light cigarettes. There was wild excitement and no little speculation among the matches. They were like troops on the very verge of an action. The young man gave them plenty of action. He used the first 13 matches very quickly, which made a good deal more room in the box. And then there was a long, undisturbed period while the box remained in the pocket of an old vest, which hung on a hook in the closet of the young man's boarding-house bedroom. One day, the young man having moved away and carelessly left the old vest behind him, the box was taken out by the boarding-house keeper's husband, a mild-mannered gentleman who smoked a pipe outdoors, and he used 9 more of the matches. Between the unconscious selection of the normal matches by the owners of the box and the jostling which the Thin Match had received from the others, she found herself tucked away into a narrow corner where the thin wood of the box bottom was edged by the still thinner paper pasted outside. One day, a companion of the boarding-house woman's husband asked him for a light, and, forgetting to return the box, this man became its new owner. He used only 1 match, though, and then left the box on top of one of his front gate posts where he had been talking to a neighbor, and little Sally Eaton saw it there and picked it off on her way home from school. Sally tucked it away in a pocket of her apron, where her mother found it when the apron was going to the wash, and Lance Eaton, Sally's brother, found it on the sewing machine where his mother had laid it, and annexed it for himself. There were 37 matches in the box when Lance found it. There may have been some slight variation in the average contents when the box left the Emerald Match Company. It is certain that when Lance handed it through the car window in the railroad station to Big Pete Jenkins, there were only 9 left, and among these, quite tightly wedged by now into her corner and out of sight, was the Thin Match. The other 8 were dead set against her by now. They had no further contact with her. She was ostracized, a pariah of a match, too thin and too brown on one side, with a head too little symmetrical and too little apt to light at the first draw along the box side for any self-respecting match to notice her at all. Pete Jenkins went all the way to New York. By the time he arrived, there were 4 of the 9 left. The Thin Match was still in her corner, wedged in. It was better for her there, on the whole, she had come to believe. The pressure of the feeling against her had sent up strongly into her head the idea of her destiny. This was, of course, only the common destiny of all matches, to set something on fire. It might be anything, from a joss stick to a great conflagration, but it was to start a fire. That, she knew by instinct, was the great thing. What difference did it really make, she said over and over again to herself, that she was thin, had a crooked head, and a streak all down one side? There lay within her power the possibility of anything, that is, that could come of setting something on fire. Patience. When it came her turn, if it ever did come, to be taken out and scraped along the side of the box, she must light, and blaze up, and burn clearly and steadily. She must not fail, and it would be so easy to fail. Many a match had failed, and for many reasons. There was the possibility of dampness, that greatest of all match dreads. Then the outside of the box would be sadly worn down by now with most of the matches gone. The first out, those nearest to the top, as fate at the hands of the packer adjusted it for them, always had the best chance. Then, too, she might break. She would be especially likely to break, being so very thin. Or her paraffin-soaked neck, which was the thinnest part of her, might have gone too dry to burn properly. But there was no way to regulate these chances. A match could only wait and hope, and the thin match waited and hoped with a good courage, resolved to light quickly and burn as clearly and steadily as she possibly could if ever her chance should come. Pete, it seemed, had no particular use for the remaining matches in this box. He had, in fact, quite forgotten them. For the box, very weak and wobbly now, had been placed inside the pocket of a jacket which Pete had replaced with a sweater a day out from New York, and placed inside a gripsack. Pete was on board a ship now, a ship bound to Labrador, and he was using old-fashioned sulphur matches to light his pipe against the wind up on deck. It occurred to the thin match that she might never get her chance, even though the box should be resurrected, because she was quite out of sight. Even if someone opened the box again, she was wedged in so tightly that she might not even be seen. Well, there was no use in borrowing trouble. She knew she could not regulate the universe. She could only wait, and so she waited. And waited. It was more than 4 months before the crushed and battered old box, so worn and greasy now that the printing on the cover could hardly have been read by even the most learned Scandinavian, was brought up to light again in Pete's cabin on the upper reaches of the Naskapee. It was a desperate day of still cold. The thermometer had sunk and sunk for the past several weeks. It was too cold now for any more snow to fall, but Pete was snowed in. That sound behind him was the scratching of a lynx claws, a lynx which had dug down through the snow to the lean-to, braced in with river-bottom rocks, great flat rocks outside the hut, the lean-to where Pete kept his spare provisions against this commonest of subarctic setbacks, being snowed in. Pete had plenty of provisions, both inside the hut and out there in the handy lean-to covered in. The lynx had besieged him now for 2 days and nights. He had plenty of food, and he might have shot the lynx at any time. But he dared not shoot the lynx. He dared not shoot the lynx because he had 1 cartridge left, and one only. The great ravenous animal, with the deadly hunger courage of the far north, had utterly put aside all his natural fear of man. Pete could thrust his rifle against the satiny black fur which showed through the chinks of the hut and blow it to pieces at any time. But he dared not. He dared not because he had no matches. By a stroke of the wildest ill fortune, he had destroyed a full box, the last box in his store, by omitting to close it before striking one on its side. He had struck it toward the end where the heads were, and they had flared up and burned off to cinders in precisely 2 seconds. He was relying on that cartridge, that last cartridge, to light the fire. He would have to light it soon. There had not been a live ember since early yesterday morning, when the snow that had accumulated above his stone chimney, far above at the outlet, had come pouring down and doused his fire. He could not kill the lynx and light the fire too. He must choose. And now, crouched on the floor before the cold embers, his back to the lynx, which scratched and scratched, the man, bundled like a great ball in his parka and seal leggings, and with his heavy furs about his chilled body, was dully trying to decide what to do. It was death either way, it seemed. He could only choose between the bloody, writhing death at the lynx's claws or the slower, but perhaps not so deadly alternative of being frozen stiff. Suddenly he thought of that old coat. There just might be, in one of the pockets, a stray match. He had worn it, he remembered, on the train trip and for the first day on board the ship, and had carried matches in the side pockets. First pounding his hands together to start up some little circulation, he dug, with his great fur gloves still on his hands, under his bunk against the end wall. Out came the old coat at last. He hadn't worn it for months now. Laying it out roughly before him on the edge of the bunk, and again slapping his gloved hands together, he hastily pulled off the right glove with his teeth. Then he thrust into the pockets first the right one, then the left. What was this? He clawed out the crumbling remains of the old box. Matches? He shook the box close to his ear. Matches! God, matches! He spilled them on the bunk in his agitation and relief, which shook him from head to foot with a violent trembling. He wept uncontrollably and started to pick them up carefully. There were 3, all good, sound matches. He slapped his hands together again, pulled off his other glove, and rubbed his hands briskly up and down on the heavy fur of his parka. Then he took his rifle and laid it ready loaded beside him on the bunk. The scratching of the lynx seemed to him louder and bolder, more imminent and menacing. The great beast, it would seem, could not dislodge the heavy flat stones with which the cache was overlaid. There was not room enough for that, too little purchase to be obtained. He looked around. The lynx had abandoned its old purpose and was coming through into the hut. It was working on the wood now. That was what had made the change in the sound of the scratching. Already a huge, wicked paw appeared, a paw armed with chisels. The lynx snuffled. If not pemmican, then man. Carefully, gingerly, Pete drew the first match along the side of the box. But the oily side caused it to slip without igniting. At the second trial, the head crumbled off the stick. He threw away the useless stick and took the second. It broke off close to the head. He fumbled after the head on the floor, his hands like lumps of lead. At last he got it between his thumb and the side of the box. It would burn him, he knew, but what was a burn? He rubbed it against the box. It flared suddenly, died at once, giving him a vicious burn in the process, and smoked out to a tiny, inconsiderable cinder. Pete turned pale under the dirt of his unshaven cheeks and reached for the last match. He struck it with infinite care 7 times, drawing it along different portions of the better preserved box side. It fizzled at last, but that was all. The head crumbled off as the first had done. Pete sat there, looking at the fragments of the broken box and the useless sticks in a dumb frenzy of despair. He was done, at the end of his rope. Then, suddenly animated, he seized the useless wreck of the empty box and threw it on the hard earthen floor and ground it with his heel. He sat and stared at it. The lynx broke off a great splinter of wood, but Pete did not notice the lynx. What was that? It looked like a good match head, there under the edge of the flimsy matchbox now ground and crushed flat. Almost perishing now with the bitter cold in his ungloved hands, which made them feel like useless lumps of lead, Pete groped for it. He got it at last in his numb fingers and carefully gathered up a bit of the box side, a mere splinter. He carried the find over to the fireplace, where he had his fire ready laid, and looked closely at what he had picked up in the failing light. It was the thin match, intact. Pete's grinding, angry heel had only rolled her about in the dirt. Her body was wrenched, her poor, pitiful body, thin and crooked, but there had been something of stiffness in that disfiguring brown streak which she had inherited from being too near the bark. The thin match summoned up all her resolution. The time had come for her to fulfill her destiny. Against his broken, begrimed fragment of the box side, Pete scraped the crazy, splintered, wobbly, thin match. A bright, steady little flame sprang up at him. Not breathing, his aching hands laboriously cupped, he reached for the underside of the fire. The thin match slipped from between his numbed fingers and fell, but she landed just within the fireplace. Exactly above her hung a fragment of oily pine bark. With her last expiring fragment of will, the thin match, now 2/3 burned away, squeezed a thin trickle of yellow flame up until it touched the very tip of the fringed edge of that piece of pine bark. There was a fearful instant of suspense. Then, a thin and growing little blaze began to run up the bark splinter's edge. The fire caught and roared up the stone chimney. Pete wept, crouching there, benumbed, his great body in the ungainly furs sagging down almost against the blaze under the stress of this reaction. A ripping slither of tearing wood came from the other side of the hut. Pete turned his head dully. The lynx had thrust an entire foreleg through into the hut. The great head, with its staring, inhuman yellow eyes, was pushing through. Peter saw the foamy slaver drip from the snarling mouth. Every joint protesting, aching in all his bones, Pete reached across the bunk for the rifle. His jaw set, and he dragged himself to his feet. He took 4 steps across the hut and thrust the muzzle of the rifle against the lynx's forehead between the great staring eyes. A shattering roar shook the solid hut, and dropping his rifle, Pete staggered back to the life-giving blaze. End of The Thin Match by Henry S. Whitehead.
In a Tiger Trap by Charles Edward Barnes. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In a Tiger Trap. The Royal Malay Tiger is no gentleman. If he were, the following would never have been told. Punda Tsang was an innkeeper. He was sole proprietor of the Balawari Dak, which is a very big name for a very small native hotel about 60 miles north of Penang, and on the high road to the hunting steppes of the Bukit, or hill country. The quaint little hospice clung to the mountainside like a swallow's nest, high over the jungle-bedded Sungai, whose foaming, crashing torrents came down from the upper mountains like an endless charge of white cavalry to the sea. Punda was a good sort of a Malay, which means a bad sort of anything else. That is, he would plunder only on the securest principles, and never quarrel with a bigger man, nor a better armed one than he. In this he differed from other Malays, who would plunder and knife upon no principle or provocation whatever, if they thought there was a 10 anna piece in the job. But a deeper reading of this prosperous Boniface of the jungles revealed the fact that he was capable of love, yes, even a tender human affection, and that little Iyali, his 5-year-old daughter, was the object of a worship in his heart, even more fervent than that which he bestowed upon the 5 home-made clay gods before which, in a dark corner of the dak, he burned a vast deal of ill-smelling punk. The 2nd year of Tsang's married life had hardly begun when his beautiful wife was bitten by a yellow viper while gathering healing herbs down in the valley. When they found the poor creature, she was dying, with a little newborn babe in her arms. This calamity the bereaved husband regarded as a direct visitation of the clay gods in the corner. Only the day before he had robbed a cling hunter of his rifle, leaving the poor fellow to make his way unarmed down to the sea, where he ran upon a pair of half-starved kukangs, a vicious species of Malay chimpanzee.
in fleeing from which he fell over the cliff and was dashed to pieces. And Pundit Tsang always felt that yellow viper was sent direct from the land of the judging gods to avenge the blood of the poor Kling hunter. But there was one thing that mitigated the harshness of this vengeance, the presence of the little child, whom he tenderly cherished, and whom he had called Iali, which is to say, forgiven. But even were not the little creature a messenger of forgiveness to the penitent savage heart, she was more than worthy of his worship and love. This child of the tropic forest, restless and agile as a young panther, with lustrous black eyes and a wild, wayward nature, much spoiled by the wayfarers and fawned upon by the coolies that swarmed about the compound. One day, 2 British naval officers stopped by the dock on their way down from a hunt in the hill country. We were seated under the palms before the bungalow after tiffin, smoking cheroots, while I listened to their exploits with interest. Suddenly 4 native Malays approached, wheeling a live tiger in a clumsy wooden cage, and halted before the dock. They were going to dispose of him to a naturalist down on the coast, who had a method of killing and stuffing animals by which the marvelous luster of their skins was preserved. The forest king was certainly a magnificent specimen. If you have never seen a live tiger fresh from the jungles, take my word for it. The ordinary caged tiger at the zoo is as much like the former as canned strawberries are like the fresh, lustrous fruit of June. The Englishmen evidently thought so, too, as they concluded to buy him, and swear that they had captured him, and then to present the beast to the London Zoo. They bought the animal for 40 Mexican dollars, sent the natives back rejoicing, and started down towards the coast, while Pundit Tsang, not contented with exacting 50% commission from the poor fellows for using his dak for a tiger mart, committed the meanest act of his life. He slyly sawed one of the cage bars nearly through in 4 places. Then he went to work planning to waylay the tiger on his way back to his haunts after he should break loose, which he knew would happen before the Englishmen could get many miles down the valley. He quietly pursued his planning until late that night, when he heard upon good authority that the tiger had broken jail and nearly killed one of his owners. Then he prepared to put his plans into action. Here we reach the illustration of the first mentioned fact, of which Tsang was ready to take advantage, that the Malay tiger is no gentleman. He knew that the beast will never walk up leisurely and take his bite like a smooth and oily clubman at a free lunch, but that the very instant that he smells blood, he will drop flat, and, even if the feast is a mile away, will begin a slow, creeping journey towards it, wasting hours, perhaps, and working up a terrific hunger in the meantime. When he has approached within 20 feet of the prize, quivering with desire and terrible with greed, he will leap into the air like a cannon ball and plunge down upon his victim. Pundit Tsang knew all this, so he dug a pit down the valley, constructed a network of branches over it, and laid the quarter of a bullock upon it. Then he waited for the tiger to scent the blood and make his slow, crawling journey, knowing that when he made the grand 20-foot leap, he would go crashing through the network into the pit below. Then Tsang planned he would starve the beast, let down a cage baited with more fresh meat, and, sliding the bars from above, haul the captured tiger out and sell him over again. All of this might have happened, but it didn't. Events somewhat stranger and more terrible for Pundit Tsang interfered, doubtless as another direct visitation of the vengeance of the little clay gods in the bungalow corner half concealed in clouds of punk smoke. As little Elsie was the innkeeper's constant solace and companion, she went with him to the pit digging, her father explaining to her the manner of capturing the four-footed jungle god, which facts, instead of frightening the child, only helped to increase the stock of her play gods and demons, which she molded deftly from the red clay of the ravine. With the appearance of the new moon, that mascot of the Orientals, the pit was baited. For 2 days nothing was heard of the tiger, and Pundit Tsang began to fear that he had gone back to the hills by another route. On the afternoon of the 3rd day I sat on the cliff's edge, watching the mists rise from the roaring river bottom, a phenomenon which always accompanies the closing day. Suddenly there was a great shuffling of sandals about the compound, and I knew something extraordinary was taking place. I turned quickly. The big form of Pundit Tsang, the innkeeper, burst upon me suddenly, his flat face as pallid as a demon's, ferocious, but with the ferocity of nameless fear. "Elsie!" cried he hoarsely. "Have you seen Elsie?" "No," I replied almost in a whisper. He did not wait, but sped towards the so-called bullock sheds, which were really caves cut in the solid rock beyond the duck. I had become attached to the child, whose marvelous beauty had charmed, and whose weird ways mystified me. But I had never been alone with her, knowing that any accident happening to Elsie while in my keeping would result seriously for me, perhaps cost me my life. The coolies were flying hither and thither, making the air ring with their loud wails. Such agitation on the part of these vagabonds roused me to a realization of the child's danger. Suddenly I turned my eyes and thoughts in the direction of the ravine where the tiger trap lay. I recalled vividly the child's interest in the jungle god who was to be captured in the deep pit, and knowing the little creature's absolute fearlessness, thought that, acting upon some childish impulse, she might have strayed down the narrow path to the pit. Meanwhile, the wailing about me increased. I dropped over the ledge, soon reaching the pathway by a short route. As I penetrated the jungle, now suffused with mist in the ruby glow of the expiring day, I realized with what risks to myself I was entering this dangerous spot, all unarmed. I was still debating whether or not to return for a weapon of defense, when, as I leaped over a soft spot in the red clay, I saw 2 footprints that shot terror into my heart. One was that of a mammoth tiger. The other belonged to a little child. I dropped down beside them. No, there was no mistaking them, so clear and fresh were both. I rose to my feet, my head whirling, my ears half deafened by the noise of the jungle insects and the increasing roar of that river beyond. Then I crept forward, scarcely daring to breathe, my heart beating faster and faster with apprehension. The distance to that tiger pit seemed to be doubled, and the time that elapsed before reaching it everlasting. The crackling of the leaves and twigs on the moss beneath my feet added to my trepidations. Almost before I realized it, I had reached the big trap, and then halted short, thrilled by the sound of something human. I looked up. Through the deepening mists and intervening boughs, I saw the little child figure of Elsie creeping out upon the withered branches over the pit. For the instant I had no power to move, nor dared I speak, lest, overcome with sudden fright, the frail little one might lose her foothold. Suddenly a new horror disclosed itself. What were those 2 glaring, cold, yet fiery points just beyond the pit, burning their way through the shadows? My God, it was the tiger. He was lying flat on the ground, couchant, paws extended, quivering, ready for the fatal spring. In moments like these, one's reasoning powers become superhuman. I saw that in all probability either Iali or I was to be sacrificed, which one depended merely upon the caprice of the wild beast. I had heard that the calm, steady, fearless stare of a human is more terrifying to wild animals than guns that kill. On the instant I resolved to practice it. It was my only expedient. So I stared at those two coldly bright and glowing points of light like a madman, without a quiver, without a doubt. Suddenly I saw the little figure waver on the dead branches over the mouth of the pit, and then, oh horrors! With a weak cry, poor little Iali had lost her foothold and slipped slowly through the yielding boughs into the cave beneath. For a moment all was silent. Then I heard her childish prattle. The soft sand had broken Iali's fall and saved her life, while I was brought face to face with the most awful problem of my life. For what seemed hours, I stood like a pillar of stone, the sweat pouring down my neck, my tongue hot and parched. One show of fear would, I knew, be fatal. The jungle gods are keen, like demons, measuring strength with man. How long could I keep up this maddening strain? How long force upon the king beast this illusion of my superior will? Suddenly, as I stood like one in a trance, facing this growing problem, I was conscious of a stir in the reeds and underbrush at my right hand. Though the sound caused me to tremble, I dared not take my eyes from the crouching monster beyond. The next instant, a strange, huge shape crept stealthily out of the underwood and advanced into the clearing toward the pit. A ponderous black monster with the body of a beast, but lifting through the grass the head and shoulders of a human colossus. It was a mammoth orangutan. The tiger crouched lower. He seemed to be as nonplussed, as stunned by the intrusion of this huge interloper as I was. In motionless silence, he transferred his burning gaze to the mammoth monster. Advancing to the very edge of the pit, the huge ape slipped, but he recovered. Sly beast! He saw that the branches were only a blind. Then he walked around the edge of the trap and knelt down like a human being, slowly, deliberately reaching out his long, hairy arm till his giant hand clutched that bullock bone. Oh, what joy that calm, providential deed brought to my heart! Then, to my intense relief, the orang slowly dragged the great mass of flesh off the network of branches upon the solid ground. For a moment longer, the gleam of those two terrible eyes, now like peepholes into hell, followed the unsuspecting pilferer. Then came a rustle, a strange shriek like sudden thunder, a bound and a roar, and the jungle god had sprung into the air, and came down like a flashing avalanche full upon the broad body of the kneeling orang. A single paw struck the mammoth ape in the small of the back, and never shall I forget the sound of that blow, which broke the bones of the orang's spine like a cannon ball. With an almost human groan, the rescuer of my life and hers I came to save gave up the booty, together with his own life. Then the tiger, with a final flash of eyes full into my own, snatched up the carcass of the bullock in his flaming jaws and slid off into the thick of the jungle. I have often wondered since how things would have turned out if that tiger had been a gentleman. End of In a Tiger Trap. Read by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
A Weird Story of Bruges by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A Weird Story of Bruges by Anonymous. Many years ago, when in Bruges, that quaint old town of art and song, as Longfellow styles it, a town all unchanged since the ancient days of Flanders, I became cognizant of the following events by happening to be present at the examination of the chief actor in them before one of the two burgomasters who governed the city. With a Belgian friend, I had been lounging in a window of the clubhouse that overlooks the spacious square known as the Grande Place, above which towers the wonderful belfry from whence one may look down on the frontiers of Holland as on a map, and from whence, it is said, the mouth of the Thames may be seen on a clear day, when a police escort, with swords drawn, conducted a prisoner past, towards the Palais de Justice. He was a young man of the better class, apparently, very pale, very sad, and depressed in aspect, very handsome in face, graceful in bearing, and most unlike a criminal. His hands, however, were manacled, and a crowd of workmen and children clattered noisily around him in their wooden sabots. As the rumor spread that a terrible assassination had just been committed, we followed the escort to the magnificent old hall in that edifice, which was whilom the Palais du Franc de Bruges, and which contains a chimney-piece occupying one entire side of it, with gigantic statues carved in wood, and marble bas-reliefs representing chastely the story of Susanna and the Elders, as the reader may find in his John Murray. From that which transpired at the examination of the prisoner, and what I read in a few subsequent numbers of the little local paper named La Patrie, I gleaned the substance of the following story, which, in some of its features, reminds one of the case of Oriental metapsychosis mentioned in the Spectator, the passing of the soul from body to body, including the influences of mesmeric, crystalline, and magnetic forces, though I do not pretend to know anything of the learned and mysterious jargon concerning those matters, but much of which I heard that day referred to in the Palais de Justice. A mile or so on the level highway beyond the beautiful round towers of the loopholed and embattled Porte Sainte-Croix, one of the still remaining barriers of the old fortifications, there stands at a little distance from the road a quaint old Flemish dwelling-house, built of red brick and almost hidden among chestnut and apple trees. If we are to believe the Chronic van Vlaanderen, it was once a shooting-box of Charles the Bold, and near it Mary of Burgundy received the fall from her horse which proved so fatal. Be all this as it may, it is a house with many pointed gables, strange outshots, and beams of quaintly carved oak, and therein, with his nephew, Hendrik, and an old housekeeper, resided Dr. Van Gonsendunk, called doctor not from his profession, but for his learning, as he enjoyed the reputation of understanding all languages, living and dead, and being a master of every science, human and divine, and was regarded by the simple and religious bourgeois as altogether a miracle of a man in some respects. Some there were who deemed him a dangerous dupe to his own powers, and these were the clergy especially, who, with something of repugnance, drew their black cloaks closer about them when the doctor passed them on the highway or in the narrow unpaved streets, and it was notorious that he never crossed the threshold of a church, or was known to lift his hat either to them or to the numerous Madonnas that decorate every street corner, and many a doorway, too, in Bruges. The Herr Doctor, now past his 60th year, had in some respects decidedly a bad reputation, and 150 years ago or so might have ended his studies amid a blaze of tar barrels in the Grande Place as a wizard, but in this our age of steam and telegraphy he was viewed as simply a learned eccentric, and as a dabbler in mesmerism, clairvoyance, the odic light, and second sight, but these occult mysteries, which the Church condemns, he would seem to have carried to a length that seems strangely out of place in these days of hard facts and practical common sense. A forehead high and bald, a head tonsured round by a fringe of silvery hair, eyes keen and quick as those of a rattlesnake, eyes that seemed to glare through his gold-rimmed glasses, made the face of Herr van Gonzendonk so remarkable that those who saw it never failed to be impressed by its strange expression of intellectual power, tinged with somewhat of insanity, but his visitors were few. His time was chiefly spent in his library, and as he was rich, being proprietor of more than one of those gigantic mills, the sails of which overshadow the grassy ramparts, he could afford to please himself by living as he chose, and seclusion was his choice. He seemed to have but one favorite only, Hendrik, a brother's orphan son, whom he had adopted, educated, and who was to be his heir. Hendrik was now in his 20th year, decidedly handsome, but with dreamy blue eyes that had an expression in them one could not easily forget. Yet the lad's temperament was poetic and enthusiastic, and now he had but recently returned to Bruges, after undergoing a course of study and attending those lectures which are given on science, literature, and art at the library of the museum in Brussels. The grim old student hailed the return of the younger one with a pleasure that he did not conceal, and there was at least one more in Bruges that did so with joy. This was Leonora, the daughter of Madame Van Eyck, a widow lady residing in one of those quaint old houses at the Quai Espagnol. To her he had been betrothed, and the monetary plans of his uncle alone were awaited for their marriage, young though Hendrik was. Bruges, according to an old monkish rhyme, has ever been celebrated for its pretty girls, but Leonora Van Eyck, a bright blonde of 18, was more than pretty. She was charming, with that wonderful bloom of complexion which is so truly Belgian, light, laughing, hazel eyes that were full of merriment, and all her ways and modes of expression piquant and attractive. She had been one of the 6 young ladies who, clothed and veiled in white, were selected on the last Corpus Christi day to bear the gilt Madonna through the streets before the bishop. Leonora had been with her family at Blankenberg, the little Brighton of the bourgeois, for several weeks after the return of Hendrik to the house of his uncle, and when again they met at their favorite trysting place, the long walk of stately poplars by the canal near the Porte de Sainte-Croix, she soon became conscious of a strange and painful change in the bearing, the manner, and the eyes of her lover. Languor seemed to pervade every action. His face had become pale, his eyes more dreamy than ever, and he was unusually taciturn and abstracted. Why was this? Leonora asked of herself, while she watched him with that keenness of eye and anxiety of heart that are born of love and tenderness, for there was a singular mystery now about the once happy Hendrik that filled her with grave perplexity. Had his love for her changed? His eyes, though sad, were loving in expression as ever when they met hers, yet even his smile was sad, so very sad. Again and again, in her most winning way, she would implore Hendrik to reveal to her any secret that weighed upon his mind, but in vain. Why was it, she asked, that he, whom she had left so lively in bearing and happy in spirit, had now become so moody? And why was it that there were times when he seemed to feel himself compelled, as it were, to leave her suddenly and in haste, without a word of explanation, apology, or excuse? She pleaded without avail. Hendrik could but avert his pallid face, or cover his eyes with his hand, as if to shut out some painful vision, to crush some worrying thought. He dared not tell her, lest she should deem him mad, and so shrink from him, that his uncle, the Herr van Gonzendonk, had mesmerically
acquired a mysterious and terrible influence over him, and that by the mere power of will he could summon him to his presence at all times, wherever he might be, or with whomsoever he was engaged, even with herself, and that he, Hendrik, found himself totally powerless and incapable of effecting his emancipation from the bodily and mental thraldom under which he writhed. He dared not tell her all this, or, further, that Herr van Gansendonk had the power to set him asleep on a chair in his library, and then to cause his spirit, for this was alleged in the Palais de Justice, to disengage itself from the body and go on distant missions through the air for thousands of miles in the course of a few minutes, or that when thus put to sleep, the Herr, by exciting his organ of ideality, could obtain such information as he wished on strange and abstruse subjects. That he had become a helpless and nerve-shattered mesmeric medium, he thought at times he might confide to her, but even in this his courage failed him, for other and more terrifying convictions were creeping upon him. Thus he shrank from telling the girl who loved him so dearly that when his spiritual essence was dispatched to distant lands, that Herr, by the same power, permitted other spirits to enter his body and use its members for purposes of their own. The horror of this idea, it was alleged, made the youth's life insupportable, for on awakening from these strange and involuntary traces, he would at times find on his person cuts and bruises he was all unconscious of receiving. Sometimes his purse would be gone, or in its place might be found strange money and letters to and from individuals of whose existence he knew nothing. All this was done by one whose power he could neither repel nor defy, and now he had the natural dread that if his body was made to obey the behests of these spiritual intruders, he might be led into some horrible predicament, the committal of a dreadful crime. Another might even come in his place and meet Lenora. One evening, as they sat on the grassy rampart that overlooked the great canal, the girl strove to rouse or soothe him by singing with great sweetness one of Jan van Beer's Flemish songs. But the music of her voice and the poetry of the author of Zeik Jongeling fell on Hendrik's ear in vain. When she paused, "I dreamt of you last night, darling Lenora," said the young man, looking at her with inexpressible tenderness. "But such dreams are so tantalizing, even more so than the dreams one has by day." "All your life seems one hazy dream now, Hendrik," said Lenora somewhat petulantly. "Forgive me, dearest, you know not what you talk of. My mind, I grant you, is a chaos, full of strange terrors, perplexity, and confusion, and times there are when I fear for my reason," he added wildly, passing a hand over his forehead and looking aside. "Dear Hendrik, do not speak thus. I implore you. I must. In whom can I confide, if not in you? And yet I dare not. After a pause he spoke again, but with his eyes fixed, not on her, but on the still, deep water of the shining canal. "This much I will tell you, Lenora. Yesterday my uncle sent me on some business of his to the house of an advocate, Père Baz, near the Béguinage, a house in which I have never been before, and I was shown into a room to wait. On looking round, to my astonishment, every article in it, and the room itself, the ceiling, the stove, the windows, and the paintings, especially one by Hans Hemling, were all familiar to me, and I seemed to recognize every object there. I was never here before, thought I, and yet I must have been. But when? If so, there is a little window behind this picture, which opens to the garden of the Béguinage. I turned the picture, and lo, there was the little window in question. I saw through it the garden with all its cherry trees, and 2 or 3 Béguines flitting about. Oh, Lenora, there is indeed some power beyond matter, proving that the soul is independent of the body. It must have been a dream. It was no dream. replied Hendrik gloomily. But how do you account for the strange fancy? My disembodied spirit must have been there, sent on some accursed errand by my uncle. But you would die, Hendrik. Not if another tenant were at hand, replied Hendrik, gnashing his teeth. Then the girl wept to hear him, as she naturally deemed it, raving thus. Such things cannot be, said she, sobbing. My uncle says they may, and the theory is as old as the days of Pythagoras. I know nothing of Herr Pythagoras, but this I know, that the Herr van Gansendonk is a strange and bad man. Pardon me, dear Hendrik, but he never enters a church door, nor has he been to mass or confession for years. Leave him, and Bruges too, rather than become the victim of such dreadful delusions. To do either is to leave and to lose you. I am his heir, and we have but to wait his pleasure, or it may be his death, to be so happy, replied Hendrik sadly, and then they relapsed into silence. With Lenora it was silence induced by sorrow and alarm, while her lover seemed to let his thoughts slip away into dreamland. The sultry summer evening breeze rustled the leaves near them. The honey bees buzzed and hummed among the wild flowers and buttercups that grew on the old rampart, and far away could be heard the ceaseless chirping of the crickets. Lenora's head rested on Hendrik's shoulder, and he was lost in thought, though mechanically toying with her hair, which shone like ripples of gold in the light of the setting sun. He was aware that Lenora had begun to speak to him again. Her voice seemed to mingle with the drowsy hum of the bees and the evening chimes of the carillon in the distant spires, but he heard her as if he heard her not, till suddenly a thrill seemed to pass over him, as a secret and intuitive sense or knowledge that his terrible relation required his immediate presence made him start from the grassy bank, snatch a hasty kiss, and hurry away by the arch of the Porte Sainte-Croix, leaving Lenora mortified, sorrowful, and utterly bewildered by the abruptness of his departure. Oh, how changed he is, thought she, as she proceeded slowly in the other direction towards her home on the Quai Espagnol. On 2 or 3 occasions the unhappy Hendrik had what he conceived to be undoubted proof of his body having been, in the intervals of mesmeric trances, tenanted by another spirit than his own, and this strange and wild conviction caused such intense horror and loathing of his uncle that the expressions to which he gave utterance to more than one of his friends, more than all to Lenora, were recalled most fatally for himself at a future time. One day, in the Rue des Augustins, he was accosted by Brother Eusebius, a Capuchin. "Friend Hendrik," said he severely and gravely, "was it becoming in you to be roistering as you were yesterday at the Low Estaminet in the market-place, and with such companions, fellows in blouses and sabots?" "Impossible, Brother Eusebius, I was not there," faltered Hendrik, as the usual fear crept over him. "I myself saw you, and moreover you looked at me." "When? At what hour?" 6 in the evening. 6? Hendrik felt himself grow pale. He remembered that at that identical time he was under the hands of his uncle. He groaned in sore and dire perplexity, and his tongue clove to the roof of his mouth, while the Capuchin continued to address him in tones of rebuke and earnest remonstrance. "Have I a double ganger, or am I becoming crazed?" urged Hendrik. "Believe me, Brother Eusebius, I was not there," he added piteously and earnestly. "At the hour of 6, persisted the unbelieving Capuchin. "I swear to you that at the hour of 6 I was, and had been for some time, in one of those unaccountable trances in which my uncle has the power to cast me, one of those hours of bodily torpor that have come upon me, he added, while the perspiration poured in bead drops from his pallid brow. I awoke about 8. I heard the chimes ringing in the church of Saint-Gilles, and near me sat my uncle, pen in hand, as if in the act of questioning me and committing to paper that which I had been revealing in my magnetic slumber. Oh, am I the victim of necromancy? Scarcely in this age of the world, replied the Capuchin, but now with more of pity than rebuke in his manner. I swear to you by the holy blood that I speak the truth, continued Hendrik, referring to the famous relique of the Bruges in the little chapel near the Hôtel de Ville. I last remember hearing the voice of my uncle as I sank into sleep. My arms fell powerless by my side, my eyes closed, waves of magnetic fluid or air seemed to flow over me, and my spirit passed away, at his behest, to other lands. What madness, what raving is this, Hendrik? Said the sandaled friar, with sadness and severity. Do you mean to tell me that your uncle is another Cagliostro, a veritable Balsamo? I fear it, said Hendrik, with clasped hands. Learn first to fear the potations of the estaminet, replied the Capuchin, as he turned coldly and bluntly away, believing that the young man was intoxicated. On another occasion, Hendrik failed to keep an appointment with Lenora van Eyck, who waited for him anxiously till long past the time named, and then proceeded pensively homeward. As she approached the steep and antique bridge that leads from the Rue des Augustins to the Quai Espagnol, she saw Hendrik cross it and look at her calmly and deliberately the while, but without a glance or smile of recognition. Her heart, which at first had beat happily, now became perplexed as he turned abruptly up the opposite bank of the canal and dropped into a little skiff which he proceeded to unmoor, and, in doing so, cut his right hand severely. "Hendrik! Hendrik!" she called aloud, but he heard her not, and, shipping a pair of sculls, pulled swiftly out of sight. When next they met, and she upbraided him with this strange conduct, the same emotion of fear that had come over him when confronted by the Capuchin again filled his heart, and he called heaven to witness that it was not he whom she had seen. "But here, Hendrik, love is the wound on your hand," urged the astonished girl. "I know not how I received it," he moaned, though aware that a wound was there. "This passes all comprehension," said Lenora mournfully. "Oh, Hendrik, I thought a love like ours would never die, yet doubt and terror are destroying it now." Something like a sob came into Hendrik's throat, and through his clenched teeth he muttered hoarsely and fiercely, "This kind of life, a double life, it would seem, cannot last forever. Nothing does last forever, and the end will come anon." And as he spoke, he fixed his moist and now hollow eyes as if on some distant horizon which he alone could see. "Hendrik, dearest Hendrik," urged the girl soothingly, as she caressed his face between her soft and pretty hands, for her heart was full of alarm as well as love. It was a conviction so dreadful, the fear that he was perhaps becoming insane. "Can overstudy at Brussels have made the poor boy ill?" thought Lenora in the solitude of her chamber that night. "Oh, must I give him up after all? After all? Dare I go through life as the wife of one so strange, so wayward, and so moody? Better be a Beguine like Autrui. I am so happy at home. Why do girls marry? And for what do I want to marry?" As she pondered thus, she sat looking at her white hands, and changing Hendrik's betrothal ring, an opal set with diamonds, from one finger to another, till it slipped from her and rolled away on the varnished floor, from whence she snatched it up with a little cry of alarm, for the event seemed ominous of evil. "Oh, I must indeed consult Brother Eusebius about this matter," was her concluding thought, more especially as the Capuchin had told her that opals were unlucky. But when he dropped in for his post-prandial cup of coffee with her mother that evening, Leonora did take him into her confidence. But the friar only imbibed pinch after pinch of snuff from the huge wooden box which he carried in the sleeve pocket of his brown frock, hinted at what he had seen at the estaminet, and shook his shaven head, adding that Hendrik van Gansendonk came of a bad stock and should be avoided. So the Capuchin was consulted no more on the subject. Hendrik now broke many appointments made with Leonora. He seemed to be no longer the master of his own actions, and he was so frequently reproached by her for his inattention and unkindness that he feared to make a promise to her at all, and 2 entire days passed without their meeting. Could he tell her that which he now confidently believed to be the case, that Herr van Gansendonk had cast him into a mesmeric trance, leaving him in that condition and intending to come back in an hour or so, but, having been summoned away on business, had left him, to all appearance, spellbound and helpless to the terror of the old housekeeper at the chateau. On the 3rd day he met her coming from vespers in the church of the Béguinage, where she had been to visit her Aunt Chloe. Leonora was very pale. Her eyes were full of tears, and, as Hendrik could perceive, they were sparkling with resentment. She was in the very summer of her beauty, that age when all girls seem pretty. Hendrik gazed upon her caressingly and would have kissed her, but the walk was a public one, and the blanchiseurs were busy amid the minnewater. Leonora was so prettily dressed, too, and most suitably did her silver-grey costume, trimmed with the rose-colored ribbon, become her blonde beauty, her purity of complexion, and fair shining tresses. Fresh, young, and graceful, there was a delicacy and softness in all her air and person. Yet anger was apparent in her eyes, and those of Leonora were what a writer has described as wonderful golden eyes, eyes which painters dare not imitate because the colour is so subtle and the light in them so living, eyes that are called hazel but are not hazel. "I know now the reason of your avoiding me in the Rue des Augustines, and also where you were going on that evening in the skiff," said she. "Leonora, have I not already said—" "Hendrik," interrupted the girl with severity, "I have for some time feared that you were crazed. Now I find that you were wicked, and that Brother Eusebius was right after all." "Wicked? My darling! Do not speak to me thus. I have good reason to be most indignant with you," she continued, stamping her little foot on the ground. "For what, dearest?" asked Hendrik, whose heart was sinking with vague apprehension as usual. "Cease to twitch your moustache, and answer me this. Was it right or proper of you to be drinking with soldiers at the Rempart de Cassin last evening? And worse, still to be toying with and caressing little Mademoiselle Dantel, the lace-maker, who lives there, toying with her actually in the open street while Mamma and I passed you," added Leonora, whose eyes were flashing through their tears, though her cheek was pale, as Hendrik's now became. He was voiceless, and could make neither response nor reply, for he knew that at the time to which she referred he had been, so he simply phrased it, put to sleep in his kinsman's study, and that on awaking he had found himself not there, but lying on the grassy bank near the Rempart de Cassin, and that, instead of his hat, he found on his head the kepi of a soldier of the 2nd Regiment, then quartered in Bruges, and a pipe, of which he knew nothing, dangling from a button of his coat. The stars were shining,
and the dew was on the grass, but how long he had been there, or how he came to be there, were alike mysteries to him. He felt bitterly the utter hopelessness of urging more to Lenora, yet he attempted to falter out some explanation. "This is juggling, Hendrik," replied the girl passionately. "Another face, another love has come between us, otherwise you would not dare to treat me thus." "Your suspicion is false, dearest Lenora," said he. "Oh, pardon me, sweet one, but I feel as if I were in a dream, as if I were someone else and not myself." "Again dreams?" said Lenora scornfully, as she drew his betrothal ring from her finger, dashed it at his feet, and left him. Night after night had Lenora lain awake, brooding over the change that had come upon Hendrik, weeping the while, with wide-open eyes in the darkness, and now she had come to the firm resolution to dismiss him forever. But when she left him, silent, stunned, and confounded by the Minnewater, her heart yearned for him again, and she repented her severity, lest his mind might be, as she too justly feared, affected. And now he, while gazing wistfully at her retiring figure, thought with loathing and horror of the keen visage, the hawk-like nose, the cold yet clear glittering eyes, and gold spectacles of that odious relative to whom he was so unhappily indebted, even for food and raiment, for his past education, and all his future prospects in life, Lenora included, but who seemed to possess over him a power so unaccountable, so terrible and diabolical. Much of this he said to one or two friends whom he met on his way homeward, and the expressions were also remembered against him in the time that was to come. Soon after he found himself secretly and imperatively summoned to the presence of the Herr, who, as he afterwards told the burgomaster in the Palais de Justice, bade him go sleep, and sent his spirit on some mysterious errand hundreds of miles away. What happened in the library of that lonely little chateau outside the Porte Saint-Croix, while his spiritual essence was thus absent, the unhappy Hendrik never could know, but when it re-entered his body, or when he awoke, he was horrified to find his learned uncle lying dead on the floor amid a pool of blood, his face and throat gashed by dreadful wounds, which had evidently been inflicted by a blood-spotted knife which Hendrik found clutched in his own right hand. Blood gouts were over all his clothes, the pockets of which were found to be stuffed with money, jewels, and other valuables taken from a bureau and desk which had been burst open and ransacked. The soul of Hendrik died within him. Even if he had committed this crime in frenzy, and he felt certain that he did not do so, why should he have sought to rob his uncle? He then thought of Lenora, and of the sorrow and shame that would come upon her now. He reeled and fell senseless on the floor. The cries of the old housekeeper speedily brought aid. Hendrik was arrested, charged with assassination and robbery, and was at once consigned, as already described, to the Palais de Justice, where all the weird story came to light. The hatred and horror he had expressed of his dread uncle were now remembered fatally by all who had heard them, but the knife he had in his hand was, singularly enough, found to be the property of a soldier of the 2nd Belgian Infantry. To the last Hendrik asserted his innocence, when tried and convicted for that which was, not unnaturally, deemed a most cruel and ungrateful crime, and his advocate, Père Basse, who, singularly enough, was also a dabbler in mesmerism, labored hard in his cause, but in vain. When brought to the scaffold in the Grande Place, Hendrik, attended by Brother Eusebius, had all the bearing of a martyr, as he fully believed that the crime committed, if by his hand, was at least by the dictate of another spirit.
Lenora visited him in the dreary cell the night before he died, and according to La Patrie, as they parted, Hendrik said, "Death, even on the scaffold, has no terror for me now. I know where my spirit will go, and that none on earth can recall it. You will come to me, beloved Lenora," he added, pointing upwards. "You will come to me there in heaven, where there can be no parting, no death, and no sorrow." And, with one long embrace, they parted for ever. The editor of La Patrie, in writing of these things next day, said, not without truth, Hendrik van Gansendonk was too probably crazed, and if so, should not have been executed.
End of A Weird Story of Bruges. Recording by Brian Fullen, Plano, Texas, June 2024.
When We Killed Thompson by Strickland Gillian, from Weird Tales magazine, January 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. When We Killed Thompson by Strickland Gillian. My, how I used to lie awake nights staring into the darkness of the attic, wishing we hadn't done it. By staring a long time with eyes stretched wide, I could see the rafters, and hanging to the rafters near the little partition that turned part of the attic into a room were his pants, brown striped. They showed in the daylight, and his white shirt. There was quite a while before I could admit we had done it. I kept my mind resolutely bent to believe we hadn't, until, by reviewing the circumstantial evidence over and over again, I could see no loophole. And when his brother-in-law was reported to have been in the neighborhood asking others about him, and never came near us, I knew it was no use to deny it if anyone should accuse us. Yet it would be unfair to confess without the consent of the others involved in the killing. So I held my peace, with the exception, of course, of the one night at supper when I blurted, out of a dead and oppressive silence, "I wish we hadn't killed Thompson." Everyone stopped eating and looked wildly at me. They had not expected me to say this, evidently. Mother asked harshly, "What do you mean?" I got up and left the table hurriedly. I hadn't meant to say it. It was unfair to the others. Thompson had come to our house to board. It was springtime. He was a timber looker for the Spoke and Rim Company of Portsmouth. People sent him to our house because sometimes we took folks in. We were reputed to have good food, and our little frame home was one of the best in a poverty-ridden vicinity. Not so much of a home as it would appear now. There was a combination kitchen-dining room with an old stove in one corner, the stairway to the attic in the corner nearest the stove, a gun hanging over the doorway leading to the living room where the big fireplace was, and an out-of-doors door leading to the back porch where the morning wood was piled in the winter. Off from the back porch opened a little room where the boys of the family sometimes slept. Always one or two of us slept there. Then, leading back from the living room, was the parlor and the back of the spare bedroom. On the wall of the living room hung a Chirino entitled Rock of Ages. It consisted of a large lady draped in a single garment, reaching up with bare arms and clinging to a great stone cross on the wave-washed rock. Mighty religious-looking picture for a house whose occupants would... And we did set a good table. We had plenty of apple butter and jelly and yellow tomato preserves and peach butter and all kinds of jam and pickled peaches and canned pears and dried apples, schnitz, and everything else edible. Besides, we kept a flock of cows, and Mother was a mistress of the art of dairying. Many and many a night I sat beside her churn after dusk at the entrance of the hillside cellar, listening to her working the dash up and down in a rhythmic accompaniment to Scott's Lady of the Lake or Marmion, or do the churning myself while she sat on her bare feet. She was more than half wild woman, and recited Campbell's Hohenlinden, or the Ritter band from Hungary came back renowned in arms, etc. She wasn't the sort of woman one would pick out as a conspirator in taking a human life, however. But how can one tell? One knows so little about the inner workings, even of those with whom one is the most intimate. Thompson was a quiet man with brown whiskers and a nose that turned up a little. He had blue eyes. I can see him yet. He had a way of sitting on the cool spring evenings and staring into the fire that Father would have one of the boys build to keep off the chill. There was, as I now see, nothing else for Thompson to have done. The coal oil lamp didn't give a very good reading light. There was no lamp for the spare room, and we children, I in particular, sat and stared so hard at the man that he couldn't keep his countenance. He was a stranger, and any stranger was mysterious to me. I would sit and look at him after half an hour of time, endowing him imaginarily with all sorts of miraculous attributes, and surrounding him with an aura of dramatic possibilities. It was no fun for Thompson, as I now realize, to be goggled at by a small, freckled boy with a mouth and eyes both hanging open. Now and then he talked. Father was a great pumper. His cross-examination of strangers, of whom he was always wistfully suspicious, was something to listen to, and for Mother to scold him about afterwards. One night, in a burst of confidence, Thompson told us his first name was Charlie. His wife's maiden name was Lewis. He lived at Frost Station, over in Athens County. He had a brother-in-law named Lewis, his wife's brother. He referred to the fact that Thompson and Lewis were two very common names. I thought a great deal about that. It was stuck in my mind through all these years as if there were something really significant or important in the statement. Thompson would disappear early in the day and go to Jake Garrett's, Billy Gordon's, Levi Haldeman's, Joe Armstrong's, or Eli Tope's, or somewhere else in the vicinity, looking for the sort of lumber that would make spokes and rims for wagon and buggy wheels. Now and then, when he returned for the evening, he would mention that he had found enough for a car. It was in this way that he referred to a carload lot of his sort of timber. It would need, he told us, to be seasoned for a year or so after cutting, before it could be ready to make into wheel timbers. I could hear him yet saying he had found enough to straight a car. He had no other dialectic tricks, and his strata car sounded strange to me. Had it been today, I might have accused him of plain affectation. But then I didn't. It was part of Thompson, the stranger. It seems to me now that he was never out of my thoughts, waking or sleeping, from the time he came until now, 40 years later. One day he announced that he was going to Jackson, or Wellston, to meet his workmen, whom he had arranged for by mail, to come and start cutting the timber he had contracted for. He was to walk to Simpson's Station to take the train into Jackson. Before he left, Father asked him if he hadn't better settle up for his board. He did so with seeming reluctance. Whether this was because he hadn't intended squaring up, or whether he was a little miffed at being asked for it, we couldn't tell, though I wanted to continue discussing it for days. He left his brown striped pants in his room, with a spare white shirt, so we were never sure he was coming back. We never saw Thompson again. Days and nights we looked for him and his gang of workmen to return. They did not come. No message was received. As the days went by with no word from him, I began to grow uneasy and apprehensive. Who had been with Thompson last? We had, so far as I could know. I covertly inquired of people who lived near the railroad track between our house and Simpson's, but none remembered having seen a man of that description. Then I began to be afraid and stopped asking. Night after night I lay awake until near midnight, thinking about Thompson and wondering what had happened. I thought, maybe he's been killed. If anybody accused us of it, could we clear ourselves? He was here. We could say he went away. Would anyone necessarily believe it? Could we prove he went away? Then the neighbor told us of Thompson's brother-in-law, Lewis, having been in the neighborhood, inquiring of those who owned timber he had been looking at, as to when the man had been seen last. Lewis never came to see us. We were the last people who had seen him. He had lived in our house. Why didn't he come to see us? It looked bad for the brother-in-law. It looked bad also for us, the fact that he had omitted us from his list of inquiries. Did he suspect us? What should we say if we were accused of making away with Thompson? Back it came to the inevitable vicious circle to that question. It haunted me day and night, until I made up my mind we ought to admit the killing. Why try to defend ourselves in the face of such overwhelming circumstantial evidence? No criminal ever felt guiltier than I felt for my whole family. Then, the way they acted when I blurted out an expression of my regret that we had killed the man, that was suspicious. They looked as people would look if they had done such a thing and were surprised that it was known, or that any of the conspirators had the nerve to speak above a whisper about the dastardly deed. The pants, the brown striped ones, and the white shirt had been relegated to the attic from Thompson's room. They hung where I could see them. I marveled at the foolhardiness of the folks in keeping the things about as incriminating evidence when the investigation by the detectives should begin. Every tramp that came to the door for a handout was a detective in disguise, and I could watch from the foot of the hill until he came across the Whaley Bridge and over the next rise toward Jim Boyd's. Eventually, we, being very poor, it was up to some of us to wear out those garments of Thompson's. No men's clothing should ever be allowed to rot out in the house. It fell to my lot to wear the things, I being a long-legged growing boy. Oh, how horrified I was to have the things on me. The stripes in them seemed to writhe, and I also had to wear that white shirt. But I made short shrift of it as I wore it corn-cutting, which whittles out the shirt in no time. How glad I was to be rid of both the articles of wearing apparel. Killing a man and then appropriating his clothes, I used to mutter to myself, but strictly to myself. I never again ventured to mention the killing to any members of the family, and of course not to strangers. I had found, by my family's reception of the one mention, that it was a sore and unwelcome topic with them. Had there not been so many appalling silences in our house, so many hushes when one of us would speak, so many stop that sniggerings when we would get to laughing, those reflections of mine on our crime might not have been so consistent and so poignant. Nobody knows better than I what are the thoughts and apprehensions and conscience twinges of the undiscovered murderer. 30 years after Thompson disappeared, I happened to be traveling on a local train. Looking at the time card, I noted that Frost was the next station. Yes, and it was Athens County, too. I slipped into my overcoat and ran forward while the train slowed down. A little, withered old man was loafing at the station, looking up at the coach windows. "Did you ever know anybody around here named Charlie Thompson?" I precipitatedly asked, while the baggage man began struggling with one trunk, and the station agent waited with one milk can on his track. "That's my name," he said. "Did you ever work as a timber looker for the Portsmouth Spoke and Rim Company?" "Yes, I bought many a car for that company." "Did you?" "Board!" yelled the conductor. I had to hop on to resume my journey without finding out what I'd always wanted to know: why Charlie Thompson hadn't come back, where he was while his brother-in-law was hunting him, and everything. But I felt 1,000 pounds lighter. I knew now that we hadn't murdered him, and for the first time in 3 decades, I was absolutely at peace with the world. Of course, common sense had asserted itself years before, and I had known positively that there was no foundation for my childish and self-conscious obsession. That is, I had known it mentally. But a fear had lodged in my emotional system that had not, until the withered native had said "Ka," been wholly absent from me. The end of When We Killed Thompson by Strickland Gillian.